Good morning and welcome again to the 2025 Canadian Karting Championships. Here we go. It has all come down to this. This is your 5-minute notice. Could we please have all Rotax Junior Max competitors, that's all Rotax Junior Max competitors, to the grid for your 9:30 start.
And good morning and welcome to the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. I'm Dave Bradley. Joined with me is Chad Webster. Jess Trafford will be joining us over the course of the day as well. And today's stream is brought to you by Ron Fellows Karting and FAF Motorsport. And what a beautiful day. Not quite as warm as it was yesterday or all week for that matter, but it is perfect. We had a little bit of rain pass through overnight. It is cleared out and promising to be a dry day and an action-packed day because today is finals day. This is when we get to crown Canadian champions 12 times over. 12 different classes.
This is for all the marbles, Dave. This is what all these drivers have been waiting for all week long. This is what they've been training for and preparing for this whole year, breaking out the new chassis just for this weekend alone, maybe for the rest of the season, but the sole purpose is for this race right here. It's going to be quite interesting to see. No warm-ups for any of the classes today as well. They're just going out there and somewhat figuring out the track if it's changed a little bit as we go. And it's a lot longer races, more than double the laps of the heat races and pre-finals yesterday. The heat races were 8 and 6 laps respectively, and then they were 10 and 8. Today we have 22 laps, 20 laps, and 18 laps. A lot longer, and we're probably going to see a lot bit of a different racecraft as well from the drivers. You need to make the tires last. You need to make sure your kart lasts. Maybe don't push it too hard at the beginning. Let it roll decently through the middle portion of the race and save a bit for the end. Make sure you have enough the entire race long. Pace yourself. Don't lose focus really at any time. I know that's a hard thing to do when you have about 30 other drivers around you gunning for the exact same prize, but that's the beauty of kart racing.
And we will take you through each and every class as they appear on track and give you some of the specifics so you know the age of the competitors taking part, some of the specifics of the classes that are happening. As you see, the first class is lined up in the hot pit and ready to head out on track, just waiting for the word to do so. They've been given the 5-minute warning, and so they're going to be firing up the engines, and it'll be Rotax Junior Max, the first field out on track. And you look at some of these classes and you're like, well, this one's going to be hotly competitive, but realistically they're all hotly competitive, and we saw that in the pre-finals. We saw that in the heat races over the course of the week here.
The intensity level definitely started picking up as the rest of the weekend went on. You know, it's really a testament to see how well these drivers have accustomed themselves to this as well. Now, for a lot of the times this year, it's been a big field, but for some of the two-stroke classes, it hasn't been this big. For some of the four-stroke classes, it's sort of business as usual. 40 karts is still quite a bit to think about, though. It never gets easy with very little room given and so many karts going into one corner. But again, that's what happens at these races, and the competitiveness is right then and there. There is very little room for error with everybody almost running the exact same times. You have to pick your moves smartly and in the right position. I mentioned this yesterday. If you don't get clear, you could easily get shuffled back about, at least the minimum, about 5 spots in certain classes as well. You just have to make sure you kind of choose the right line and don't really put yourself in a bad position where you can get shuffled down the order.
One of the things we will be watching about too, and this is something we talked about a little bit, but the pole sitter in each class does have the option of starting to the inside or the outside. And turn 1 is a pretty high-speed corner, but then you go up back the hill on turn number 2. So if you're on the outside of turn number 1, you can hold it out there. You have the preferred line in through turn number 2. So in some classes, it is beneficial to start on the outside, theoretically, going into turn number 1, because it gives you the better place for turn number 2.
It all really depends on your momentum going through there as well. If you can get clear going up through turn number 1 on the inside, then you can get your cart down to the inside and take the preferred line. If you are not clear, however, you have to really try and hold your line around the outside through turn 2, and that's where we're probably going to see a mixture of classes, whether you want to start on the outside or you rather start on the off pole. Again, it's pole sitter's discretion which lane they want to start in, so it's going to be real interesting to see that. However, we did see it yesterday. A couple of carts were able to hold the outside when someone was trying to make a move on them on the inside. It all depends on where that happens. If it happens too early into turn 1, though, there's not really much you can do about it, and I've even seen this as well, a lot more passing going into turn 1 than I remember in the last couple of years. So it's great to see that has become a preferred passing zone on the track for all the drivers.
Track is 12 turns, 1.5 kilometers. If you've never been here to the Mosport Karting Center, it is a gem of a facility as far as karting is concerned, as far as motorsports is concerned, really. And this track and the layout that the drivers are competing in gives them many options for passing. You talked about, passing into turn number 1. That doesn't normally happen under normal club racing or even regional racing, but it's happening here when you've got the best of the best competing. But there's also other options, and drivers are finding those holes. And with the field so close, you need to take those advantages when you see them.
We've seen a lot of opportune passing areas. We just talked about turn 1. Turn 5 has been a major passing area this entire weekend, going down the hill and into the hairpin. That's arguably the fastest point on the racetrack. Heading up to turn 6, if you can get enough of a run, you can make the pass going into 6. In the bowl, it's a bit more difficult. You have to almost, I'm not necessarily saying get into the person in front of you, but just try to get the nose underneath them so you can take the preferred line through the second part of the bowl. And of course, going into the chicane, the tightest corners on the track, and even in the last corner, we've seen it as well. And as a driver that's maybe leading the race or defending a position, you really don't want to leave that lane open. The drivers will stick it right on the curb and try to wrap it to the inside of you. And unfortunately, we've seen a few incidents happen there where obviously the drivers on the outside isn't quite aware or not ready for it, and it doesn't end in the greatest results.
Listening in on the drivers' meeting, contact was stressed. There's been a lot of contact over the course of the week, and that is a product of very close racing, but it's the avoidable contact that the officials say you need to really use your head and avoid making that contact if at all possible. There's no pushing anybody out of the way. Make the passes as clean as you can. Sometimes a racing deal where you get two carts together, they'll rub together side by side, but a big stressor in the drivers' meeting to these competitors was avoid that contact at all costs, or else penalties will be handed out. You don't want to lose a Canadian Championship with a penalty.
No, that would be the most frustrating thing as well. And we've seen it, same with the front bumper and fairing penalties. That sets you back a good long ways. I believe it's a 5-second penalty. You really do not want that to affect your race, especially right off the start. And if you know you have it, that is a dreadful feeling, trying to fight for the lead and knowing that you have to make a massive gap to make sure you maintain the position, or much less just in the lead. It is not a very good feeling at all. As a driver before that's had one, it is very, very frustrating to realize you have that and you have to race with it for the rest of the race, and just it's in the back of your mind. I'm not necessarily going to say it hurts your confidence, but it's just lingering there and it just makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, so it's something that the drivers have to think about and take into account over the course of these long races. And you touched on it, you're going as long as 22 laps, which is more than double what we saw yesterday in the pre-final. So yeah, there's a lot of setup that has to go into these karts. You're setting tire pressures differently. You're setting fuel load differently as well. So the handling of these karts is going to be different than it's been all weekend.
And like we mentioned with the overnight rain, what has that done to the track as well? And even then, for at least Rotax Junior, they're the first the first group taking to the track all weekend or on Sunday. So it's going to be a bit different for them as well. What has changed in this racetrack to make them feel a bit different? And again, no warm-ups. They don't really have a lot of notes heading into this race. They're kind of going into it maybe a little bit blind. I still looked at the track this morning, went on for a bit of a track walk. There is still plenty of rubber out there, but maybe not as much. And like we said, the wind is up, it's changed direction, and it's cooler out today as well. So we might
say it's a little chilly.
Yes, it's getting to us, and kind of making the goosebumps come out. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see what these drivers turn. And without the Humidex out here, the track might be a bit faster as well, because the cool air means the motors run better, the tires aren't going to overheat as much. I think we might actually see some faster lap times in the last 2 days.
Could very well be. We saw some track records laid down during qualifying on the Friday here at the Canadian Karting Championship and here at Mosport Karting Center. So yeah, with the cooler air on the Friday was a little bit better. Yesterday got pretty muggy, pretty hot, a little bit taxing on the drivers. But again, very quick times throughout the heats and pre-finals that were run yesterday. And now we get set for a day complete with finals. So that means every time a checkered flag falls, we will be crowning a Canadian champion here at the Mosport Karting Center. So just waiting for the officials and everyone to get into place, and then the call will be given to fire the engines here on the pre-grid for the Rotax Junior Max. Will be the first group out on track, and you're right, without the warm-up lap, it is the first formation lap and the only formation lap is going to be a challenge for these drivers, because it's like, how do we scout this? What is it? What happened to the track overnight? And how is the weather changes going to affect things?
I think it'll be real interesting to see. And that's where a formation lap is really going to become crucial here as well, just to kind of figure themselves out. I think we're going to see a lot of tire scrubbing with this opening formation lap here, just to figure out how my cart's handling. Is there any change to the track? I almost would feel like for the first couple laps, we may see a bit of struggling for grip because of the cooler temperatures, because of maybe a bit of grip taken out of the track. We'll see. Only they will know once they get out there, because nobody really has any notes of what this place is going to be like once we get ready for green.
C'est bon. Oh, c'est sale, mon.
So just in a little bit of a hold pattern here before we get things underway. Some repairs happening to a tire wall around the facilities. So they just want to make sure everything is 100% safe for the competitors before they send the carts out on track. And that is the reason for the little bit of a delay. Again, it's we're expected to get things going at about 9:30, so we're not too far behind. But here we go.
Here we go.
Repairs
It's time
complete,
to get rock and roll.
And the engine's fired here on the hot pit. So Rotax Max Jr. will be the first group out on track, ages 12 to 15, about 23 horsepower. The engine's putting out about 315 pounds for these carts, and drivers will be weighed after the event. So you can see the gas tanks between the knees of these competitors filled right to the brim, because these Rotax two-strokes get to be a little bit thirsty. And when you've got 22 laps to compete, you need to make sure you have that adequate fuel at the end and make that weight.
They will burn quite a bit of fuel. And like we mentioned yesterday as well, we may see some of the drivers end up going a bit wide on the cool down lap as well, just to pick up a little bit more rubber, just to make sure they're good on weight coming off. And well, these drivers, I hope for them that they didn't leave the gas cans lids loose. I've had that happen before. It is not a fun feeling at all. So that would definitely be disastrous. And it's such a distraction as well while you're driving and having that gas can leaking on you. It is not a fun feeling at all. But here we go. Road Tax Junior Max starts making their way out onto the track. This is the first class we've seen out on the track all day. Again, no warm-ups if you're just joining us now. Let's see what Rotax Junior has for our opener here at the Canadian Karting Championships.
There you see the scrubbing of the tires aggressively to try and build some heat on this formation lap. And again, it is just the one lap. You get released from the pit area, and you will be taking green the next time you cross the start-finish line for 22 laps here in final number 1 of the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship, brought to you by Ron Fellows Karting and FAF Motorsport. Leonardo Saravalli will start on pole in the 287. Cole Medeiros in the 207, and Jackson Morley. Jackson LaChapelle in the 204 will start 4th. Jeremy St. Cyr in the 297. Christian Papp, Leo De Silva, Stefano Lanzolata in the 243. Ahmed Mustafa and Olivier Chassé in the 263. That is your top 10. And you can see this is another thing that was really driven home in the drivers' meeting, is forming up early and watching your speed on these starts. So that's why these drivers are coming through this final set of corners before the start-finish line. So very tight and so very, very slow.
They do not want the drivers lining up as they get on the front straightaway. We saw that a couple times yesterday as well. I think the drivers were not wanting to get any marbles on the tires, but they were told in the drivers' meeting, please line up before you get into the chicane and get side by side so everybody's completely lined up properly. And they are. They're bringing them down nice and slow. Here we go, Dave, as we get ready for green to kick off the Canadian Karting Championships, the first final of 2025. They bring them down nice and slow. The green flag is in the air, and we are underway in Rotax Max Jr. as they head up to turn number 1 for the first time. Leonardo Saravalli slots into the lead, or does he? Cole Medeiros has got a bumper to the inside. No, Saravalli takes the lead going into turn 3. Followed up, Jackson Morley trying to make his way through on St. Cyr. He does so. He gets it into 3rd place. Medeiros slots in 2nd, and immediately the defense starts as they go down the inside. Medeiros wasting little time sideways in the 207 as he takes the top spot away from Saravalli on the first lap.
Heavy under braking, and does manage to take over top spot. The top 4 linked together at the front of the field. And again, this is not a sprint, but a marathon for these drivers. This is just the first of 22 laps for the Rotax Max Jr. And keep in mind, 12 to 15 years old, these drivers behind the wheel, but in a lot of cases, they act and drive like grizzled veterans. Cole Medeiros, your leader, leading that stake of karts on lap number 1 as they cross the finish line.
There is barely anything between all of these karts. They fly into turn 1. Oh, Jackson Morley a little sideways there through turn 1. Cost him a bit of momentum. St. Cyr's all over the back of him. Christian Papp rounds out the top 5. Lanzolata in 6th. LaChapelle in 7th. Chassé up into 8th. Marley Chaderi up and into 9th. Leo De Silva rounds out the top 10. Here comes Jackson Morley late on the brakes and into turn 5. He actually gets into the back of Cole Medeiros. He went into turn 5 so hard. St. Cyr signals forward to Saravalli. Go. Saravalli just protected a little bit. Morley up into 2nd. And now it's sort of split because Medeiros doesn't have his teammate behind him. But we did notice yesterday he got better the longer the race went on. Let's see if that same story trope continues on here. But he's got Morley to deal with in the early part of this final.
St. Cyr is pressuring Saravalli and moves to the outside and then falls back into line. But we do have a new race leader.
Jackson Morley takes it away. Did not wait at all. I'm surprised he was able to get that run coming up through the first couple of corners. And he's got a decent he's got a decent gap now already, because Medeiros barely had to slot back in right in front of teammate Saravalli. And now he's got St. Cyr to deal with. He put him up on the curb there through turn 3. He lost a lot of momentum. Where does Christian Papp go? He's going to go to the inside of St. Cyr with help from behind with Lanzolata. Here goes Papp up and into 4th place. little bit of dicing, a little bit further back behind them. St. Cyr tried to come right back. There goes Chasse to the inside of Lenzalata. He gets through. And Lenzalata goes back, I think, 3 spots there. Chasse also took La Chapelle through. Same with Ahmed Mustafa, I believe, as well. As St. Cyr's got to run back on Christian Papp going into this chicane. He's to the inside. He gets him right back for 4th place.
Keep an eye on these two teammates. In 2nd and 3rd, Cole Medeiros and Cerro Valley. Now nose to tail, not quite close enough to use the draft, but they are not fighting with each other, and that allows them to close the gap by about 1/10 of a second on your race leader, Jackson Morley. As a couple of drivers involved in a spin get back going, and there you can see the leaders coming back down the hill into turn number 5.
That was the 268 of Nico Warnier and the 211 of Marley Charderi. I just mentioned they had just broken into the top 10, and unfortunately issues there have put them, race is pretty much compromised now. I know there's still a long way to go, but that's a long ways to make up now, as they are a good 13 seconds off of the race lead. Medeiros, I don't think, is going to take this one lying down. He's closing back up to Morley here. And again, I'm starting to notice as well, that race leader, all they're doing is pushing air and wind up front. You don't have that extra cart in front of you to block that wind, so that is going to hurt your straightaway speed. And you can see it right there, especially we're seeing it going into the chicane the most. It's almost a bit of a crosswind, but it's still affecting the cart as Medeiros closes right back to the bumper. Let's see what he can do with him.
Medeiros is right there, and you mentioned the gap at the front is now 0.2 of a second, so it's very, very close. As a matter of fact, under a second between the top 4 as they have closed once again. Papp is not far from there as well, and defensive line for Morley as Medeiros took a look on the outside. But look, as soon as you start playing defense, it scrambles the deck at the front.
St. Cyr tried to go around the outside there as well, as we just saw at top of our camera shot there coming down into turn 5. We had one cart go off on the exit of turn 4. And now it's become a 5-cart battle for the lead. 2 seconds ago, it was only a 2-cart battle. Medeiros to the outside. Is he going to make this one stick to the top around Morley? They somewhat get together, but Medeiros makes it work. Cerro Valley going to try the same thing around the outside, and he kind of got squeezed out there. There goes St. Cyr through, there goes Papp through, and this brings Oliver Chasse into the battle as well. But new leader Cole Medeiros with an amazing pass around the outside of the chicane.
Don't see that very often on the outside at the end of that back straightaway, coming through the chicane in 10, 11, and 12, setting up that pass. Cole Medeiros back to the point with a 0.4 of a second lead, but that's evaporating now as the rest of the top 6 organize in behind. Jackson Morley, Jeremy St. Cyr, Christian Papp, and Cerro Valley all in that group giving chase. La Chapelle is not too far behind either. As a matter of fact, La Chapelle just turned in his quickest lap of the race.
A little bit of a helping hand right there. There's Papp still going at it with Cerro Valley, trying to keep him behind him. I'm noticing in the first part of this race, the leader cannot really break away. Here comes St. Cyr to the inside of Jackson Morley at turn 1. Not able to get the pass done there. He hit the curb. Cerro Valley now to the inside of Christian Papp on the way up and into turn 3. He's got the preferred line, and he does, I believe, make that pass. Nope, Papp still able to hold the position for now.
I was going to say the 2 Birel drivers running 2nd and 3rd. I thought they were going to link up there and try and catch the leader, close that gap a little bit. And then they started dicing amongst themselves, and Medeiros able to open a gap again as we've got problems. Turn number 5, a waved yellow, so just a local caution.
Saw the 298 of Riker Magro go way out wide there. He's back going now. He lost a lot of positions and a lot of ground there. And again, early on in the going in this marathon of a race, that is not what you want to happen to you in the opening stages of this. Medeiros is kind of keeping the lead decent. He gets a good run off this last corner, although Morley got out of there very, very nicely and has closed the gap back in. This might go all the way down to the wire, Dave. I know we still got 15 laps to go, but they have not separated from each other at all. I sense some more drama coming in here in this race, and it could be in the next couple corners. Although Morley got very squirrely through there, I don't think they're going to be close enough, although that was about the same gap that we saw yesterday with Jensen Burnett, and he made quite a few passes coming through in the senior category. It was great to watch. Now, what does Medeiros do? Does he try to back up the pack here? Maybe try to cool his tires a little bit and then spend the next couple laps just backing it down a bit and then go for it afterwards.
Well, it's a very different driving style from the other events that we've had, the other on-track action that we've had all weekend long. And again, the driver's still in full attack mode. There is no sort of riding in this group of top 6 karts out in front of this field. They're still looking around, blocking that inside lane by taking the defensive line into turn number 1. Cole Medeiros wants to hang on to that top spot, but now he's getting intense pressure from behind from Jackson Morley.
Wow, they all bumped into the back of each other going up and into turn 3 there. Medeiros look over the shoulder, halfway, now almost down to the white line. Jackson Morley gonna go for it anyway. What a pass, but he went in too deep. Oh! Christian Papp got up on top of him, and he gets set back on the ground. Look at Leonardo Saravalli fishing his way through there from 5th to 2nd in one straightaway, and now right back up behind teammate Cole Medeiros.
Prime example of taking advantage of somebody else's mishap. Cameron Papp got up on the rear wheel, and luckily it didn't go any further. Jammed the brake, got the car to settle back down, and now Papp goes around. I believe that was Morley. So, yeah, just like that, it happens. You scramble the front runners, and then they just start going back to work and trying to pass each other as Morley got back around Papp going into turn number 1.
He's not waiting around at all there. That may have shuffled Papp a little bit further back. Now it's Saravalli's turn, but Medeiros can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here. You can see him put his head down. He's like, all right, I got my teammate behind me. Let's try and make some ground here. And for the time being, I don't really need to defend unless Saravalli wants to go for the lead himself, as we're closing in on halfway here. Morley's not out of this yet either. He's come right back into it after getting that position back from Papp. But again, an early scramble going on there, and Morley, that was a great move. He just couldn't quite get it slowed down. And Medeiros did a great repass on him to keep control of the race. But now he does have his teammate right on the bumper.
All of that, though, has brought several other drivers back into the picture. La Chapelle, Chassé, De Silva not too far behind. De Silva's a little bit further back in 8th, along with Doria in 9th. But again, it's just one small incident. The drivers take their foot off the loud pedal for just 1 second, maybe jam the brake to get the cart to settle back down, and all of a sudden you've got 3-4 extra karts in that battle that you thought was just maybe a 2 or 3 kart battle.
You can see Saravalli just wanting to push for now, not really trying any moves on Medeiros. Goes about 2.5 seconds separate the top 8. They're still right with each other. Roman Doria in 9th, and a great shout out as well to Aristides Theodoropoulos. In qualifying, had major issues. He ended up crashing, had to start at the back. He has found his way up into the top 10, so a great drive through and a good start to the final, I guess I could say, here for him, up running in the top 10. This is far from over, though. Saravalli is the warning flag coming out. I'm not really sure which driver that's for. I couldn't see the number. But Saravalli pushing along his teammate, and now we start to see that gap start to stretch out a bit more and more. Although Christian Papp puts in the fastest lap of the race, 56.750, as we hit the halfway point here. 11 down, 11 laps to go.
Christian Papp doing that without any help as well. He's just getting a sniff of the draft from Jackson Morley in front of him. So will those two start to hook up and try and catch your leaders? Medeiros and Saravalli take a little bit different lines on the exit of turn number 5 and now up into turn 6. But we talk about the length of this race, 11 laps to go. So that means we have just now hit the halfway mark of this 22-lap championship final for the Rotax Junior Max. And Cole Medeiros continues out in front.
He's doing everything he can right now. Saravalli tried a bit too hard going into turn 5 there. He got a bit squirrely, lost touch with Medeiros just for a moment. He's running back with him. Papp again, fastest lap of the race. The entirety of the top 10 now, with the exception of Saravalli with that slide, set their own personal best laps of the race. It's getting quicker and quicker with every lap that we cut off here. But once again, Papp charging, but Morley is almost matching his pace right now. They are both quicker than your 2 leaders at this current time.
Yeah, and they've caught them too. So that gap that was built up in the front, which wasn't enormous to start off with, but has now evaporated. So the 2-car breakaway is now 4, almost 5 cars, as La Chapelle is tagged into that draft. So you can get at least a hint of it and that'll help catch the two groups in front as well.
Here we go. Leonardo Saravalli throws his hat in. You can hear applause from the crowd right in front of us there. Leonardo Saravalli takes the lead. Now as we cross the line, just less than 10 laps to go here as we get to single-digit numbers. Saravalli says, all right, it's my turn to take point. Now what does Medeiros do to maybe try and get this back on him? But again, that brings the entire top 5 to less than a second. Now Jackson LaChapelle sets the fastest lap of the race. And there is barely anything between the top 3. Saravalli ducking down a little bit. Morley throws his hat in the ring. He goes in up and into second place now. And Medeiros goes from leading the race to looking all over the place. Where do I need to defend now? I'm starting to slide down the order a little bit as it once again gets jumbled at the front.
Christian Papp is the one now pressuring Cole Medeiros, who led for the early portion of this race. We're now at 9 laps to go, so keep that in mind. Could fatigue start to play a role for some of these drivers as we get into the latter portions of this race? They have been fighting so hard. There has been no cruise control from any of these drivers in the top 6 grouping as they're all linked together here in that lead draft at the front of the pack. Now 8 to go as they cross the stripe. Saravalli, Morley, Medeiros, Christian Papp, and LaChapelle, your top 5. Saravalli's able to break free a little bit. Here comes Medeiros to the inside. Fantastic outbreaking move, and Christian Papp is going to try the same thing. Did not make it stick and will lose a spot in the process.
Jackson LaChapelle took full advantage of that. Papp could not get clear, and unfortunately he had to swerve to the right a little bit to avoid getting into Morley. That cost him so much momentum on the exit of the corner. And now we got Jeremy St. Cher back into this as well, just with all the battling. Once again, it's an REM 1-2 though. But dare I say, this is letting Saravalli get out to a decent lead. I wouldn't count out Medeiros or Morley yet, but if they keep the battling up, that is all Saravalli needs to see. But Medeiros did a great job there, sets his own personal best on this lap, but then again, so did Saravalli right now. We talked about needing to turn your best laps near the end of the race. That's exactly what they're doing right now.
Leo Da Silva in the 209 and 7th is also gripping the wheel a little tighter, and he turns his quickest lap of the race as he sees that pack just ahead and wants to get up and join the playtime at the front. But Saravalli with a bit of a gap. It was about half a second the last time they crossed the stripe over Cole Medeiros, Jackson Morley, LaChapelle, and Christian Papp, your top 5.
Coming to 6 laps to go this time. This race has flown by from what I thought. I thought it would feel a lot longer, but for these drivers, it's gone by real fast. I'm sure they haven't really had much of a break to breathe here. There's almost been something going on every single lap. And I still don't think this is over yet. We'll see what the intervals are once we hit the line. This time, 6 laps to go. Saravalli putting his head down, trying to charge. Medeiros, though, very, very quick. That last lap round took almost 3/10 out of the race lead. And same thing with Jackson Morley, 56.4. He's keeping himself right in this. If they start battling, he has a shot to pounce here. Do you leave it a little bit later on, though? When is the right time to go? Is it now? Because we still got 6 to go, and a lot can happen in 6 laps. Or do you leave it with, say, 2 laps to go and hope that they start battling behind you and you get free for just that last lap? We'll find out here if Medeiros gets close enough for the race lead.
I was just going to say this has been very much a battle of ebbs and flows. The leader gets out pretty far and then falls back just a little bit, and that's what we're seeing right now as Medeiros has been able to catch your race leader. Looks to the outside, but decides to slide back in behind Leonardo Saravalli, your race leader, with Jackson Morley and LaChapelle right there, the next duo on track, linking up to try and draft into turns 1 and 2. But now battle for the lead as Medeiros looks to the inside for turn 3. Backs off. Now he doesn't as Medeiros powers through on the exit of turn 3.
Jackson LaChapelle goes through. Morley's going to end up the big loser in this, or is he? He comes right back to the inside of Christian Papp and takes away the 4th spot again, and now Papp is in a world of trouble. Here comes Leo Da Silva trying to figure out which way he's going to go. He's come alive in the last part of this race, but so far so good. Cole Medeiros with a great pass there on Leonardo Saravalli. Now can he hold on to this as we get under 5 to go? We're coming to 4 laps to go this time. Saravalli's got to run back on him. Medeiros isn't leaving him a lane. But if I'm both of them, I'd be real careful here because Jackson LaChapelle has shown some real pace in the last little bit of this race, and there is barely anything between now the top 7 cars still with a realistic shot of winning this race. 4 laps to go.
Who has enough left in the tank as far as driver goes, as far as tires go? How much have they abused their equipment getting to where they are in this lead pack? That will all be decided in the next 4 laps for the Rotax Junior Max. And again, these drivers just 12 to 15 years old, dealing with 23 horsepower. And so they have a lot of power at their right foot, and they're putting it to good use. And what a show they are putting on here. Cole Medeiros, Serra Valley, and La Chapelle, your top 3, although Serra Valley is looking pretty hungry there in second spot.
Little twitch of the wheel there from Medeiros. That's all Serra Valley needed to see. To the inside in the chicane. He takes the race lead away. That's also going to help La Chapelle. He made a minor bobble in the bull. That brings him right back into this. As we cross the line, 3 laps to go. Serra Valley back to the point, but Medeiros is right back to the bumper. This is where he got through on him last time. Oh boy, let's see what happens once we get to turn 3 here. This time they stay stationary. And is that the last pass for the lead that we're going to see? He goes defensive, semi. Now he goes to the inside, not letting Medeiros have a lane here, but this is going to really crunch them all up out of the corner. You can see them all signaling forward, and they didn't really want to pass going into 6. They just took the regular line.
As soon as you move to that defensive line, it costs you so much, and it's really only a tenth, maybe a tenth and a half. But it costs you so much time compared to the drivers in behind, and you can see it just all squished together at the front. So now, what was a 2-car battle is now a 4-5-car battle as Medeiros took a look on the outside as Serra Valley once again protecting that inside lane. That is not a block because he's not making a move in reaction to what Medeiros is doing. What he is doing is just taking away that inside passing lane. His problems now for the 298 of Riker Magro, who is... The cart has stopped and he is out, so it just looks like a mechanical difficulty for the 298 of Riker Magro.
That's disappointing. 2 laps to go. Yellow flag's out as well there. Here comes La Chapelle to the inside. Medeiros cuts it back, and does he get him cleared? Yes, he does. But is that all that Serra Valley needs to see there as they single file back out? No, it's still on. Serra Valley didn't really get away that much. He's not out of the woods just yet, but neither are any of these drivers. Morley's right in there behind La Chapelle. Christian Papp keeping the nose in there. St. Cher's back up ahead of De Silva. It's all going to come down to 1 more lap. Medeiros done a great job of getting back to the bumper of Serra Valley. This may be where it's all won or lost right here. Last lap board's out. Who's going to win it in Rotax Junior?
21 hard-fought laps in the books. Medeiros goes to the outside, but goes way too far and loses several positions after making a shot for the lead. Now, La Chapelle is going to be the one who will chase Serra Valley.
Down the hill for the final time. Which way do we go? Morley all the way to the inside. Throws it in. Here comes Medeiros under both Papp and Morley and takes 3rd place back. They're 3 abreast. St. Cyr on the outside. Papp had to let go there. He had to back up because he was right in the middle of them. It's now a 3-horse race for the win. La Chapelle's right on the rear bumper of Serra Valley as we come through the bull into the sweeper, and it's just the chicane and the last corner. Serra Valley a look over the shoulder. La Chapelle's not close enough there. Does the move come at the final corner? I don't think he's close enough. Through the final corner and to the checkered flag. The crowd cheers. Leonardo Serra Valley has won the Canadian Karting Championship for Rotax Junior in an absolute banger of an opener.
Jackson La Chapelle, you can see a pump of the fist, happy with a 2nd place. Cole Medeiros will be disappointed, making a shot on the outside of turn number 2. Just went a little bit too far and caught the marbles and ended up losing so much track position. Battled back for a top 3. Medeiros will have several more opportunities over the course of the day today, but wow, what a run by Leonardo Serra Valley, your champion in Rotax Junior Max.
Great stuff from Serra Valley. He made that pass stick as well around the outside, and he'll be coming around to the front straightaway here to collect the checkered flag, get a race interview, and get a few pictures with Mr. Cody Schindel as well.
So there you can see all the anticipation as the drivers prepared for 22 laps in the Rotax Junior Max Championship. And yeah, when you have that many karts out on the track, incidents can happen. And there were a few of them, no major incidents though, as a lot of those drivers were able to keep going and complete their laps. But at the front, that was the close moment for Christian Papp that nearly turned disastrous. But somehow they managed to get it all settled down, and there was the moment as Medeiros went to the outside. Sarah Valley stuck it to the inside. La Chapelle gave chase, came close, but couldn't make a last-minute move, coming home in second. But a big congratulations to Leonardo Saravalli, your winner, as he collects his checkered flag as the Canadian karting champion in Rotax Junior Max. Here on the front straightaway, there you see Chad Webster set to do a quick Q&A with the winner in victory lane.
Well, I'm with your first winner of today. The winner of the Canadian Karting Championship 2025 for Rotax Junior is Leonardo Saravalli. Leo, how does this one feel after a great battle with your team? Jackson Morley, Jackson LaChapelle. What does this one mean to you, my friend?
It means a lot. I fought hard this weekend, and I had one goal in mind, and that was to win this race.
Congratulations. Who do you want to thank for this win?
I want to thank Racing Edge Materials, my mechanic, Nicholas, and my parents for making this all happen.
Well done, Leonardo Saravalli. You have won your first Canadian Karting Championships. Enjoy this one for the rest of your life, my friend.
There it is, the commemorative checkered flag that's Leonardo Saravalli will be able to keep at the end of the day. Just another memento from the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship presented by Ron Fellows Karting and FAF Motorsport. And we do have to tip our hat to everybody at Ron Fellows Karting for putting on just a wonderful event. Linda Fellows, really the driving engine behind this one, according to Ron. We talked to Ron quickly yesterday, and he said this is Linda's baby, and she's been working hard for months on this one. And wow, the fruits of her labor have really paid off here today with Championship Sunday as we get treated to the first final, which was absolutely dynamite action on track right from start to finish. That was 22 laps here at the Mosport Karting Center. It's a 1.5 kilometer long track, 12 turns, and each one of those laps was so hotly contested. And so the next group out on track will be one of the younger groups. And so it'll be 18 laps the race distance as we move from 2-stroke into 4-stroke powered karts, as there is Saravalli, a well-deserved victory lap with a checkered flag here in the Rotax Junior Max.
I'd say he was quite happy with the way that one ended up there. Definitely tired after that race. It's a long, grueling 22-lap race for some of these drivers. Again, more than double than what they've run in any race this weekend, so it's definitely going to take a toll on them. They'll probably be feeling it tomorrow morning, especially with all the battling going on there. But hey, the wait was worth the reward.
Yeah, tomorrow's another day. You worry about tomorrow. Today, it's all about that moment right there. Grabbing the checkered flag, doing your victory lap, and getting to let it sink in that you are the Canadian karting champion, as Leonardo Saravalli gets to do exactly that. And now he gets to go by some of the camping areas down through the back portion of the track and get more applause down there. But did he ever hear it when he came across the start-finish line to win it for sure? He'll head back down into the paddock area and go through all technical inspection and weights and everything else, as there's a couple drivers who unfortunately saw their Canadian Karting Championship come to an end not the way they wanted to today.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the downside to racing the Canadian Karting Championships. Some drivers get their moment and some don't, and unfortunately, they had theirs fall a little short, and that's really sucks to see, considering you spend the whole time here, you try to fine-tune everything, and just in the end, in the final, it just doesn't work out for you.
So now some of the younger drivers, you see they're all geared up, ready to go. Big smiles you can see through their open visors. Some of them already locked in, visor down, looking to do battle. 18 laps here in the Briggs & Stratton Cadet class, and this is for drivers aged 8 to 10 years old. It's a 4-stroke engine, so lower down on horsepower, and they do have a car block in it, so they're not able to use all of the available horsepower in this one, but 235 pounds kart and driver, so very light, very nimble, and very quick, as you will see in just a moment here as the field rolls off from the hot pit.
Quite a few karts in this class as well, as we just look at it. 21 strong for Briggs Cadet. That's always great to see the youngsters coming out in droves.
What's the future, right?
Yes.
These are the drivers that will make up the junior max, then the senior max, and on to maybe the DD2 as well, as if they stick around in karting or if they move to cars. But this is where you start, and so many drivers that you see racing in professional series have started exactly right here in a 4-stroke kart. You start at club level, you move to regional, and now you come to the Canadian Karting Championship.
This looks like our bread and butter for the next couple years as well. This is really where we're going to see a lot of these stars come from here. So I think we're in for another good treat as well. Lots of close racing in 4 strokes. It never really separates here at Mosport Karting Center, as we just saw it in Rotax Jr. in a fantastic opener. Let's see if the cadets can live up to that show.
Tristan Francisco will be your pole sitter in the 17, and he opts to take the inside lane into turn number 1. Ricky Ramden in the 78 will roll along outside. Hayden Lawson, Max Katsukis, and then Nathan Stockwell, Jackson Colligan, and Ethan Smith. Adam Bentaleb in the 24, David Furt and Brody McDonnell in the 68 round out the top 10, but you can see everybody just now packing in tightly, and you can see them bouncing in the seat. They're trying to lift the weight off the cart so you don't bog down the clutch on these Briggs & Stratton engines.
Absolutely, they do that, and they also do it as well just to try and get themselves going a little bit here. Let's see if we get the start this time by. Green flags in the air, here we go. Francisco with a very good start. He actually leaves the door open a bit. Hayden Lawson got to the right rear bumper. Couldn't quite get through there. Ricky Ramden now gets up and into second place, followed up by Max Katsukis. Lawson's kind of caught it on the outside. He slots into about 5th or 6th there. Still side by side, duking it out with, I believe, Ethan Smith as they come down the hill for the first time. A little bit of bumping going on in the back. Now 3 wide. That's Yusuf Addy all the way to the inside from the back of the grid. And I think he's already halfway through the field. My goodness, not wasting any time at all. You can see him signal forward. My goodness.
Just give me a push. We've got to go because there's a gap in front of me, and we need to close that gap in a hurry because the top 3 have linked up nose to tail. Not for long. The next 2 coming along pretty quickly, but that really goes to show you that these smaller karts, a little bit lighter too, you bang a curb too hard and it can really alter how this kart sticks to the ground. So these drivers have to be cognitive of that as well.
They are so light, it's easy to throw the cart around. And as for the younger drivers, you might not be expecting that. They're not as strong as some of the older ones as well. Here comes Hayden Lawson looking to the inside on Jackson Colligan. He turns into the outside there. I don't think he got that pass done. They are going at it up front here as Ramden had a look to the inside for the race lead. Couldn't quite get through there as they plunge down the hill once again. Yusuf Addy from the back of the grid. He started 21st, the end of the first lap. He's up to 9th place. Not wasting any time at all, but there's battles going on. You can see Lawson again trying to get through, and he has to tuck back in line. This might hurt him in the end. Nathan Stockwell goes to his inside and takes the 5th place away.
Yeah, and all the while the top three still nose to tail, and again starting to gap the rest of the pack. So it's Francisco, Ramden, and Koutsoukis, your top three. Colligan and Lawson with Stockwell in that mix as they've traded positions back and forth. Koutsoukis, what a drive into the chicane at the end of the straightaway. Closed the gap on the top two after making a small error and losing a little bit of space. But now his quickest lap of the race here with 16 left to be completed out of a scheduled 18 for the Briggs & Stratton Cadet. And again, these drivers 8 to 10 years old, excuse me, running with a 4-stroke engine. That's the low rumble you hear as they try to keep the revs up. It is very much a momentum class for these drivers, for these karts, and you'll see it later in the junior and senior categories for the Briggs & Stratton. It is all about linking the corners and keeping your momentum up.
Especially with these young cadet karts as well. They're the fastest karts out of the last corner because they have such low weight. They come out of there absolutely flying. And it's interesting to note as well with the slimmer tires that they have on, they actually get through the corners very, very quickly. As someone that's followed behind them before and had experience, they are lightning fast on the exit of the corners here. So now it's turned into a pack of about 7, I would say. Yusuf Adi, another fastest lap of the race. He's up to 7th place and making another look to the inside on Nathan Stockwell, and he's got another spot up to P6. He's got a chance to come from the absolute back to the front here.
What a drive for Yusuf Adi so far. You're right. He started so deep in the field, and again, just continues to click off fast lap after fast lap, but most importantly, keeps making those clean passes so they're not a long-fought battle where both drivers end up losing a lot of time.
Adam Bentalab makes a pass there on Ethan Smith just outside the front group here. That was for 8th spot. Hayden Lawson's gotten himself up into a good position as well. He sits in 4th, but now right in that top 3 mix, and he's got a good run here on Max Koutsoukis. I think we're going to see for Ricky Ramden here at least, I think he might be content with just waiting. Lawson wasn't really content with waiting. Neither is Yusuf Adi, up into the top 5 now. That's another spot. He gets through on Jackson Culligan, and he is right in this for the victory. And we've only done 4 laps, 14 laps to go. We had 18 laps to start with. He has rifled his way through the field, and now...
Thing is, he doesn't wait. He comes up on a car. You'll see the other karts are sort of nose to tail catching that draft. When Yusuf Adi catches a kart, he passes it right away. And there's just no waiting, and that's meant that he's been able to easily march up through this field. Again, sitting in 5th and right in that lead battle as Lawson moves to the inside to take over 2nd. Or sorry, that wasn't Lawson, that was
Max Koutsoukis,
yeah, just ahead of Lawson.
Lawson gave him a good push through. He couldn't quite do the same thing though. Shuffle Ricky Ramden to 3rd. Lawson stays in 4th. It's all been Tristan Francisco from the drop of the green flag, and now he's got a bit of a gap here. So if he can hold on to this, that would be pretty good for him. But with all the pushing going on behind him, that lead is not going to last long. Hayden Lawson looking to the inside on Ricky Ramden. Again, no, and he got completely up and over the curb, and that cost him a bit of momentum, pushes him into the clutches of Yusuf Adi. Nathan Stockwell hanging right, or excuse me, not Nathan Stockwell, Jackson Culligan hanging right on. Now Lawson goes to the inside on Ramden and makes the pass stick going into turn 1.
That's going to be a nice clean pass, tidy, as Lawson will be able to slot in line and try and close the gap now on Koutsoukis, who's just in front of him, but still Tristan Francisco. Let's talk about the driver of the 17, who has led since the drop of the green and has fended off all challengers, but has driven a spectacular race so far.
Whoa, that was real close. Driving very good, although may have just gone a bit wide out of turn 5, as you said that. Oh, no harm, no foul. Still with a decent lead, but he's got some real hungry drivers behind him. Max Koutsoukis might be content with waiting, but you know Hayden Lawson and Yusuf Adi are not content with waiting. They want to get right up to the front as soon as they can, and you see it right there. Lawson signaled to Adi, I've got a run here. That might stall out, though, with Koutsoukis with a run. Who's going to the inside here? It's going to be Lawson that tries to go through, and again, not able to make the pass in the chicane. Yusuf Adi takes full advantage of that and gets himself into the top 3. Ricky Ramden looking around, trying to figure out which way he wants to go. And he stays right in 5th place with Culligan right behind him.
Yusuf Adi was making the request for help from Lawson just after passing Lawson. So it was like, I know I just got around you, but come on, let's go. We can work together and try and move back up to the front. And so that is exactly what Lawson has done. Slotted in behind the number 63 of Yusuf Adi, and again closes the gap on your race leader, Tristan Francisco, and Max Kazukis sitting in 2nd spot. So Francisco once again continues out in front. All of the action happening in behind. So far, none of it hampering his run at the front. He's led every single lap so far, now with 12 to go.
This is really starting to close up right here. All them bumping into each other. 4 karts locked together going into the chicane. Yusuf Adi going to the inside again. Again, Max Kutsuk is very strong on the outside. He might not be able to hold him back here, though. No, once again. And that is going to cost Yusuf Adi some momentum. Hayden Lawson taking full advantage. He gets back around Yusuf Adi, and now he's going to go to the inside on Max Kutsukis, make that pass stick, and Adi follows him right through. They go into 2nd and 3rd. Ramden was just a bit too late trying to make that pass around the outside there and has to still slot into 5th.
I was going to say that was the one misstep so far that we've seen from Yusuf Adi, was that attempt at a pass, and it just didn't stick. Cost him a position, but not for long, as he was able to tag back in line, get the advantage of the draft in through 1 and 2. Still out in front, Tristan Francisco. And
not
for how
long.
much longer? Here comes Lawson to the inside, and we have a change for the lead.
Hayden Lawson now goes to the point. That's what he's been waiting for all race long. He leads the way. Now what does Francisco do as he sits in 2nd? Great exit, almost a bit too much of a good exit there. He ran into the back of Lawson and almost lost the back end. Yusuf Adi looking around. Francisco wants the lead right back. He doesn't want to play second fiddle, and he takes Yusuf Adi through with him. And Francisco back to the point. Shuffle Lawson down to 3rd with Kutsukis on the bumper as we hit the line again. 10 laps to go for Briggs Cadet.
Francisco showing that he's not just able to lead in clean air, can do the battling too. Has lost the lead, but only for about 1/4 of a lap. Yusuf Adi right in behind though, and watch Yusuf Adi when they come back around in through 10, 11, and 12. Those are the corners where he likes to make his moves. As they work their way through turn number 5, Francisco leads. Yusuf Adi and Hayden Lawson. Your top 3, Max Kutsukis and Ricky Ramden. Don't count out any one of those drivers in the top 5.
You could see Yusuf Adi signal forward to Tristan Francisco there. I think he's content with riding in 2nd for a little bit. That might be right where he wants to be, at least for a few corners, although Hayden Lawson's coming right back. That is his strong spot of the track right there, getting a great run out of the bowl. They don't try to pass each other here. That's pushed those top 3 up just a little bit further up ahead of Kutsukis and Ramden. And we'll see what happens now. Halfway down. Oh, Ricky Ramden off the track in the final corner. Just a bit too wide. Look over the shoulder there. I don't want to say that's going to take him out of contention. He's still running right there in 5th place, but he might need a bit of help to get back up there. He's got Jackson Culligan behind him, but he too was starting to fall out of the lead draft, and that is going to be hard to regain as we're halfway down, halfway to go, 9 to go at the line.
Yeah, so you saw him shaking his head. It was obviously disappointing, Ricky Ramden, with running wide off the final corner, corner 12 here at the Mosport Karting Center. But again, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Under normal circumstances, a mistake like that would definitely just take him out of contention. There's still 9 laps to go. He's half the distance. So small mistake from any one of those drivers in the front, and that gap evaporates, and you have a new battle.
Addy with a bit of a push there from Lawson. We're just choosing to ride. These top 3 are starting to break away from Max Kutsukis as well. Even he's having a bit of a tough time sticking with this top 3. As we exit the last corner and hit the front straightaway line again, they continue to signal forward, but I think they're just content with pushing each other right now. They're all turning the fastest laps of this race right now, if not very close to it. All 107.1s between the top 3. The rest of the field not able to stick with as quick of lap times. They're about 0.3 of a second off at best.
In the draft, here comes Yusuf Adi to the inside, taking a look. Does he have enough there? He does, as Francisco will look to his right and dive back in line. So a change for the lead. Yusuf Adi continues the march from the deep down starting spot and now leads this race with 8 laps to go.
Let's see if he can hang on to it now. We've seen the last time Tristan Francisco got the lead, he didn't want to sit in second place. He took it right back. As we make our way through, Francisco's going to do the exact same thing. Lawson, though, goes with Addy. Doesn't really matter. Francisco takes the lead back. He doesn't want to sit in second place. He wants to lead here. And maybe that's a message for both Lawson and Addy. Do we just want to sit behind him for the next little while then and just let the laps run out? 7 laps to go with the cadets. It's still a decent ways away from the finish. Kutsuka still isn't out of this, but he's dropped about a second back of the lead train. That battling is going to help him a little bit, but he's going to need a bit more help as well. Culligan, in the meantime, has gone past Ricky Ramden and up and into 5th place, but you can't even see them in the same screenshot anymore. That's going to be a long ways for them to try and make up some ground with little time left.
Yeah, as these 3 drivers continue to link together, yes, they're swapping positions, but they're doing it pretty cleanly. They're not losing a lot of time. It's when they really start to mix it up and run side by side, that's when you start to lose a lot of time. But they're building up a gap now, 1.2 seconds on Max Koutsoukas, who has, and it's almost 3 seconds back to Jackson Culligan in 5th spot. So this is really turning into a 3-horse race. But you know what's interesting about Tristan Francisco passing at the end into turn number 9 in through there, or excuse me, turn number 10, is he's showing where he's best, and he's done that a couple of times. So it's sort of something that he's showing as he comes to the line. If he's running in second, it's a good opportunity for that 17. That's where he has been quickest. He's managed to take back the lead in that same spot on 2 consecutive laps. So something to think about as we come to the final few laps of this one.
Both times without a lot of help as well. He's just been able to carry a lot of momentum through there, and it's something that we've seen Addy do throughout the race, but not as of late. And Lawson, unfortunately, has not been able to make that move stick heading into the chicane there. He gets a great run out of the pole every single time, but it just stalls out. It runs into the back of either Addy or Francisco, and it just stalls out the run. You can see it right there. His line through there is just a little bit better, and he gets a great run here, but it just ends up stalling out by the time we get to the chicane. And, well, he's going to try it this time.
Oh.
Nope, tucks back in line. Thought about it.
Now they have a big gap. They can play for a little bit before Max Koutsoukas will be able to catch them. But you don't want to do that too many times. Now 5 laps to go for your race leader, Tristan Francisco. Again, these drivers in the Briggs and Stratton cadet class, just 8 to 10 years old. Some of the youngest drivers we have on track here today at the 2025 Canadian Karting Championships, presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Fat Motorsport.
It's great to see these young drivers work with each other. This is how you run the race. And as they get older, as they get into the bigger classes, this is exactly how it plays out for these drivers. This is
4-stroke karting. You want to get in line, you want to stretch a gap, you get a handful of karts together, and then you can decide it amongst yourself. This is by design. This is what these drivers want to do. If you have 5, 6, 7 karts amongst you, then it makes it more difficult to make some moves and make some passes. But essentially, right now, they're going to decide the podium in these final 5 laps.
So long as nothing happens in between the 3 of them, which we hope it doesn't. But we know there. Whoa! As I say that, Yusuf Adi got a bit sideways there, and Lawson ends up being the loser in that, unfortunately. He ran into the back of him, and he lost a decent amount of ground there. Does that even maybe take him out of the race now?
Well, I was just going to say, it might cost him the draft at the front of the field. And yes, drafting does make a big difference in these 4-stroke karts. The long straightaways here at the Mosport Karting Center, you need that draft to keep up to the drivers in front of you. And Lawson is just a little bit further back, and he might be losing it.
You can see him trying to thrust the kart forward, and I saw the hand signal there. He's like, I don't like where I'm at right now after that. He's just got to be hoping. Luckily, his strong suit in the track is coming up here in a minute. But we'll see if he can get himself back into this. But he's got little time to do it as well. The gap was 0.6 of a second at the line, and that might be growing here as well. He doesn't have the toe that he normally does. Right here, this is where the draft makes such a difference. Addy's right on the bumper of Francisco. Does he maybe choose to go for it? Nope, just going to still sit behind him. He looks over the shoulder. He can see that Lawson's lost that lead draft just a little bit. Now I think it's just turned into a 2-horse race as we get to 3 laps to go now.
Tristan Francisco has been so good. You don't even see his hands moving all that much. If you watch the steering wheel of that 17 at the front of the pack, that kart is handling perfectly, and he's able to get every ounce of speed out of it right now as the youngster Tristan Francisco continues to lead over Yusuf Adi. But Adi no doubt will mount a charge here before we see the checkered flag, with under 3 laps to go through turn number 5 and now headed to turn number 6.
Whichever way this goes, it's been a great comeback for Yusuf Adi, starting 21st, last on the grid, into a position where you can win the Canadian Karting Championship here. So you cannot be disappointed with your drive at all. To even be in this position is absolute great stuff. I think he counted, what, 11, 12 positions on the first lap from 21st to 9th. So he did a great job to get himself up out of a bit of traffic and put himself in position to win this thing. I do feel a little bit bad for Hayden Lawson right now. That was none of his doing. He just, wrong place, wrong time.
Just trying to avoid, really. Yusuf Adi got a little bit crooked, and then Lawson did as well, lifted just a touch, and there you can see the difference, and it's now 1.4 seconds, so it went from 9/10 to 1.4, and that is the benefit of the draft. Hayden Lawson is still turning very fast laps, but has no help, and Max Koutsoukis is too far back to give him a push. And again, when you're out in no man's land, as you are, but this is going to help him as Yusuf Adi moves to the inside in turn number 5.
There's the move. Can he hang on to this for the rest of the race now? Yusuf Adi look over the shoulder, tells Francisco to push. He doesn't want to. He wants the lead right back again. That's been his motto this whole race. That's the 3rd time where he's lost the lead and taken it right back. He does not want to give this up at all. If you're Hayden Lawson, you can see this happening in front of you. You've got to get in there somehow, some way. Now, which way does Francisco go? Does he defend this? He leaves the door open just enough. Adi's going to go to the inside, but he didn't have enough room to make the pass there.
Wasn't quite there and decides to fall back in line. They will see the last lap board. 1 to go for the Briggs & Stratton Cadet class, and Tristan Francisco, Yusuf Adi dueling it out here at the front. Adi to the outside in turn number 2, tries a cutback, does not have the momentum needed to make a move as the 17 continues out in front.
Through turn 3, through now turn 4, which way do we go down the hill? Francisco immediately jumps on the defense. Adi has the run. He's gonna look to the outside, maybe try an over-under here. Francisco on the brakes, Yusuf Adi on the inside. Can he get him cleared? Francisco still to the rear tire. Adi's gonna have to try. No, Francisco takes the lead back. Adi was that close to getting him cleared up into turn 6. It's really gonna come down to the chicane, and we know how good both of them are going through there. And don't count out Hayden Lawson yet.
Saw them looking at each other, almost daring each other to brake harder than the next as Tristan Francisco took back over the lead. He's playing defense into this final passing opportunity. Yusuf Adi will fall back in line. One more shot for Yusuf Adi to make a vie for top spot, but he'll follow through the 17. Tristan Francisco will win the Canadian Karting Championship.
By 5/100ths of a second over Yusuf Adi, and it's all Tristan Francisco. It turns out staying in the lead was the right move. He hangs on to it. Look at how energized he is at the end of this. Adi comes home in second. Hayden Lawson takes P3.
Max competitors should now be on the grid, please. That's all Rotax Senior Max competitors should now be on the grid for your 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. Rotax Senior Max should now be on the grid. Micro Mini Max should begin to make your way to the pre-grid. Thank you.
So the rest of the field comes through, and we'll take you through the top 10 finishers. Tristan Francisco, Yusuf Adi, the top 2. Hayden Lawson, Max Koutsoukis, Ricky Ramden finishing in 5th spot. And then it's Aiden Kishin, Zachary Lozier, and Jackson Colligan, who stumbled a little bit in the 84. Nathan Stockwell Vasily Vatsinis in the 10th spot. And Ethan Smith, Adam Bentalab, Blaine Donovan, Brody McDonnell, and David Furch, your top 15 here in the Briggs & Stratton cadet class. But it was a battle at the front right until the very end, as Tristan Francisco in the 17, but Yusuf Adi did make a run out of that final corner as Francisco moved to the left side of the track. Yusuf Adi had a great run down the right side and nearly got it at the line. 5/100ths of a second is the difference at the stripe. Tristan Francisco crowned the Canadian karting champion in Briggs & Stratton cadets. And we'll send it down to victory lane as Tristan jumps out of the cart. Gets a hug from his tuner, Dale Bonham, and then the helmet comes off. But there, they drove like veterans, but there you get a good idea of just how young these drivers are. Mom's on scene, and so is our Jessica Trafford.
How does it feel? Very good. That's awesome. Did you have a fun race out there? Awesome. Is there anybody you'd like to thank today?
I'm thanking my mom, my dad, my coaches, and then everybody that supports me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You ran a fantastic race. Congratulations.
So you saw the Mike flag of TSN in that shot there as the victory lane celebrations continue, and there is the commemorative checkered flag for Tristan Francisco. And of course, all of these interviews will be featured. A lot of them will be, the victory lane celebrations will be featured in further showings of the Canadian Karting Championship on TSN, presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsport. And now the time for the victory lap number 1. Yes, you are, Tristan Francisco.
Good job, buddy.
As he takes his victory lap as well, you can see a lot of great hugs from there. Mom and dad coming down to congratulate him. Tuner Dale Bonham almost looked like he had tears in his eyes. Picking up Tristan Francisco there. This has got to feel really good for him. He drove a flawless race the entire time up at the front. Didn't crumble from any pressure from behind from Yusuf Adi or Hayden Lawson, and just took the lead right back whenever he lost it. He said, nope, give me that back, please, and thank you very much. And that's why he belongs where he is right now.
Next group out on track is the Rotax Senior Max. Again, we saw the Rotax Junior Max out on track a little bit earlier. The Senior, again, just older drivers, ages 15 and up. And 340 pounds, kart and driver. No shortage of excitement in this one. And it is one of the, I would say, most aggressive classes we have, but yeah, it's a big field, and it's a big one for these drivers to win. They want to be crowned the Canadian Karting Champion here today. Who doesn't? But if you're in the field anywhere in essentially the top 15, you have a reasonable chance.
Especially with the way Rotax Senior goes all the time, it's never smooth sailing, even when we think it's going to be. So this could go any ways of 15 or even 20 ways as they pull out onto the track. And remember, in the two-stroke categories, the winner of the Canadian Karting Championships gets that ticket to Bahrain for the Rotax Grand Finals to represent Canada. Great stuff there. That's a massive privilege and an honor for whoever takes home that title. We've already seen Leonardo Serravalli do just that earlier in our opener in Rotax Junior. Who takes it in Rotax Senior?
Ryan Maxwell, Jensen Burnett will be your front row. Joshua Sumvalis, then Major Makovskis, Aiden Ingrata, Antoine Lemieux, Timothy Pernot, Patrick Woodstock, Arnaud Sabaret, Frederic Lemieux, and Michael Nickel. Your top 11, Diego Ramos, William Boudelier, and Joseph Lowney. with Matthew Miles rounding out the top 15 starters here in the Rotax Senior Max as they work to get their heat in the tires. This is so important for these karts as you try to scrub off all the debris that you might have picked up on your formation lap and you get that heat in the tires. And they were told to double up before they get to the final corner, and here they do. That was something that was stressed upon in the drivers' meeting. The Senior Max drivers have to follow the rules just like everybody else, and they're going to double up heading through that final corner onto the front straightaway, and then watch their speed as everybody gets doubled up. And no, one of the starts that is waved off. So this will be a 21 lap feature because a waved off start does count as a full lap.
And unfortunately, that just brings up the anticipation a bit more, as well as we actually saw in the formation lap there. The 307 of Leopold Chauvel, I actually think, I'm not sure what happened. It was in the middle of the straightaway down from turn 4 to turn 5. He may have spun it going into the grass. He got it turned back around. He's back rolling. Unfortunately, I think maybe tried to warm up the tires a bit too much on the formation lap, and he's completely fine. He's gotten back to his position as long as you do that before the formation line, and he did so. So he's going to be perfectly okay.
A little bit of extra anxiety for that driver as they wave off the first start here. And again, speed is one of the things that the starter is looking for. Gloria Eng is a veteran starter up on the flag stand here today. And she's watching for speed and formation through the pack. So you want to get everybody 2x2 as deep down in through the field, give everybody an opportunity, and the leaders have to maintain a fairly slow speed coming to the start stripe, which is not the start-finish line, but there is a line, you'll see it as they come through. We have a great shot of it, and that is where the starter is looking. If you're lined up 2x2, if the fielding behind is well suited, then they will be shown the green flag.
Looks like we're lined up a lot more nicer this time, so as long as the speed's going to be okay, we'll get the green flag this time by. And here we go. They come down. Green flag's given. We're underway in Rotax Senior. Ryan Maxwell with a decent start, and it just turns into an REM train going down the inside. One kart got kicked out wide. That's Aiden Ingrata down a few spots, 3 abreast for multiple rows heading into turn 3 for the first time. This is going to be pretty difficult to try and sort out as they come down the hill.
Boy, Ingrata lost a ton of space. And again, started in 4th, and I think he's down maybe in 15th spot. He was one on the outside of 3 wide in turn number 3. And you can see that yellow helmet in the fastback kart so far deep in this pack.
That is going to be a hole to try and crawl out of right now, unfortunately, as it's a REM 1, 2, 3, 4 now up at the front. Ryan Maxwell leads the way. Jensen Burnett in second. Major Makovskis just defending a little bit right there from Antoine Lemieux, I believe, that's right behind him. Yes, that's Lemieux. And followed up very closely from behind. I believe that's Diego Ramos up and into 5th place. Nope, excuse me, Timothy Pernod. And then Patrick Woodstoff right behind them. Anand Seboren in the 302.
That's a big move forward for Patrick Woodstoff in the 327. Started just inside the top 10. Now battling for the top 5 as one driver got to the outside. I think that was Major Makovskis, who caught the curbing on exit and really kicked that kart sideways.
As I correct myself there, that's actually Josh Shumvalis up in 2nd place, not Jensen Burnett. He and Makovskis got together a bit through turn 3, and you saw Shumvalis give him a hand signal. So obviously a bit of miscommunication going on there. All of that has let Maxwell get long away from the rest of the field, and Shumvalis is under attack now by Timothy Pernod up the inside in the chicane. Beautiful pass there when there was very little room to do so. He makes that one stick. Now can he try and hunt down Maxwell? He's a massive look over the shoulder to see, but he's got to be surprised looking back now. 1.7 seconds, that's a great amount of room to work with. Now let's see if he can continue up with the pace here, but I don't think it's over for 2nd place. I think they're just going to keep going at it. He might be in a golden opportunity right now.
Maxwell at this point has to feel like the little rabbit they use in the Greyhound races down in Florida to entice the dogs to run, because he looks back and he's just got a handful of Greyhounds breathing down his throat, but they continue to battle amongst themselves. So until they get single file and start pushing, Maxwell is able to keep opening up that gap. 1.7 seconds that last time across the stripe.
It is not calming down at all for second place either. Symbalis and Makovskis both go back by Timothy Pernod. Antoine Lemieux's right in there. Same with Patrick Woodstop. He's driven himself up into the 6th position as they cross the line once again. I wouldn't be surprised if that gap is opened even more, Dave. Yep, 2.1 seconds. Just all the battling going on is created as Antoine Lemieux tried to go to the inside of Pernod, and Pernod frustratingly asks for a push. Can we please stop battling here and just take the regular line to try and catch back up to Maxwell, as Symbalis and Makovskis now have just put their heads down. Let's see if they can try to work together and get back up to the race leader here.
2.1 seconds. Now Maxwell has the lead at the front of the pack. There is Joshua Symbalis with Major Makovskis just in behind. Pair of teammates linking up. Timothy Pernod, who's been very quick all weekend. Antoine Lemieux, the 3:49 as well. So Lemieux takes a look now to the inside of Pernod and give him the spot. So now it's 3 teammates nose to tail.
REM 1, 2, 3, 4, just like they would want it. Now let's take a look at the intervals this time again. It's about dead even there, as I saw a bit of another warning flag come out there a little bit further back as we roll out of turn 4. There's the gap again. This is really just going to be a cat and mouse game of who really wants to catch up right now. Maxwell, if he can just run another 17 perfect laps, he's got this, but that's easier said than done. Although they're continuing to go at it behind him. This is making it easier on him. Makovskis goes through on Symbalis. Antoine Lemieux also goes through. This is all Maxwell needs to see. It's not separating at all further back here. As now, Diego Ramos has gotten himself up into 6th place. Jensen Burnett up into 8th. Ramos looking for more as Lemieux now goes up into 2nd. Ramos goes to 5th. It is straight frantic battling from 2nd on back to, I would say, about 10th place. They're all right with each other. This is all Maxwell needs to see. He opens up the gap by another half second. It's up to 2.6.
Yeah, so it's almost like they've forgotten that Maxwell is that far out in front. They're battling for the win, but this is a battle for 2nd spot. Maxwell, again, as you mentioned, 2.6 seconds further up the track than this battle for 2nd position, but it is such a fierce battle at this point as you see the drivers looking over their shoulder, finding out where their competitors are and where that next challenge will be coming from. A great shot as the drivers use every bit of the racetrack and more, hammering the curbs in several spots around this 12-turn, 1.5 kilometer track here at the Mosport Karting Center.
Diego Ramos up another spot. He's up and into 4th place, knocking on the door of the podium. As we cross the line again, they all put their heads down, trying to charge up. Yes, again, 2nd through 11th is this group right here. And once again, Maxwell just putting his head down, pulling away. 2.7 seconds. That gap has grown every single lap. And from 2nd on back, they really haven't had a chance to drive the regular racing line because they're always trying to pass each other here. And Maxwell's had nothing to worry about. Here's Diego Ramos again, late on the brakes. And he takes 3rd place away from Major Makovskis. And he might need to defend this one here. Nope. Makovskis doesn't really have anything else for him back up the hill.
Maxwell now 2.7 seconds at the front. Ryan Maxwell has been doing everything he needs to do, including clicking off quick lap times as he continues to turn his race best at the front. He has nobody to worry about. This is a practice session for him at this point. He doesn't have to look around, doesn't have to drive defensively at all. Now with 15, there will be 14 to go as Makovskis leaves the track on the exit at 12, and that's going to cost him some positions.
That's going to drop him down at least 4 spots there. We mentioned how sometimes it doesn't hurt you in certain spots. Unfortunately, right there it did. And that is a costly mistake for Major Makovskis. That's at least 3 spots there. And now he's got a hungry Jensen Burnett and Aiden Ingrata right behind him. They're going 3 wide a little bit further back. Oh, we got issues there. And yeah, Burnett had to jam on the brakes and he lost all of his momentum. And now it's a scramble out of the corner. That completely... Or was that Josh Symbalis there as well kind of involved? That separated 4th on back from second and third. Now you see a big gap in between them. As I'm trying to see now who's in fourth, I think that's Timothy Pernod that's gotten himself up in there.
So there's the gap at the front, and there's the gap from third on back. It used to be a consistent train. It is no longer that, as Lemieux leads Ramos ahead of Pernod and Suvalis. So Pernod is the head of the next train that has to close the gap up to these two drivers. But again, 13 laps to go, and everybody is chasing Ryan Maxwell, and Maxwell did lose a little bit that time, but only a 10.
See, does Lemieux and Ramos have a bit more in the second half of the race to try and run these couple of drivers down here? As we saw a lot of shuffling a little bit further back. Michael Nickel up into 6th place with a great run. He started outside the top 10, got through a bit of the chaos there. He's knocking on the door of the top 5. Ingrata's up in 7th. And again, Burnett didn't really get through the chaos there well either. He lost more spots, so unfortunately it has not been a clean drive for Jensen Burnett. It's all been for Maxwell. Lemieux and Ramos putting their heads down. Let's see what the interval is. Now it's starting to come down. 2.3 seconds. They knocked a good 0.3 of a second off this time by. Let's see how long Ramos waits, though. He's right on Lemieux, but with the time that they're making up, I really wouldn't want to be battling too hard right now, especially if you have the pace that you do.
Lemieux and Diego Ramos have turned in their fastest laps of the race, and as we say that, Ramos just goes around Lemieux, and now he wants to be pushed. So who is the better driver to chase down your race leader, Ryan Maxwell?
Whoa, look out. Josh Suvalis taking to the dirt right there as we see that shot through turn 6. He's going to be thankful that there was a bit more runoff area than there was in previous visits here to Mosport Karting Center. As Ramos now, let's see what he can do. Ahead of Lemieux, he's got 11 laps to try and run down Ryan Maxwell. We're halfway down, and of course, remember, we lost that first lap of the race. It was only a 21-lap race, so we'll be about halfway, actually, once we get to turn 6, I would say, on this lap. But they still got a shot at making this up. 2.3
seconds. And even with that change for second spot, it did not get any bigger, the gap at the front. So maybe they could close. But again, Ryan Maxwell is responding. He turned his quickest lap of the race, albeit 0.3 of a second quicker or slower than Diego Ramos was able to go. So that is something to keep in mind as the laps continue to tick off. Whose kart has been set up to be better in the longer run, be better at the end of this one? And who was set up in the beginning, but it looks like Ramos, with a little help from Antoine Lemieux, is working his way into that lead that has been built up by Ryan Maxwell.
And they're going at it in that pack further back. Aiden Ingrata up into 5th place now as, wow, they really knocked the time off of Maxwell. They're half a second difference. It's down to under 2 seconds now, 1.8 seconds for Mr. Ramos and Lemieux. They are making up time, and they have the time to catch Ryan Maxwell here. We're still in double-digit numbers, 10 laps to go. This is far from over if they keep this pace up.
Aiden Ingrata is up into 5th, although that secondary pack is about 6 seconds behind your race leader. And as I say that, look at them. They're all mixing it up back there. As some are off in the dirt, they manage to get back on, and we avoid any sort of cautions or even local cautions. Everything gets sorted, but this is what we are watching, the hunted and the hunters. Ryan Maxwell out in front. Diego Ramos and Antoine Lemieux have linked up. And you can see the drivers looking over to the paddock area, trying to get some sign from their tuner to give them an indication of who is coming. Or am I okay? And for Maxwell, the answer is no, you've got to go. 1.4 seconds that last time by. Now 9 laps to go.
They knocked another 0.4 off as once again Ramos and Antoine Lemieux put in their best laps of the race. Both 56.3s. They are flying right now and closing in quick. As we just saw a quick shot of that last lap round. That was Timothy Pernod that ended up getting the short end of the stick. He lost almost 10 positions there. He went from 4th to 13th with all the battling going on. Put Jensen Burnett now up into 4th place. He somehow fished his way through there. Ingrata in 5th. Nickel, then Woodstoff, Major Makovskis, William Botillier, and Josh Suvalis round out the top 10. Here they come now as Burnett's actually been able to break away from this pack. Woodstock defends from Makovskis right behind him. as we'll see what the leaders, again, Ramos and Lemieux able to close the gap in, although it wasn't as much this time by. Now it's only just a 10th difference, 1.3 seconds. They still got time, but it's starting to click away from them.
Maxwell responded exactly the way he needed to do. So he heard the sounds loud and clear that he had to go, and he did pick up the pace, albeit those two working together are still chipping away, but the gap's not quite as drastic as they once were. Maxwell out in front since the drop of the green of this one. 8 laps to go now, 7 the next time they cross the stripe. Maxwell not even looking over his shoulder. He's just focused dead set ahead of him. Worry about what's in front of you, not what's behind you, and Maxwell just driving his own race in the 334.
That's what you have to do in this situation. Worry about your own pace. Although it is now they're not gaining tenths, they're gaining hundredths. As that last lap around, Maxwell turned his personal best lap of the race, and it was only about half a tenth slower than what Ramos and Lemieux are running right now. A little bit further back, the rest of that pack's starting to pick it up as well. Michael Nickel with the fastest lap of the race, 56.2 from the 323. He's found something in the second half of the Rotax Senior Final.
It's amazing to me that these karts and drivers have been on track for this long at this intensity, and these drivers continue to click off their best laps of the race. As a matter of fact, Michael Nickel turning the fastest lap out of anybody, as you mentioned, in 6th position as they continue to try and close that gap at the front. And look at that now, Lemieux starting to get a little bit racy in the battle for 2nd spot, but it is getting closer. You can visibly see it now as they cross the stripe. 1 second the gap between Maxwell and Diego Ramos.
They really knocked the time down that time. Ramos again with his own personal best lap, as it's all but to within a second here. With the way this is going, you maybe see them getting there with about maybe 2 laps to go. If I'm Maxwell, you do need to stretch it up just a little bit as well, and he did. The problem is they've done just a little bit more. Both drivers just doing everything they can to chase down the rabbit, which has been Ryan Maxwell from the drop of the green flag, and he would definitely be feeling it if it goes away from him in the final couple of laps of this race. He's done everything possible that he can. And if you're Antoine Lemieux, you're sitting in a great spot as well, just slowly sitting behind Diego Ramos and maybe just pushing him up to Maxwell and taking full advantage of a battle that is brewing if they get there in time.
Saving his stop too, saving his energy as well. He's not really attacking too far, as you see Ramos ducking his head behind the steering wheel, trying to get every ounce of aerodynamic advantage in the quest to close the gap. Now 0.6 of a second is the lead that Maxwell has with 5 laps to go.
The lap times are really starting to pick up, Dave. Fastest lap of the race for Antoine Lemieux that last lap around, although it looks like he lost a little bit coming up through the first section there, and Ramos is broken away from the bumper a little bit. I think they're actually going to get there quicker than with 2 laps to go with the pace that they're running right now, taking off another 4 tenths. This is getting closer and closer here. And I'm trying to figure out, where are they better than Maxwell? It looks like Ramos can get through the bowl, maybe a little bit better. But then again, and this happens with a lot of drivers, when you're the man chasing, you just drive faster because you know you have to catch the driver in front of you. And it just gives you that little instinctive. And they are all but there. It's 3 karts for the win with 4 laps to go.
Draft does make a difference. Even in the Rotax Max Senior, you want to get as close as you can. 0.3 of a second that last time by, and Diego Ramos turned the fastest lap out of anybody in this race as he closes the gap. So you are absolutely correct. In this case, the carrot is out in front of Diego Ramos, and he is going for it. And the carrot in this case is Ryan Maxwell, as Ramos, at one point, it looked like all was lost. The lead was too big, insurmountable almost. And now, just a handful of tenths of seconds with 4 laps to go.
Early on in the race, it was almost 3 seconds was the lead. They brought it down to almost nothing. But has Maxwell also been conserving his stuff as well? He has not had to go as hard as Lemieux and Ramos to try and catch up to him. He's been able to just run his own pace. Does he have something saved up for the end here? 3 laps to go. You can see him looking over at the fence. What am I being told here?
And he was told, you've got to go, because he saw him duck his head right down on that steering wheel, as the indication was they are right there. 0.2 of a second, almost 3. Diego Ramos in a holding pattern. That is where he's better. Up turn 3, turn 4 and down into turn number 5. That's where Ramos has been eating up the time on Ryan Maxwell.
This is brewing to be a real show right here. But last lap around again, fastest man on the track and new fastest lap of the race was Antoine Lemieux. He's put himself right in the thick of this battle, and it's only a 3-kart battle for the win. Burnett and Grata and Nickel are all running some very good laps as well. Very similar to the leaders, but they're 6 seconds off the lead. There's not much they can do. Ramos is there. Here he comes to the outside. Maxwell closes the door on him going into the chicane. Never left the door open to begin with, but Ramos is to the bumper. 2 laps to go, and there is less than half a second between the top 3.
Maxwell feeling the heat from in behind him as Diego Ramos starts to take looks. He's trying to link together a passing opportunity on your race leader, Ryan Maxwell, as Maxwell continues to focus dead ahead.
This is where Maxwell normally gets a decent run here as they plunge down the hill. And for the low, Lemieux and Ramos get together. They went 3 wide going into turn 5, and that's all Ryan Maxwell needed to see, and he pulls back out to an equal as big as lead as it was earlier.
That was the mistake that Ryan Maxwell needed. And yes, that lead is once again huge as Lemieux did manage to get around Ramos. But again, there will be 1 lap to go this time across the stripe.
That's all Ryan Maxwell needed to see. There was the one shot they had right there, and I don't think they're going to get it back. Maxwell again, a look over the shoulder, and Ramos is clearly not happy about what happened there. You can see a bit of damage to the nose cone and to the front fairing as well. It's gotten more crooked as they continue on here in their last lap. Oh boy, they're getting into each other there up at turn 3.
A little bit of frustration playing out. Diego Ramos giving Antoine Lemieux a little shove out of the way in turn number 3, and Ramos goes through for second spot. No doubt the officials will be taking a look at that one, but again, Maxwell 1.5 seconds at the stripe the last time by. All the while, Burnett and Grata have closed the gap on your race leaders, now just 4.5 seconds back, but a little bit too far back to mount a challenge here in the dying moments of this one.
Coming down through the sweeper for the final time, Ryan Maxwell into the chicane. He doesn't have to defend. They're not close enough. He's been flawless throughout this entire race, and he keeps the gap up long enough. Off the final corner, checkered flag in the air, and the Canadian Karting Championship in 2025 to Ryan Maxwell in Rotax Senior from start to finish. Absolutely well done, and you can see the emotion set into him now.
The emotion and the relief from Ryan Maxwell. He had built up such a huge lead at the front of the pack. Congratulations from Diego Ramos. I'm not sure if the same congratulations will be offered to Antoine Lemieux from Diego Ramos, but remains to be seen as all the other drivers come through. Good old knuckle punches and congratulations all around. A popular victory here for Ryan Maxwell, the 2025 Canadian Karting Champion in Rotax Max Senior. So there you can see the highlights of this one, of which there were many. But it was in the early going that Maxwell jumped out to a huge lead, building up almost 2.6 seconds at the front of the fields. Ahead of Diego. So these are the finishing order at the line. And yeah, it got hairy at times for some of these drivers. Maxwell, Ramos, Lemieux, Jensen, Burnett, Aiden and Grata, Michael Nickel, and there's the 3 wide. That was the move for second. And yeah, it was 3 wide. Ramos was looking for the lead, and Antoine Lemieux tried to go through as well. Contact was made, and Maxwell made it through unscathed. And here he screams into victory lane. Ryan Maxwell coming down here on the front straightaway, and he's going to jump out and have a words in celebration.
Let's go, dude. Let's go, bro.
Ryan Maxwell, congratulations. You are a Canadian karting champion. How does it feel?
It's unreal, honestly. We were fast in practice and all the races. I just didn't know if I could get it done in the final, but yeah, I mean, it was tight at the end. There was a bit of contact, but we got it done. So
that's awesome. You led from start to finish. How excited are you for that World Finals ticket?
Well, I don't get it yet, I don't think, but I'm closer now. So
getting closer.
Yeah, getting closer. So definitely a step in the right direction, and yeah, it was good.
Amazing. And do you have anybody to thank?
Yeah, I mean, I want to thank Multimatic Motorsports for helping me get on track this season. It's always hard. All the boys at REM, Michael, who did a great job on the wrenches this weekend, and of course Kevin Glover, the engine builder. He's a beauty. So
great. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
So watching the replay of that, was going to be a pass for the lead. Diego Ramos and then Antoine Lemieux making contact in turn number 5. And Maxwell had backed out of it a little bit, saw the carnage, and then just turned right and got back in the gas. And again, unscathed through there as he makes his victory lap. And this is the moment that every driver wants. Is the opportunity to carry a checkered flag around, and you see fist pumps and number ones going out to all the fans who are watching here at the track. But Ryan Maxwell, no doubt, smiling ear to ear behind that visor as he does his victory lap here around the Mosport Karting Center as your 2025 Canadian Karting Champion here in Rotax Max Senior. But what a start to today's events. All finals happening on Sunday. So we've crowned 3 Canadian champions so far. And it's just been fabulous racing right through every field, some of them pretty big. As you can see, the Rotax Max Senior carts all lined up to go through technical inspection. But today brought to you by Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsport. I'm Dave Bradley. Joined with me is Chad Webster and Jess Trafford. We will bring you all of today's action right from start to finish. And it is a little bit different weather-wise today than we've seen over the course of the week. It is cooler. I've seen some sweaters out, believe it or not. Yesterday, it would be hard to believe that anybody would be thinking about a sweater, but cooler temperatures after some rain passed through last night. Cloud cover making the track a little bit different as well. A little bit more comfortable for everybody involved, which is nice. Mother Nature serving up some good weather for us here for the Canadian Karting Championship. And now we get into the Rotax Micro Mini Max. And again, this is with the 2-stroke engines. You hear them firing up on the grids. And the Mini Max features drivers ages 10 to 13. These engines are a little bit lower horsepower than what we saw in the Senior Max, but 13 horsepower and about 260 pounds kart driver.
It's going to be real interesting to see how these karts will handle up. Remember, we saw the Briggs Cadets earlier, basically the same chassis. So it's going to be interesting to see what it's going to be like heading into this one. As a little wave there. They're having a lot of fun on the grid right now.
As I'm slouching. Field rolls off out of the grid.
Attention in the paddock, please. Attention in the paddock, please. Could we please have driver and parent of cart number 207, that's driver and parent of cart 207, report immediately to the Canadian Karting Championship tent here on the main podium. Thank you. That's the driver of cart 204. Please report to the podium immediately. Thank you.
All right, so the field lines up 2 by 2 as we get set to go here in the Rotax Micro Minimax. 18 laps the distance. Asher Pavan, Matteo Pai, Yusuf Addy, Nicholas LaRusso, Carlo Lotz, Maddox Peltier, Julio Berlingue, and William Rossetti, along with Joshua Wheeler. We got problems on the 170 cart, and that is Christopher Simon, who is stopped on the track. And you saw the cart being towed off the surface. And yeah, it looks like we are going to go for a start. We will get the green. And so the drivers fan out and head to turn number 1.
They really fanned out going into turn 1 there. So far, whoa, it looked like one cart ended up spinning. Yellow flags are, oh yeah, we had one cart around in turn 1. Everybody else so far makes it through cleanly. Asher Pavan up to the point of the race. Matteo Pai slots in second. Yusuf Addy third. The real battles are going on behind. That's Nicholas LaRusso going defensive into turn 5 on Carlo Lott, who carries it around the outside. Almost made that pass stick. Couldn't quite do so. Maddox Peltier now goes to the inside. Tries to make that pass stick. Very little room given there. Carlo Lott had to take to the dirt. Peltier goes through and up and into the top 5 in this Audi cart.
Once again, these drivers just 10 to 13 years old, so very young, but very, very racy and very capable as well. So these carts are faster than the cadet carts we saw, the Briggs & Stratton. Obviously 2-stroke, giving it a little bit more horsepower, but 13 horsepower at their disposal out of these Rotax 2-stroke engines. The van has built up a 2/10 of a second lead, so really not much over Matteo Pai. And these two have done battle in the pre-final yesterday, and a very, very close finish between those two. But you see, oh, there's a driver off into the grass at one point off of turn number 4. So doing a little weed whacking out there.
Unfortunately, that didn't really look like the smoothest ride going out there. Even further back, my goodness, they're still going out. William Rossetti in the 119 to the inside of, I believe that was Jaden Culligan that he ended up going past there. You can see how much curbing they have to take coming through turn 6 there. Matteo Pai's gotten to the bumper of Asher Pavan as he pushes him along, and he's brought Yusuf Addy and Nicholas LaRusso right with him. Top 4 breakaway at the front. They're going at it a little bit further back. Rossetti again to the inside, trying to make that pass stick, and I believe he did. Up the hill. Now it's actually Josh Wheeler that's gotten up and into 5th place with a great come through. Fishing his way through the field. He's in the top 5 leading this train now.
Yeah, so Wheeler leading Maddox Peltier in the Sodi carts. As we see the top 4 strung out single file, and again, it's 18 laps for these young drivers, and so there is a lot of time, and looks like right now at least the top 4 just willing to settle in and run nose to tail at this point.
Probably the most logical thing to do. We got a long 16 laps ahead of us right now, so just kind of lock in and make sure. As I say that, here comes Nicholas LaRusso. He's not waiting around. To the inside of Yusuf Addy, he takes away 3rd place. Can he now get up into the front 2 kind of on his own? He's going to have a bit of help from Yusuf Addy. It's not as close as it looks, though.
It's funny, they always do that. I'm like, you know what, they're happy running nose to tail and just conserving stuff, and then, no, next corner they change for position. It just seems to be like you see a small opportunity, you see where you're a little bit better than the driver in front of you, and you just take it right away, and that's exactly what the driver of the 199, LaRusso, did, as everybody continues to chase Asher Pavan. And once again, the top 3 drivers all turning in their fastest lap of the race so far. The quickest driver out of anybody, believe it or not, is back in 20th position. 111 is Lincoln Lima. But a lot of ground lost for the driver of the 111 after an incident early on.
Yeah, he was that driver that ended up spinning out in turn 1 there. I believe he was facing backwards. He's got a long way to try and climb up. The good news for him, he's got a couple of karts right in front of him that he can make some ground right up on here. Out of the last corner, you can see how much rubber keeps getting laid down there, up on the curb and just a bit more on the asphalt patch. Now, Mateo Pai has not let Asher Pavan get away at all, and this is another one of those classes where the draft is quite critical coming into it as well, and with a lot less of a size of a kart, the air is not much pushing of the air going on, so...
Well, and it's interesting for these drivers coming after the Rotax Senior Max that were just out on track. The Rotax Senior would lay down a ton of rubber over their 22-lap race. So these karts would react a little bit differently. So no doubt the tuners have taken that into account, saying the rubber buildup from the class before is going to tighten up our kart. So let's try and loosen things up, make things a little bit stiffer, and try and get the handling back in the hands of the drivers. And it looks like they've done a pretty good job so far, at least with these top 4.
Off the last corner, Pavan's starting to stretch out the gap a little bit as well. And of course, we did ask the question, would that little bit of rain last night change much? I don't really think it did. Not a lot of rubber was washed off the track at all, and these drivers have kept it up. If anything, the track's gotten faster with the cooler temperatures. So it's great to see that everything is in working order here as they plunge down the hill once again. Wheeler and Lott just not quite quick enough to close right into the top 4 here.
Just looking at the back of the second place car, Mateo Pai, something dangling off the, what looks to be the radiator. Yeah, it's the overflow container that is hanging there. It's not going anywhere right now, but no doubt the officials will be taking a look at that. Doesn't appear to be sort of problematic at this point, but there is something flapping off the second place car, Mateo Pai, at this point. Still chasing Asher Pavan, who Pavan continues to lay down very quick laps. Now is Yusuf Addy with the quickest lap out of anybody.
Let's see what they turned this time by. 12 laps to go. Addy putting his head down, trying to stick with the front 2 here as we cross the line. Personal best lap for Pai and LaRusso. And it was LaRusso that was the quickest out of the top 4 that last lap around. 12 laps to go here. This is where Mateo Pai's been pretty good exiting this corner. And I don't really know if he's really wanting to try for the lead. He's just been all right with riding in second right now with Asher Pavan. And just keep the push going and don't try any risks until later on in the race.
We can tell you that Carlo Lott has managed to get around Joshua Wheeler for 5th spot, William Rossetti and Jaden Cooligan in 7th and 8th in that next grouping just behind these leaders, albeit they're 2.5 seconds back of the race leader, Asher Pavan, who's done a great job out in front, managing that lead. And that is a skill, too. And you have to remember, again, these drivers, very young, 10 to 13 years old, but managing your lead is something that's difficult to teach somebody. Is how do you continually keep the car behind you at bay? Not open yourself up to a passing opportunity, not expose your weaknesses.
That's what Van's got to do right now. Just keep it consistent. He hasn't had to defend at all, and I'm not totally sure. He got a better exit out of 4 that time. He hasn't really been in a position where he's needed to defend here. Mateo Pai hasn't really charged at him. There might be a bit of trust going on with these 4 drivers right now. We just want to sit and ride and stay in the positions that we are. But again, as the race rolls on, that trust will slowly go more and more away as we see more moves for the lead. But right now, it looks like they're more content with just trying to clock out the laps and not try anything aggressive here.
You can see how much these karts bounce off the curbs, and now comes Mateo Pai. Battle for the lead, and a change for the lead just that quickly. Asher Pavan slots back into second. New race leader across the stripe will be Mateo Pai.
Doing everything he can. That was a great pass for the race lead. Takes it now with 10 laps to go. Now can he try to break away a little bit here? This is the first time that we've had a different leader all race, and I've been noticing the best spot on the track for Asher Pavan has been through the bowl. He's been able to get that kart rotated a lot better than everybody else. They run down to turn 5 here. No change. He sticks right in second. He almost got into the back of him there. I've been noticing he enters turn 5 a little bit lower than Mateo Pai every single lap, and just keeping it pinned down on that rubber as much as you can. You can see them bounce their way through turn 6.
Mateo Pai starting to flex the muscle. His last lap was the best out of anybody, and he took over the lead in that lap. Now he's getting a push from Asher Pavan. And it looks like Pavan is going to make an attempt, and a successful attempt as he takes over top spot. So a swap 1 lap later, back in the lead as Asher Pavan goes back through to top spot. Now halfway as 9 laps in, 9 to go.
Still quite the ways to go. And we've had 2 swaps for the lead. Again, it's this front 4. 3.4 seconds back is Joshua Wheeler leading a 5-car train himself. Carlo Lott, William Rossetti, Jaden Colligan, and Maddox Peltier. And not too far back is the 190 of Francisco Costco. They have been going at it a little bit further back in that second pack, though. Just trying to figure out Asher Pavan, fastest lap of the race. That last lap round as well, 1 minute 2:36. So obviously finding something again. And you'll watch right through here, he just gets out of the bowl just a little bit better than the rest of these drivers. You can see it pull right there.
Yeah.
He's got that thing hooked up right where he wants, and that almost gets himself free from attack. This time Mateo Pai didn't try to go to the inside, but he gets such a run there, it's hard for Mateo Pai to get in position to make a move at the chicane.
Yeah, Mateo Pai is able to use that draft and close the gap by the end of the straightaway, but at that point, it's a little bit too late. It ends up being a dive bomb passing opportunity, unless, like we saw a couple laps ago, when Mateo Pai was close enough to make the opportunity work. And so these drivers are still feeling each other out now with 8 laps to go. And again, you see the 2 different lines on the entrance to turn number 5.
You see Yusuf Addy get a bit sideways there as he continues to ride in 4th place right now. LaRusso's been sitting in 3rd place this entire time, kind of biding his time, or he just hasn't been close enough. You saw Mateo Pai, he got a little sideways going through the bowl there, and once again, Pavan pulls away. Now, I've noticed with Mateo Pai's kart, his top end is very good. Right here at the end of the straightaway, he's actually able to reel in Asher Pavan very, very nicely, and that is working in his favor. That's what helped him get by the first time. He's just got to keep it consistent right now. As
we talk about the top 2, though, Nicholas LaRusso just earned his quickest lap of the race. So don't count out that 199 just yet. Right in behind, the Tony kart is chasing, and right there in 3rd, Yusuf Addy at the tail of that 4-car pack is definitely one to be reckoned with as well. So all of these 4 really have a shot at the win. It's not really just the top 2, although Mateo Pai has been the only other driver to take over top spot other than Asher Pavan.
In this race so far, they've kept it clean. Like we said, not a lot of defense moves other than the 2 passes that we saw for the lead. They haven't been drastically trying to keep a position over the other driver. You can see Mateo Pai lunging forward, trying to get a bit more speed into the kart. This is where the top end kicks in right here, but again, just not close enough. As we come down, started with 18 laps to go. We are now 2/3 through, 6 more laps around Mosport Karting Center.
It always amazes me at the age of these drivers. They take a quick look over their shoulder. They're calm. It doesn't matter. There's no sort of frustration or urgency to their body language. It's just a quick check over your shoulder. You're like, that's cool. I'm leading the Canadian Karting Championships.
No stress at all.
Nah, I got enough of a lead now that I'm not worried. But Mateo Pai is trying to cut back into that lead. Again, it was 0.2 of a second the last time across the stripe, so really isn't all that much.
Pavan did, I'm starting to see them slightly stretch it out a little bit. They're not right on each other's bumpers here. There's about at least a kart length in between each of them. And we'll see. Mateo Pai got a very nice exit through the bowl here. This is where I think he's going to have a decent run. Does he choose to go for the lead here? And now we see our first defensive move from Asher Pavan. This time, he looked over his shoulder and he closed the door. Wasn't going to let Mateo have the inside there.
But you mentioned the starting to stretch out of that 4-car battle, and now it closes back up. One defensive move, and that's all it takes for them to close back onto each other, as Asher Pavan continues to lead into turn 1 and 2 and now head towards turn number 3. Mateo Pai is close, but that time Pavan was very good on the exit of turn number 3.
Let's go a little bit further back outside of the top 11, just running through order there. Massimo LaRusso rounds out our top 10. Berlingay in the 105. Damian Sterling in the 99. Lincoln Lima's made it up to 14th place in the 111, so a great comeback for him. He's still got a few laps to try and make up some positions here. And Brody McDonnell rounds out the top 15 in the 160. As you can see, that group of 5, originally they were all together. They've sort of separated now almost into packs of 2.
This is still back at the front. Asher Pavan, Mateo Pine, Nicholas LaRusso, and Yusuf Addy. That is the top 4 drivers here at the front of the field. Now with 4 laps to go, and Mateo Pie closes up into 1 and 2.
Fastest lap of the race, that lap for Mateo Pie. Let's see if he can keep this up, as Asher Pavan also put in his own personal best, and they're only separated by a 10th. The top 4 is so close right now. Pie not close enough this time. Pavan slightly able to stretch the gap out there. Oh, he had a bit of a moment on the exit of turn 5.
He knew it. See him take a quick look over his
Yeah,
shoulder.
he
He
did.
knew that that car got a little bit loose, and he took a look back as Mateo Pine wasn't quite there to make a move, but definitely on the back bumper. We'll see what will happen at the end of this straightaway. A little bit of draft involved here.
Last time this happened, Pavan didn't leave the door open, and once again, keeps it pinned down to the inside. That's going to help Nicholas LaRusso and Yusuf Addy catch right up. But we're running out of time here. Where does the move come if they have the run? 3 laps to go this time. And again, Pavan moves over to the right, not letting Mateo Pie have a lane to get to the inside of him here.
Mateo Pie is trying to get that draft and trying to use it. And when Pavan moves over to the defensive angle on the inside, Mateo Pie has been following. And that has allowed LaRusso to close and potentially make a move there for second. So keep an eye. 3rd and 4th could take advantage of any sort of mistakes from the leaders as they try to decide it amongst themselves.
You can see Pavan, another look over the shoulder. Oh, and is that the red flag that I just saw come out? Yes, red flag is out with 3 laps to go. 1 cart into the wall. I think, can't quite see. Is that the 111 of Lincoln Lima that's in the wall in the chicane there?
It might be.
And the red flag is out with 3 laps to go, and this could end the race where things stand right here.
So you can see the drivers have stopped and are hopped out of their carts in a lot of cases, stretching their legs as Asher Pavan goes over and chats with the driver who is running in second, Mateo Pie, as they discuss their races under a red flag for an incident in turn number 10. And so 3 laps to go here in the scheduled 18-lap distance for the Rotax Micro Minimax. But the red flag often thrown when there's an incident involving the tire wall where the driver doesn't necessarily hop out very quickly, and this just gives an opportunity for the emergency services to head out and check on the driver to make sure they're okay.
Yes, that's always what we want to see as well. Give that driver some space. Looks like everybody else has been able to make their way into where everyone has stopped in the red flag area, and they're all just taking a moment to chat, kind of catch their breaths, maybe push the carts up a little bit. We got 1 cart. Is that Mateo Pie's cart rolling away from him into the grass there? He goes after it now.
Sometimes the carts go into place by themselves.
It is slightly downhill going into the bowl there, and I'm surprised his was really the only cart that did that. I think it's just where he parked it was on more of a down slant. Now he's got to pull it out of the grass area. Got another driver there going to come help him out. That's good to see.
But you know what? We talked about this track and how many passing opportunities there are here. 1.5 kilometers, 12 turns here at the Mosport Karting Center. A perfect place to host the Canadian Karting Championship presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsport. But what we haven't really touched on is the elevation changes that you don't necessarily see too much if you're watching the stream at home. If you're here at the track, you definitely see it, and these drivers notice it. But you're up and down. You have blind off-camber corners all over this place.
Especially up at turn 3 where it's a bit hard to get through there, honestly, because the track elevates right where the braking zone is. The cart gets really light on you, and then it dips back down into a banked corner, and then it goes back uphill, and then once you get out of turn 4, you go flying down the hill going into turn 5, and there is a lot of speed that gets carried down heading into a hairpin corner, and that's why we see some of these Hail Marys. You see a lot of defensive moves going here. It's why it's one of the best places to pass, because there's so much speed and force going into that corner.
But even if you're running alone on a practice day, it's a challenging track for these drivers to get right. You can drive it, but to drive it well is next level. So it pays to have a lot of laps here, a lot of experience you can rely on, and definitely is one of those tracks that trains the drivers for the future, because more challenging the track, the better you can build your skill set and move it into the next level, whether or not you're moving up a class or moving up into cars from karts. But this is one of those places that's sort of a gem in the karting community.
And a lot of curbs where drivers have to take as well. Turn 6 is definitely one of the areas. That is the fast way around that corner, is going up and over the curb, kind of keeping 2 of your wheels over it. Turn 8, I believe, in the bowl there, you have to take a bit of the curb, and of course the chicane, where you heavily have to go over the curbs there. And it does get more and more abrasive the more you run it. Unfortunately, I've had GoPro mounts come off by the amounts of curbing that I've taken before, so it's not really the most fun thing, but it is the fast way to go around this course.
And that's something to think about too, because when you do have these longer races, and this is something that is specific to the Canadian Karting Championship, is you see these longer finals, sort of unheard of when you look at karting. It is more of an endurance race, 22 laps for some of the senior, junior classes, and then 18 laps for these younger classes, like the drivers here in the Micro Mini Max. But if you start attacking the curbs a lot, you run the risk of mechanical issues. I mean, something could theoretically break on the kart. You have to keep that in mind when you're like, do I attack it every single time? Sometimes you have to keep the speed up, and you just hope everything stays together.
Unfortunately, you could always drop a chain if you hit the curb in the wrong way. I've had it happen multiple times here before where I take so much curb it actually loosens off the butterflies on the motor mount, and I've lost one in that case as well. So, and unfortunately, it's like without that holding the motor on, it has the risk of falling off, which is something you absolutely do not want when you're out on the track. So yeah, curbs are a bit of an abrasive part of this track, but still, it is the fast way around. If you can run it smoothly and correctly, it is definitely the way to go.
You just go and talk to them beforehand and say, we're going to be friends today. And you can see the drivers getting helmets back on, getting suited back up, and looks like the officials here from Ron Fellows Karting and the Canadian Karting Championships are going to get the lineup back in order. So Asher Pavan will head out in front of Mateo Pai, with LaRusso, Yusufati, Jaden Colligan, Carlo Lotch. And actually what this does is, if we do go back to green here with 3 to go, is it gives an opportunity for the drivers who are in that second group to close back up, because they will restart just in behind. We'll have a single file restart, but it'll give them an opportunity. Well, potentially not a restart is what we're being told. So they might just be moving the carts to get them back to the paddock area. I do see they're being allotted into their, what would be their restart spots. There's an official standing with a clipboard. And you know, when they have a clipboard, they're in charge. They know what's going on. So that's what we're seeing, and we're just waiting for the official word to see if, in fact, they will be going through with the restart as the red flag continues to halt the proceedings. And it sounds like we will, in fact, get a restart with 3 to go here in the Rotax Micro Minimax. And it will be single file, as we mentioned. So it looked like they were ready to go, and then helmets came back off, and the drivers once again started stretching.
And I will say as well, when you sit in the cart that long, even then driving this long, while you're still moving your body, you still cramp up and get stiff with these longer races. So that's another thing as well, is just make sure that your body doesn't really kind of go away on you as well. You're definitely going to need it in these long races. But I've had it as well, especially not necessarily as long as enduro races, but when you're in there for that long, your body does start to cramp up on you and you start to feel it.
So we can tell you the ambulance still on scene in the turn where that incident happened, turns 10 and 11 at the top of the hill here. Coming back to the paddock area, the driver being evaluated by emergency service personnel. So we do have several more races still to come in this morning session. There will be a lunch break, and then we have a number of classes coming up later on this afternoon for the afternoon session. So that's the way it's worked, separated into two different class groupings. So this is the Rotax Micro Mini Max, and then we have the Rotax DD2 coming up. So that's the only karts with 2-speed transmissions and some of the quickest karts you'll see on track here today. And that is coming up next. Their final for 22 laps, and the Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy will cap off the morning session. Also exciting, 44 karts, I believe, set to do battle in the Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy. Actually, the senior class. Briggs Senior has 44. I think the Senior Heavy has just a few less than that, but still a huge car count in Briggs & Stratton Seniors. And the DD2 always exciting to watch with the high speed shiftability of those karts. And you'll see a number of names you recognize from sports car racing and other forms of motorsport. That is essentially one of the top levels of Rotax racing you can get to before you make a shift out of karts, or maybe you stick with it a little bit longer. But some of them use that as even a testing ground, keep their driving skills sharp, and their move up into cars. So you can see all the drivers are back into their karts now as the ambulances start to clear that corner, and we're taking the opportunity to clear off some of these stricken karts from other areas of this track where they had run into mechanical difficulties. But anticipating it will be a restart. So the karts refired in the bowl section of the track. And again, they'll have to get some heat in their tires fairly quickly. If we are going to send them back to green, which I believe we are, setting up for a full restart. Yeah, the officials in that corner are indicating for them to slow down. So looking for a restart with 3 to go here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max, a single file restart. Remember, this was a 4-car breakaway, and it was a significant gap back to the other drivers of almost 5.5 seconds. Now it is one solid single file for a 3-lap dash for the Canadian Karting Championships here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max.
Here we go, up to turn 1. Mateo Pai pulls out. Nope, not able to do it. Asher Pavan with a great restart, as now we get 2 laps to go when we hit the line. So a green-white checkered scenario here. Pavan with a great restart, able to put a few kart links in between himself and Mateo Pai as we head down the hill. Yusuf Addy trying to hold on to 4th place here. He's going at it with Culligan as they head down. They fan out. Everybody was clean through the first couple of corners, and they still say single file.
Carlo Lon in there too, the white nose on that kart. You can pick him out from a lineup as Addy is really losing touch with the top 3, trying to hold off charging Culligan. But still at the front, Asher Pavan, Mateo Pai, and Nicholas LaRusso as they go nose to tail, and it looks like Pai and Pavan are going to be the top 2. LaRusso's pretty quick through this section of turns and onto the front straightaway. Last lap board is up. 1 more lap to go.
Oh, Mateo Pai didn't really get out of the last corner as well as he wanted to. He bounced up and over the curbs, but he's still got a shot at this. He's right there with Asher Pavan, Nicholas LaRusso right there. It's really down to 3 karts as Culligan had actually gotten past Addy at the line, but I think Yusuf Addy has gone back past him, but that's kind of taken them out of it. Down the hill into turn 5 for the final time, and Pavan's got just enough of a gap to where he doesn't need to defend.
Top three have a bit of breathing room back to fourth place. Addy, and look at Pye. He's up to the back bumper of your race leader. Asher Pavan got on the brakes a little bit early, and Pye got into the back of him and then backed it back up as well, and that gives the 154 a bit of breathing space. Here now the final opportunity for Mateo Pye to come through. Will he try something?
Look into the outside. LaRusso also looks to the top there. It's going to come down to the final corner. They're not going to be close enough. Asher Pavan survives the restart, and flag to flag, checkered flag. He wins the Canadian Karting Championship for Rotax Micro Mini Max with a great 2-lap dash to the finish. Mateo Pye did everything he could. He just couldn't quite get to him. LaRusso rounds out the podium. Yusuf Addy finishes off in fourth, and Carlo Lott takes away the 5th position around at the top 5.
Great drive, and you're right, did everything he needed to do defensively on a couple of occasions. And look at the excitement being shown from this young driver. Again, these drivers just 10 to 13 years old. You'll see how little they are when Asher Pavan jumps out in victory lane, but right now he's in full celebration mode, and he deserves every minute of it. It was a green-white checker to finish it. Quick dash after a lengthy red flag period here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max. Everything had cooled off on these karts, but once they fired this one back up, it performed just as well as it had in the early laps. Stop with a check of tech officials, and that is the pushback rule. So they want to check that nose cone to make sure that Asher Pavan hasn't done any excessive bumping, and he had not, because he didn't have many people in front of him for many laps in that race, but he'll come through and stop here on the start-finish stripe, and he'll hop out, fans. How about a big round of applause? And we'll get a chance to go down to victory lane and have a couple words with your winner, the 154 of Asher Pavan, the Canadian Karting champion here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max.
Congratulations, Asher Pavan. You are a Canadian karting champion. How do you feel?
So good, so good. Yeah, this is actually my first Rotax race. It's really fun. I like the Rotax, and it was a good race. I hope Lima's okay from the red flag. Yeah.
Definitely. What was going through your mind on that restart there?
I was just like, you got to defend like the best you've ever had. So I just defended when I had to, and yeah, we got it.
Congratulations, you certainly defended. Is there anybody you want to thank today?
Yeah, my mom, my dad, and my mechanic, Brian. Yeah. And,
amazing job.
And Adam, who builds my dad's motors. It's good.
Great. Congratulations. Enjoy your win.
Thank you.
Asher Pavan going to strap that helmet back on because now he gets a victory lap here in the Rotax Micro Mini Max. And you saw a big smile on his face. It's an opportunity to relish in the spoils of victory for Asher Pavan. A victory lap and a commemorative flag in hand. And again, the drivers get to keep those commemorative checkered flags, which is a pretty neat keepsake. No doubt going on their wall of honor at home, courtesy of Ron Fellows Karting and Fab Motorsport here for the Canadian Karting Championships at Mosport Karting Center. And again, by the end of the day, we'll hand out 12 flags because we'll have 12 new Canadian champions.
So as you mentioned just before, David, we are heading into DD2, the fastest class we have all weekend and the only class with an actual shift. Again, paddle shifters. Once to upshift, once to downshift, and I guess once to shift in neutral as well to just keep the kart stationary. As here's a couple of good looks at the drivers. Ludovic Saborin there, that's Charles Robin, Aiden Shimbashi in the 472. Opening up the radiator flap, you want to get as much cool air to the radiator as possible. Make sure your motor does not overheat. That's Luka Posick in the 459. And here we go. They're rolling out onto the track.
That's cool technology as well that you see is getting developed into these karts as people start to use them and they realize the needs of what they need. So yeah, putting that flap on the radiator to allow air in or cool it off, or even just trying to get more speed out of it. Just tune the engine while you're out on track, and the driver able to do all of that is just fascinating to me. As Lucas Pernot in the Rotax DD2 will start on pole. Gianluca Savaglio and then Anthony Martella, Lucas Nanji, Branko Giuverdianu, and Nolan Bauer, then Charles Robin, Sabarang, Shimbashi, and Posick, your starters here. Should mention that Anthony Martella, this is his first opportunity in a Rotax DD2, and he's looked very much at home. Of course, he's been running full-size cars. He ran sports cars last year in a TCR Audi, and then this year doing open wheel and doing very well. But race car driver meets race car and goes fast. That's not a huge story, but he's doing very well today. Starts third.
We'll see what happens here in the DD2 class. They shift up once, coming to the line. Green flags in the air, we're underway. Heading down into turn one, Luca Pernot gets clear into the lead. Lucas Nanji follows up right behind him in second, not for long. Gianluca Savaglio completely over-unders him. Martella also gets the kart in to the inside and gets up and into third place. They were jostling for position a little bit further back. Charles Robin up and into fourth and immediately jumps on the defense on Lucas Nanji, who completely fakes him out and goes to the inside. That was a great pass. If only he could just keep the momentum up, and he couldn't. Robin has the spot for now. Nanji comes back at him, couldn't quite make that repass stick. And unfortunately, I don't think we had Luka Posick take the green flag. He was having trouble getting out of the pit lane there, and he still hasn't left the pit lane, unfortunately.
And interesting on that start, Pernod took the outside of turn number one, so that's the first opportunity we've seen for the pole sitter to choose outside, and it seems to have played out well for Pernod, who continues to lead lap number one of 22. Again, it is a long race distance for these drivers here in the DD2 class.
Savaglio is hounding him for the lead already. 21 long laps to go. Although I don't necessarily want to say long, considering this is the fastest class we have. These laps will click by real quick. Pernod's already not leaving the door open. He sees Savaglio right on him. He defends a little bit going into turn 5, and this brings Anthony Martella right into the fray as well. And then it's a bit of a gap back to Charles Robin. I think we might be getting to an area where Pernod set the tire pressures a lot lower, waiting for them to come in a little bit later, and then he'll tune it up a little bit. But for now, he just wants to keep this race lead and not give it away. And keeping it defensive is the best way to do so, but you're also backing that pack up to everybody else. This is bringing Robin right into it. This is bringing Nanji right back into it. Back on the front straight.
And what makes these karts unique is, as we've talked about, two-speed transmission, but the axle goes straight through the transmission, so there is no chain drive on these karts. It makes tunability a little bit difficult because you don't get the flex on the rear axle that you do on a Rotax Max Senior kart, for example, but you do have the benefit of 34 horsepower and only 360 pounds or so for the driver and kart together. So it gives you an idea of how quickly they're moving along.
I believe this is the class where the rear tire is going to wear the most because you have so much torque coming out of the corners. So let's just see now. Pernod's starting to pull away just a little bit. He gets it very smoothly through there. Remember, he was another driver that had to start at the back in the heat races 2 days ago and yesterday, and made his way to third in heat number 2, started on the front row for the pre-final, and not necessarily won it handedly, but didn't really need to fight like crazy for it, but he didn't necessarily get away either.
Anthony Martella is all over Savaglio for second spot, but hasn't really, I'm not going to say he hasn't stuffed anything into a spot yet, but he has taken looks, and he does again here into turn number 5. Again, tries to poke in on the inside, decides better of it, and slots back into line. So the 499 Savaglio holds on to second spot. Everybody chasing Lucas Pernod in the 451, who's out in front by about 0.3 of a second now.
Now let's see if Nanji can get himself in here. Here comes Martella. Had a peek to the inside of Savaglio. Wasn't enough room to make the pass there. And just like I said, it took about 1 lap for Luca Pernod to kind of get the tires in, and now he's starting to pull away a little bit. Fastest lap of the race, 56.004. That's about 0.2 quicker than anybody else, although Lucas Nanji was actually the closest to him in terms of lap time that last lap around. He's another one. He didn't really get the best start, but he is starting to close in that gap.
Yeah, he got around Charles Robin for 4th spot, and you're right, closing the gap on Anthony Martella for 3rd spot. So that is now really a 5-car battle, although Pernod has opened up about a half-second lead at the front of this one. 18 laps yet to be completed here in this Rotax DD2 final as part of the 2025 Canadian Karting Championships, presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsport.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I did see that second lap around, especially there, a few maybe sprinkles on the camera there. Might not mean anything. It's not affecting the drivers right now. They're still turning out quicker laps, but there is a lot of cloud cover around us. The weather really wasn't, a lot of wind too, and that is affecting somehow how these carts work, although it has died down. I'm going to be interested to see, though, if we get through this day without any weather becoming a factor today as well, because the weather was not clear really what it was going to be like today.
I think I just saw Anthony Martella take a swipe of his visor as well,
yes.
So he might have been seeing some of that liquid sunshine fall around here at Mosport Karting Center, but if Environment Canada tells us anything, is that any showers that we're going to hit weren't going to hit for very long, or we might see just a few drops, and that could be the case what we're seeing right now. The good news is the heat is already in the tires, and the track is really quite warmed up. So that should keep it dry for the foreseeable future until any sort of significant rainfall does join us, which, fingers crossed, it won't.
And we mentioned this as well about Mosport Karting Center. It is a pretty good big track, 1.5 kilometers. I've seen it before where 1 lap, the front straightaway coming down and into 5 and 6 as well is dry. You get to the bowl and it's pouring rain there. Half the track's wet, half the track is still dry. So it becomes a real challenge as to what really goes on and when it hits. But so far, I don't really think they're dealing with anything. Lap times continue to plummet, so we're still rolling pretty nice here. Gianluca Savaglio stepped it up that last lap around 55.725, although he hasn't really closed that gap in. Still about 0.4 or half a second as Anthony Martella drops a wheel on the exit of the bowl, and that's all Lucas Nanji needed to see to get up beside him. Couldn't quite complete the pass, but this is going to take them out of the front two for the time being.
That was sort of a whoops moment for Anthony Martella, as that's going to allow Charles Robin to close back up and join that battle very shortly, as well as Robin had fallen back just a little bit in the 457. He's still back by a breath. But the top two now open up a gap on Anthony Martella, and you look at how crooked that cart got as he touched the exit curbing off of turn number 4.
All over the place, I think he's trying to gain back what he lost there. I'm sure that bit of dust that was on the right rear tires cleaned off by now, but has that kind of maybe overheated the tires for a bit. Right now he's not struggling out of there. He gets a bit of a better exit than Nanji, and Nanji's not close enough for a move as we hit the chicane once again. And yeah, Charles Robin's just lurking right back in there. Not close enough to make a move, but if they start to battle or mess up again, he is right in there. We look at the lap times, and it is so close. Pernod, again, slightly quicker than Savaglio by 0.03 of a second. There is barely anything between the top three right now.
Yeah, it's about half a second, the gap at the front of the field, and then you go back to Anthony Martella's 1.4 seconds back of your race leader in third spot. As laps continue to tick down, they are very, very quick laps compared to some of the classes we've seen run over the course of the day today. 14 laps to go of a schedule 22 here for the Rotax DD2s.
A little bit further back, we've had issues with Nolan Bauer. He's been out of the race now, 5 laps down. Arnaud Sabourin down 1 lap as well. So things have not really gone their way. As Bauer was having a great day yesterday, made up a bunch of spots and was able to get it up into the top 5. Obviously, that's not the case now. Something's gone wrong there. Only 7 karts left running on the track. Top 5 still in your same camera shot. Juvier Dianu and Shimbashi are right with each other as well in 6th and 7th, just a little bit further back off of the front group. As again, Pernod steps it up, but a 10th.5 quicker than Savaglio, another fastest lap of the race, and that gap is starting to slowly get bigger.
Every single driver in the top 5 turned their personal best lap that last time by, which is unbelievable with 13 to go here out of a schedule 22, as they continue to muscle around these karts. And obviously fatigue is not playing in. Look at your race leader, Lucas Pernod, in the 451, just how easy he makes it look to slide the kart around the corner, get back on the gas, and just continue to open that gap, now almost a full second in the front of the field.
Savaglio lost a little bit that last lap again, unfortunately. Pernod, another quickest lap of the race, starting to maybe set sail here, although Martella and Nanji are running quite quick laps of their own, starting to close into Savaglio here, 55.5s. And Martella's slightly broken away from Nanji. He was right on him even as far as close to 2 laps ago. Now that gap is starting to stretch out again there. You can see him starting to use his body a little bit, maybe try to put a bit more grip into the rear end. And that, especially when it comes to the rain conditions, you'll see a lot of drivers do that. It's actually quite important, even for us smaller guys as well, to try and carry your weight transfer. It does help to put just a bit more pressure on the rear tires and just to get it to grip up a little bit more.
Savaglio had to grab a handful of steering wheel under braking there, and that's going to cost him a little bit of time as the gap at the front is now 1.1 seconds, but Martella has closed back to within 0.6 of a second of second place. And I think Martella, we talked about karts that would come in a little bit later on. Obviously, Lucas Pernod is one of them, but I think Martella is another kart that's been set up to come on later in this run, as we have hit the halfway mark, 11 down, 11 to go.
Working it through, you can see Martella a little look over the shoulder, making sure Nanji's not close enough to make a move. Pernod's got it over 1 second now, and they have started to drop Charles Robin back. He's 1.5 seconds now behind Lucas Nanji. You could just see him there on the edge of the screen. There's your gap, just slowly getting bigger and bigger, and it looked that way as well throughout the last couple of days. When Pernod got the kart hooked up, he was hard to stay with and hard to keep behind coming through the field. He's showing exactly why right now. 10 laps to go.
Savaglio starting to take more and more looks behind as Martella turns the lap about 0.3 of a second quicker than Savaglio. And Lucas Nanji responds as well, a 55.5, so his personal best as they start to turn up the wick and chase second place, Gianluca Savaglio.
That battle is brewing quicker than you would think. There's the look over the shoulder there for Savaglio as, yeah, his pace has started to drop again. Pernod, Martella, and Nanji have kept it in the 55.5s. Gianluca Savaglio has been running 55.7s and now 8s the last couple laps, so I'm wondering, are the tires maybe starting to overheat a little bit on him here? He's already taken a look. You can see him defending from Martella because he's right on him.
Kart looks like it's a handful compared to those 3 drivers that you mentioned. Savaglio has had a couple moments where the back end has really tried to go and swap around with the front end at times, but he's been on top of it. But just watch, you can see the steering wheel and how much it moves compared to Martella just in behind. Just an indication of how much he's fighting it, just to try and keep that car as straight as he can.
Down the hill and into 5. And Martella thought about it. You can see him peeking to the inside. That would have been a very late move to the inside if he was able to pull that one off. But he might have a shot coming into the chicane. This is where he's been better, right through here. On the entrance to the bowl, out of turn 6 and 7. Bit of a different line here. And it's about even. Let's see what happens when we get to the chicane. He's got to run this time.
Now Savaglio has been running that defensive line, and he will again to protect the inside, take away that passing opportunity for Anthony Martella. But Martella very, very close once again, and it is a 1/10 of a second at the stripe that time by with 8 laps to go now.
And that gap just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Almost 2 seconds now for Luca Pernot. He's just got to drive smooth, and he almost matched his best lap time last time around as well. So he has really got that thing hooked up, keeping it consistent as ever. And we still watch this battle for second place. Martella, you can see another look behind from Savaglio.
He's just not quick enough to make a move. He can get close, but can't quite.
Oh,
There's the mistake he needs.
Savaglio slipped a bit wide there, unfortunately, and that's all Martella needed to see.
There was the back end just slipping out on the 499 car to Savaglio, and it cost him second spot. Martella has been through, and now Nanji is pressuring for third. Savaglio has a long way to go if he wants to just hang on to a podium position with the way that car's reacting.
Wow, he came right back at Martella right there with a great run. You mentioned the back end going out right there. It just didn't look like it turned at all going into the bowl. And that was all Martella needed to see. He didn't really need to make a move at all, but now he's going to be the man on the defense. You can see him constantly looking over his shoulder. Gianluca Savaglio sends it back up the inside. Martella on the cutback. He's ahead. Is he going to get him cleared? Nope. Gianluca Savaglio puts it back to the inside and takes back second place.
So Martella now in a position to try and move to the inside once again. And he cannot as the door gets slammed across the nose of the 409. And look at Nanji right in behind. He pokes his way out to the outside just to see how this battle is going to play out.
He's just looking for a way around. If he can get there, he's got a shot. But Savaglio clearly not content with running down in third. Makes up the mistake by making a very nice pass and able to keep it. He almost lost it on the cutback there to Martella. And this brings Lucas Nanji once again in there. You can see him slide a little bit. He's not close enough coming down the hill. Martella's got to run. Savaglio not going to let him have the line. On the power now out of 5, and they all go bumper to bumper. And still no way through.
You're right. It was almost a mental reset for Savaglio after he gave up that position on just a quick mistake made in that bowl section. But took the opportunity to follow Martella for just a second and sort of gave his head a shake, focused once again, and appears to be performing back to the level he was when he was running in second for so many laps.
This is all Luca Pernot needs to see, is these three going at it behind him, not running the regular line, and just fighting it out in between them. And if they're not careful, they keep this up. Charles Robin will be knocking on the door of this battle soon, because he has closed that gap in more and more as we're starting to run out of laps here. 5 laps to go. There's the gap. It's over 3 seconds now for Luca Pernot, and it's all on and downhill for second now.
So there's Martella once again taking a look, not sure if he wanted to move to the inside in turn number 5 or not.
Whoa.
Decides against it. That time gets hard into the back bumper of Savaglio in turn number 6. Looks like Savaglio just backed up that corner a little bit, and Martella wasn't expecting it.
No, he was not expecting that. You could see him jerk the wheel to try and slow it down. I don't necessarily think he meant to get into the back of him there. Had another look, but again, Savaglio doing just enough to close off the inside. 4 to go. You can see Pernot looking. Oh, trouble. 2 cars get together. Martella and Savaglio are locked onto each other, and they're stuck there, and that is both of them out of the race right on the spot. Oh, boy.
From second and third, Savaglio and Martella out of this race. Nanji now in second. Charles Robin up to third. That happened in the final corner. Turn number 12 coming back onto the front straightaway and just 4 laps to go. There is your race leader, Lucas Pernod, with a 4.4 second lead now on Lucas Nanji.
There was almost no reaction from both drivers as well. It's like, well, this is our fate now, and they just got out of the kart. They didn't say anything to each other. They just kind of both walked away and just let the karts get unhooked, but that is real unfortunate for them. We were having a great battle there, and the podium has gone away from both of them. And if it couldn't get any better for Luca Pernod, he's just set sail. Lucas Nanji now finds himself in second, and Charles Robin now on the podium in the 457, and that promotes both Branko Giuliano and Aiden Shimbashi into the top 5 with 3 laps to go.
So it has been a race of attrition and something we talked about. 22 laps a distance for the Rotax DD2 drivers, and it's been 22 hard-fought laps, except for Lucas Pernod, who's been able to stretch a gap at the front of the field thanks to a battle in behind, and now he has a 4.5 second lead on second place Lucas Nanji. Charles Robin about another second back from Nanji in second spot. So everything has been settled out at this point in the top 3. There's no real battles brewing at this point, but that could change with 2 laps to go.
There's the gap right there, second to third. And the closest battle we got is just behind them. Giuliano with Aiden Shimbashi on the charge. You can see him tucking down, closing that gap. That is closer than what it was the last lap around. Let's see if he can get to him here. Maybe try to get one more spot before this race is over, but you have very limited time now. 2 laps to go.
Your race leader in the 451, Lucas Pernod, he's not even looking behind at this point. His gap is big enough. He can look back at some of these switchback corners and look over and see Nanji in second spots as Nanji comes around on the opposing straightaway. And Pernod once again through turn 10, 11, and 12 at the top of the hill, and then you'll see the last lap board. 1 more to go here in the Rotax DD2 final.
Just got to ease it out now. Nanji's got no pressure behind him. Charles Robin not close enough for second place. It's about 1.2 seconds now. Nanji's opened the gap up on him as he makes his way up the hill. It would take a big mistake for Robin to get in there. Down the hill one more time. And again, a look over at his truck there in mechanics, standing up on the massive PSL trailer there. Half a lap to go now for Luca Pernod.
And once again, does not have to push, just has to ease it through this final lap. There you mentioned is the battle for 4th spot. Shimbashi is in there in the 472 and starting to pressure the 444 of Giuliano.
Meanwhile, coming around the final corner, lights out performance. Luca Pernod is the 2025 Canadian karting champion for Rotax DD2. Second to Luca Nanji. Third for Charles Robin, and dragging it to the line, and it's going to be Branko Giuliano holding off Aiden Shimbashi for the 4th spot as they race it right to the line. Of course, that incident with Gianluca Savaglio and Anthony Martella took them out. They'll have to settle for 6th and 7th. Half the field ended up DNF in the race here, unfortunately, for the DD2s.
But he put on a clinic all day. Lucas Pernod in the 451 starting his celebration on his cool-down lap, and he will jump in and chat with our Jess Traffords in victory lane in just a moment when he makes his way back here. But pretty much a perfect day for the driver, the 451. He led since the initial drop of the green. He takes a quick look back to see how far back everybody else is. And yes, they were that far back. You just laid down a great performance, Lucas Pernod, in the 451. A stop and a quick check and a high five from the officials. As Lucas Pernod will head onto the front straightaway. And He'll get an opportunity to grab that checkered flag and do a victory lap. But first, he is going to chat with our Jess Trafford in victory lane.
Congratulations, Lucas. You are a Canadian karting champion. Domination from start to finish. How does it feel?
Yeah, good. Package was good, was excellent. Our whole team, everything was excellent.
That's great. What was your strategy in this race?
Win, but just try to outpace them. So I had to get a gap at the beginning, and yeah, then manage it from then.
Well, you did a great job managing it. Is there anybody you would like to thank today?
The whole PSL team, Kevin, Dominic, Stefan, Raphael, my parents, Timothy, Pierre, Jeremy, everyone at PSL. Yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations and enjoy your championship.
And my mechanic, Nicholas. My man.
Can't forget the mechanics. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So there's the celebratory victory lap for Lucas Pernod as he goes around with the checkered flag. Add a Canadian karting championship in DD2 to his resume. A little wave there from him, showing off the checkered flag. So with DD2 wrapped up, we get ready to go in our next class, and it's the last Group 1 final. Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy should be a great show here as the engines fire up and we get ready to go. They've been given the 1-minute warning, and I think we're going to find out some very interesting information here, as it's going to be interesting to see now how things go. Order may have shuffled from what we thought was the finishing order yesterday due to maybe a few penalties. We'll see what happens now, and it'll definitely create a more interesting dynamic for the Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy final, as Pernod finally gets around to the end here.
So 20 laps of scheduled distance for the Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy as they get released from the hot pit area. Christopher Wakefield will start on pole with Jonathan Treadwell, Owen McCarthy, Sebastian Day, Mitchell Morrow, Wilfred Chui, Christopher McKeithen, Daryl Timmers, Brennan Taylor, Greg Scullard, and Noah Van Stratton. Your top 11, Malcolm Joling, Craig Steen, and Eli Yanko. 14th, Jason Tomlinson. We'll round out the top 15 starters here in the Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy. So again, back into the 4-stroke engines. Briggs & Stratton, the Senior Heavy, the 370 pounds for the senior driver. So ages 15 and up. The Karting driver has to weigh 370 pounds after today's event.
They warm up their tires for the last time, and we get ready to roll here. So let's see what happens in this one. Jonathan Treadwell going for the drive for 5. He's won 4 Canadian Karting Championships before. 3 in regular Briggs Senior, 1 in Briggs Senior Heavy. That was the latest one in 2023. The last time he won here was 2018. Christopher Wakefield looking for his first, I believe, as we bring them down, Dave. 2 by 2, very slow. Green flag is given. We're underway in Briggs Senior Heavy as they file up to turn 1.
Oh, it was a great orderly start for those drivers as Wakefield opted to take the inside lane into turn number 1, and it paid dividends as he's by himself out in front. Jonathan Treadwell is going to slot into 3rd as they get single file off of turn number 3.
McCarthy slots into 2nd place, right? But no, he's not even wasting any time. He's going for the lead already. To the inside of Wakefield and to the point. Morrow slots in behind in 4th. Christopher McKeithen already up into 5th place. Sebastian Day almost drops a wheel right there. Brennan Taylor with a great start. He gets up ahead of him. Wilfred Chewy slots in right behind both of them. Then comes Daryl Timmers and Greg Scollard to round out our top 10 so far. 3-car breakaway already up at the front.
Daryl Timmers coming off a top 10 finish at the Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières in the NASCAR Canada Series, and do have to send out a get well soon to his parents involved in a car accident on the way to that race and recovering at home. Yes, his mother's dad's here today. I was talking to him earlier. He says they're doing well, in good spirits, but cheering him on as he runs inside the top 10. Daryl Timmers running in 9th as he crosses the stripe. Still everybody chasing Christopher Wakefield.
Turn 3, now the top 5 starting to pull away just a little bit. And again, when you get that little bit of a gap in between yourself and the other driver in front of you, such as Treadwell has now, you can brake so much later going into the corner. You can see, whoa, Mitchell Morrow trying to go to the inside of Jonathan Treadwell. He does so there. McKeithen slots back in line. Wilfred Chewy tried to go on Sebastian Day. Didn't have enough momentum to carry through there. Morrow makes that pass stick as McCarthy's gone back through for the lead in turn 6. And now he leads the way. And Wakefield trying to get back to the inside of him in the bull. And Morrow looking which way he's going to go here. He is teammate to Owen McCarthy. And McCarthy immediately defends. Wakefield going to try to go around the outside. He's there and makes it stick. Wow, great pass right there from Christopher Wakefield. And this just rams everybody else close up together. Timmers goes through on Chewy as they're side by side just outside of the top 10.
What a battle in the front of the field, and unlike the DD2 class that you just saw, you don't see these drivers sawing at the wheel too much. They're just trying to maintain momentum, keeping these carts as tidy as they can, not letting them slide too much. That is so much of the discipline that you need as a driver here in 4-stroke karting in the Briggs Senior Heavy classes. There's a big upheaval of the top 5 as Jonathan Treadwell leads the crew through. Treadwell now in 3rd.
Boy, that cost McKeithen right there. He tried to go far inside, got stuck on the outside there, and he goes down to, I believe, 8th position. Taylor, Day, Timmers all go by. Treadwell got back up into 3rd past Mitchell Morrow there. Wakefield still with the lead. He's been defending this entire time, not leaving any of the doors open, only just a little bit there. But we've seen it's a possibility to go around the outside as well, as McKeithen tried on Timmers, and he said, no way, you're not coming through on me that easy.
Again, this is a very long race for these Briggs drivers. 20 laps the distance. We've only done 3 so far as Christopher Wakefield continues out in front of Owen McCarthy, Jonathan Treadwell, Mitchell Morrow, and Brennan Taylor. That is your top 5 as it sits right now.
Taylor's done a great job of getting a great start and in position. Let's see, McCarthy looking. Nope, Wakefield again going to defend this here. McKeithen to the inside with help from Wilfred Chewy on Daryl Timmers. They both go through, or maybe just one. McKeithen went through. Chewy did not get Timmers clear. And now he's under attack from Greg Scollard, who goes through on the inside. At turn 6, he's going to make that spot stick, but unfortunately all that battling is just costing them time, and it's putting that gap in between right there. You can see Timmers kind of the odd man out. He doesn't really have a helper there. He's going to be okay on the brakes, but you can only make up so much ground when you're that far behind.
Yeah, he needs them to start battling in front of them as they did. They fanned out into turn number 10, and that allowed him to sort of catch that draft once again, but he's in jeopardy of losing the draft, and falling back into that second grouping is Daryl Timmers in the 5:06. Still out in front, though, Christopher Wakefield, Owen McCarthy, and Jonathan Treadwell. And they are nose to tail, and at this point don't look too eager to swap those positions.
I did see McCarthy poke the nose at the final corner to try and get through. You can see him doing it again. Wakefield is not leaving any doors open here at all. Treadwell almost got stuck on the outside there. Everybody files back through to the inside. Yeah, Wakefield is not leaving any doors open, just every single corner, just white lining it everywhere. And that stacks everybody else up. This brought Timmers back in, and this is bringing that other group in now. Looks like Joe Link has gotten up into 10th place. Let's see what he can do now with help from Scullard.
It's interesting going up the hill into turn number 6. A lot of drivers taking that defensive lane, and some drivers just opting to take the regular racing line, and it is so much quicker. They're able to close the gap, and that's what this train has done. It's gone from 2 groups now to 1 solitary line at the front of the field, and we've got a change for top spot as McCarthy goes through.
Just through there. Treadwell trying to hold the outside on Wakefield. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make that work, although Morrow does give him a bit of a push there. No, they got together. Oh, Morrow gets together with Brendan Taylor. That stacks everybody else up. Craig Steen gets involved in that as well. That was, I think, taking avoiding action to Treadwell and Wakefield being side by side. That scrambles everyone. Now to the inside of Sebastian Day goes Christopher McKeithen. McCarthy out with the lead, and a decent gap at that. Can he keep Wakefield behind him now as it's 3 carts man on man on man? And then here's the actual train right here. That worked out in Joe Link's favor. He's up to 6th place now.
Yeah, so you can see the gap in that little incident with Treadwell up in turn number 3, and you can see Wakefield. He's indicating to McCarthy, he's like, just take the regular line, we just need to go. Got up beside and was giving those hand signals saying, let's just go. You don't have to worry about defending from me. We want to spread a gap. But it's almost the frustration in the hand signals. It's like, just do what I want to do.
You can see McCarthy with a massive look over the shoulder as well, just to see how far are they behind Wakefield right now. Am I all right to just run the regular line here? And so far, so good, because now Treadwell's starting to fall back a little bit towards McKeithen. Day getting there. Here comes Timmers looking to the inside of Joe Link. No, he tucks back in line. And actually, he couldn't pass through there. The yellow flags were out, so you would have received a penalty if you did make a pass there. So he was very smart to tuck back in line. Top 2 breakaway here. Treadwell's going to need a bit of help from McKeithen and the rest of this line if they're going to try to catch back up here. But so far, looking good for McCarthy and Wakefield.
That's just exactly what Wakefield was trying to orchestrate from 2nd place. He's like, let's just keep on the proper racing line and we'll spread a gap, and they've done exactly that. It's about a 2.5 seconds over the 366 of Jonathan Treadwell, who's holding down 3rd spot. And again, Treadwell is trying to do the same thing, organize McKeithen and Day, a 3-car train, to try and close the gap on your race leader.
And again, with these different rear widths for senior heavy, you can go out wider. They're using the 710 rims on the back, which actually gives you more mid to off corner speed. I've run them as well. They fly around the corners, especially in the grip as well. Christopher McKeithen not wanting to wait around. He goes to the inside. He's like, all right, you had your turn. I want to lead now. Let's keep this up.
Yeah, you can almost see Jonathan Treadwell shake his head saying, okay, let's refile and get back in line and try and chase once again. It's about 9/10 seconds the last time they crossed the stripe between 1st and 3rd. So that is the gap that the 2 leaders, Owen McCarthy and Christopher Wakefield, have managed to build up over this secondary 3-cart battle for 3rd spot.
McKeithen fastest time last lap around as well, and he's able to really sit down and get going here off the corner as we cross the stripe once again and heading up into turn 1. As that gap somewhat closed down, I think it has with that move. If it didn't, it stayed the same.
It's about the same. It's 9/10 seconds back, but Wakefield is 9/100 seconds, so that gives you an idea how close they are. But yeah, it looks visually on the track like it is a lot smaller than it has been for the last several laps.
McKeithen's doing everything he can to get there, tucking down as much as possible. We'll see if he can run that down. Day tried to go on Treadwell there. Somewhat of a separation. Now it's just driver on driver on driver with no help from behind.
Daryl Timmers holding down 6th spot. Wilfred Chewy, Noah Van Straten, Greg Schollard, and Anthony Cazeta in the 377 rounds out your top 10 as they run right now. But again, there's significant gaps between several of the groups as Wakefield manages, or McKeithen I should say, has managed to break away from Jonathan Treadwell and Sebastian Day. And now he's on an island by himself, but he's got a whole head of steam.
He's actually brought that gap back in. Another fastest lap of the race for Christopher McKeithen right now. But he's not out of the woods with Treadwell and Day locked together, pushing top 5 up, broken away from the rest of the field. Daryl Timmers leads that next train with Wilfred Chewy, Noah Van Straten, Greg Schollard, Anthony Cazeta up and into the top 10 now in the 377.
So McCarthy continues to lead with help from Christopher Wakefield. It's about to become a 3-car battle at the front of the fields. And if Jonathan Treadwell and Sebastian Day have anything to say about it, that would be a 5-car battle, but they have a little bit of work to do yet. Boy, McKeithen is really just pushing it. And now he does have a little bit of that draft.
He's gotten himself right there, almost on his own, able to get to Wakefield, and now this is really not what McCarthy wants to see here, is both of these two ganging up on him. You can see Treadwell giving a thumbs up to Day, keep pushing. They are catching as well. McKeithen another fastest lap of the race, but Treadwell and Day turned both of their personal bests on that last lap around as well, getting themselves right in here. It's about half a second back, but they're still very much in it, and not any other help behind them either. So this is going to be it right here. Which way?
He turned the quickest lap of the race, and he was all by himself. And now his teammate ducks to the inside for the race lead. He's going to follow him through as well. So now the battle is for second as Wakefield goes to top spot. McKeithen will have to drop back to third. No! McCarthy resumes the points and puts his Byrell back out in front.
Great stuff. That brings Treadwell and Day right into this as well. And I was going to say, I saw Wakefield look back and he signaled forward to McKeithen coming down to turn 5. I'm not sure if McCarthy's going to be leaving that door open. They almost fan out 4 wide. Oh my goodness, look out. This is going to go one way of a few. Sebastian Day tried to go through there and had to just tuck back in line. And they all kind of fan out there. Boy, McKeithen did not get, or Wakefield did not get out of the last corner well at all. He was looking down at something. I'm not sure what he was looking down at. Kind of got off the power, maybe trying to get a run, and that's going to let McKeithen go through. Is Wakefield maybe having some sort of issue with his cart? Because he just lost all sorts of momentum there. There goes McKeithen by, there goes Treadwell by.
So Owen McCarthy does have about a 2-car length lead over
now McKeithen.
Christopher McKeithen, and Treadwell is sitting in 3rd spot. But yeah, you're right. I think Christopher Wakefield has something wrong with that car. He's dropping back drastically.
Yeah, Sebastian Day trying to get around him there. You can see again, Wakefield went out wide, and now it's turning into, oh yeah, there's definitely something wrong there. Day just goes by him easily. I'm wondering if it's with the front of the cart, because he can't, like Wakefield cannot get the cart to turn at all. Whoa, that was close. McCarthy and McKeithen almost got together.
I think they did get together.
Yeah.
They touched going into the turn number 10 area. Everybody manages to stay straight, and we stay green, but now McKeithen once again jumps to the outside of turn 1. He'll have the preferred line for turn 2, and he will have the lead headed to turn number 3.
Great move by McKeithen there, just able to get enough of the cart up the inside of McCarthy, and to the point he goes. And they plunge down the hill as Wakefield actually got back past Sebastian Day. Now they went back at it. McKeithen on the defense, and now they're really going at it. Oh my goodness, they're about 3 wide. Sebastian Day can't cover that all the way off, and it's Daryl Timmers that makes that pass stick. He goes through 3 wide again. Day now slots in behind Timmers, and they go to the, try to push along. 6 carts under a blanket as they fly through here, and the wind really starts to pick up now behind us.
And heavy clouds moving through the area, but still no rain, and we still stay with a dry racetrack, and 3 carts out in front as McCarthy takes a look on the outside of Jonathan Treadwell, and he will take back over second spot.
Wow, McCarthy around the outside of Treadwell. That was a great pass there. Now he goes back after Christopher McKeithen. 7 laps to go. Treadwell kind of gave him a tip of the hat right here. He's like, yeah, good job. That was very well done. So with McKeithen in the lead, now I keep seeing, I try to look at his front bumper there. Does he have a drop down? Because that is flapping around a lot, and that is a penalty, unfortunately, if he does get caught for that. I can't quite tell. We'll only know once we get to the very end of this race. McCarthy tried to go to the inside there, and McKeithen slammed the door in his face.
But it allows Treadwell to close back up once again. He had fallen back a couple car lengths. Treadwell stays on the regular racing line, a defensive line for Christopher McKeithen.
They swapping a little bit behind them as well, as Chewy now becomes the new leader of that train. McKeithen's out wide. Here comes Owen McCarthy with help from Jonathan Treadwell. They got to try and stay there. Treadwell's trying to push him along. McKeithen can't cover it off. McCarthy was there, and Treadwell's going to push them both through. So now McCarthy goes back to the point.
To stick with Owen McCarthy as they train back, it looks like McKeithen is looking for his teammate, or at least where is that next line, and they're quite a distance back, now led by Wilfred Chewy. Anthony Cazeta and Daryl Timmers, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
My goodness, Christopher Wakefield is plummeting down the order, down to 14th place. There has to be something that's gone wrong with that kart, as he has not been having that issue so far in this race up until now. And even then, that group is starting to break away a little bit further back, with Cazeta up into 5th place. What a comeback this has been for Anthony Cazeta, pushing the back bumper of Wilfred Chewy, and they're towing along Daryl Timmers as well. That's turned into another 3-car train. Greg Scullard leads the next 3-car train just behind them, with Mitchell Morrow, Elienko, Brennan Taylor coming through there. There's Sebastian Day even further back. He has been another one that's just been shuffled down the order. Here we go. Treadwell to the outside, and he's got help from McKeithen. That's going to help him get clear around the outside of Owen McCarthy. And now Treadwell takes the lead with 5 laps to go.
Just enough of an advantage coming into that braking zone. Jonathan Treadwell used it and now takes the lead with 5 laps to go here in the Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy Final. There'll be 5 to go to crown a Canadian champion. Currently, Jonathan Treadwell leads Owen McCarthy and Christopher McKeithen, but this is far from over.
Don't look now, Dave. That gap was over 3 seconds that last lap round. It's down to almost under 2 with Wilfred Chewy and Anthony Cazeta charging back to the front, and this is helping with all the defensive maneuvers here. McKeithen again going to try and make the outside move work. He's clear of McCarthy. He's almost clear of Treadwell, but the draft again going to work against him because he's offline. And you can see these next 3 karts, who maybe thought that they were out of this, have somehow almost gotten back into this, and they're going to start sniffing that draft as well, which is going to tow them even more up into this battle as we come to 4 laps to go.
And Timmers almost risked losing that second group draft. Ooh, contact there between Jonathan Treadwell and Owen McCarthy again in that braking zone as one driver takes a different lane than the other. And then they come back and meet in the middle once again. And now McCarthy tries to run on the outside of turn number 1, and he's got a good one.
He's got it. Treadwell has to give him a lane. McKeithen was struggling to figure out which driver he's going to go with. He's going to try to go underneath both of them. Oh! McCarthy goes around off the bumper of McKeithen, and he backs it into the tire barrier. Oh my goodness, that is heartbreak for Owen McCarthy, and it leaves Jonathan Treadwell out on his own in front of the field. McKeithen now slots back into second. Chewy, Cazeta, and Daryl Timmers all right in here. Treadwell with the lead. Can he maintain that now for the rest of the race now that we've lost Owen McCarthy?
Contacts outside of turn number 2 before turn number 3 between McCarthy and McKeithen. Sent McCarthy into the tire wall. He's okay, flipped up his visor, but obviously disappointed and out of this race for sure. But now look, it is a sitting duck, Jonathan Treadwell at the front, with a stream of cars coming in behind, led by McKeithen.
3 laps to go, and that other pack is also starting to run up here. This is maybe going to turn into a 10-kart battle, dare I say. They are running the quickest laps out of anybody right now. Scullard, who's the head of that train, they're in the 106s. They're even quicker than this other group that has now just caught back up to Treadwell as well, as there is Owen McCarthy standing out of the way. of his cart, and here we go. 2.5 to go. McKeithen's looking to the inside. Treadwell slams the door straight in his face.
They're scattered all over the place.
Whoa!
Under braking is more contact.
Here comes Wilfred Chewy to the outside. He goes through as Treadwell gets pushed off by McKeithen. Chewy goes to the point. Gazeta going around the outside and into second place with help from Daryl Timmers.
Look at that. The other pack has got them as well. So yes, you're right. It is a 10-car dice at the front of the field, but a little bit of gap between 4th and 5th as Timmers tries to hang on to this lead pack in 4th. Chewy continues to lead.
Not for long. Anthony Gazeta goes to the point and he takes Christopher McKeithen with him to the lead. And here we go onto the front straight. McKeithen looking for the lead now. He's up beside Gazeta. Gazeta, 2 wheels in the grass for McKeithen. Is he still there? Yes, maybe, no. Gazeta just had to give him a bit of room. 3 wide out of turn 2 with 2 laps to go. McKeithen takes the lead. Timmers up into 3rd place as Chewy gets the short end of the stick.
Timmers has quietly been making his way through the pack, and now Timmers slots in behind Treadwell. So Timmers up to 4th. Treadwell still holds on to 3rd. Look at them scatter back and forth into the braking.
Oh my goodness,
turn
that
5.
was so close. Oh, around goes Greg Scullard in the middle of turn 5. Look out, that's a bad spot to be in there. Right in the middle of the track. Thankfully nobody else is coming, but that completely takes him out of it. McKeithen with the lead, with Anthony Gazeta right behind him in 2nd. He's got teammate Jonathan Treadwell right behind him. Same with Daryl Timmers. Which way do we go here?
Scullard was the one who led that train, the secondary train, back up towards the leaders, and he'll see his race end just a little bit early, coming through the final set of corners. There will be 1 to go. This time past the stripe, you see the last lap board raised as the drivers see it too, and they know now is the time.
1 lap to go. McKeithen trying to tuck down as much as he can to maintain this lead. Can he hold it now? And again, I have to ask, is there going to be any post-race penalties here that sorts this out? And the winner? I'm not sure. Down the hill for one final time. McKeithen with the lead. Gazeta with the push from Treadwell. They're trying to get there. McKeithen slightly covers. Treadwell had a peek. Nope. Sticks with Anthony Gazeta through the corners, and he gets a great launch out of turn number 5 up to 6. He's to the bumper, but he can't really do much there. It's all going to come down to this run to the chicane. Who has the best run here to try and win this race? Through the ball for the final time. It might just be man on man as well. Gazeta using the draft, trying to get there to McKeithen. I don't know if he's going to have enough. He doesn't have any help behind him either.
Treadwell's not close enough to provide a push as Timmers comes under pressure, but the race for the lead is going to come down to the stripe. It is McKeithen and Gazeta. The checkered flag in the air, and McKeithen will take the win at the line.
Incredible stuff. Christopher McKeithen wins the race on track. Anthony Gazeta, Jonathan Treadwell rounds out the rest of the podium. What a drive that was. What a race that was. My goodness. Daryl Timmers gets 4th. He beats out Mitchell Morrow at the line as that rounds out the top 5. Brendan Taylor, after being both Mitchell and Brendan were sideways earlier on in the race, they come back to finish 5th and 6th.
Congratulations from Jonathan Treadwell to Christopher McKeithen under the cool down, and Anthony Gazeta getting in on that as well. There's Daryl Timmers. A quick congratulations and a fist bump as they make their way back to the paddock area. And the weigh scales is Christopher McKeithen under the cool down here in the Briggs & Stratton Senior Heavy. What a finish here in the 4-stroke karts. And again, we have the Briggs & Stratton Senior class to finish off the day to crown a Canadian champion there as well, as the field will come through. Get checked by the scrutineers at the top of the hill, but here are some of the highlights, and it's almost like they have magnets between them as they stay so close together for the entire race distance. They separate and then they glue back together as drivers get a push and get a run. issue between turns 2 and 3 involving Christopher McKeithen, and took out Owen McCarthy after he was vying for top spot, just making contact there as McKeithen then had to hold off challenges from all kinds of different comers. As he gives his car to Pat and crosses the start-finish line, the checkered flag waving as we await the driver in victory lane.
Could we have your attention in the paddock, please? Could we have your attention in the paddock, please? A couple of announcements regarding the schedule for today. At 1 o'clock, if we could please have all competitors, that's all Group 1 and all Group 2 competitors, if we could please have you on the main straightaway at the start-finish line. That's all Group 1 and Group 2 competitors for the official photo of the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. That's at 1 o'clock. All competitors on the front straight at start finish for the photo, and immediately following that at the podium, if we could have the annual Women in Motorsports photo taken on the podium immediately following the entire field. Driver's briefing will be at 1:15. That's 1:15 for the driver's briefing. And we'll be back on track with Rock GP Jr. at 2 o'clock. Reminder, all competitors to the front straight start-finish line for the group photo at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Attention again in the paddock for the group photo and the Women in Motorsports photo. If we could please have all competitors in their race suits for the photo. That's all competitors in the race suits for the photo at 1 o'clock, as well as the Women in Motorsports photo immediately following. That's all competitors should be in their race suits at the start-finish line for the group photo for the 2025 Canadian Karting Championships at 1 o'clock.
feel? It's been an emotional Thursday, kind of late. Had a couple bad heats. I even flipped. I don't know if any of you guys saw in the last corner. Started from 16, semi for the final. And I knew I had my work cut out. But man, it was a hard fought, fun, amazing race. And this is what Briggs is all about. You know, we have a nice close race. All 6, 7 of us at the front fighting. And it makes it that win that much better. So thankful. My team, everybody in Ecuador, everybody that supported me every time. I was here alone all weekend till my dad came and supported me the last day, and everyone here showed support when I needed it most. So thank you very much. I thank all the karting community, all my family, my dad, especially everybody. Thank you.
Congratulations, my friend. You have won the 2020.
Again, attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. We will be having the competitor photo. That is all drivers for all classes and all groups. Should be at the start-finish line on track at 1 o'clock for the official 2025 Canadian Karting Championships photo. That's all drivers, all classes, all groups in your uniforms on track at 1 o'clock. Driver's briefing will be at 1:15, and we'll be back on track at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Could we please have all Rock GP Junior, that's all Rock GP Junior competitors, should now be on the grid for your 2025 Canadian Karting Championship final. That's Rock GP Junior should now be on for final. Rock Mini. Rock Mini to the pre-grid.
Do you need help or no?
Firing the engines here on the pre-grid for the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. I'm Dave Bradley. Joined with me is Chad Webster. Jeff Trafford will be joining us as well. And we get into the afternoon portion of the Sunday finals. And the first one will be 22 laps for the Rock GP Junior karts. And the junior karts made up of drivers aged 12 and 15 years old, 310 pounds kart and driver. And two-stroke engines. So that's why you see the liquid cool, the radiator on the one side of the driver. The engine is on the other side. The exhaust wraps around in behind. But high on fun these karts are, and high on excitement as well. But as you can see on the camera lens, a couple drops of what I like to call liquid sunshine, because we are determined to keep this one dry, at least at this point.
Hoping it does stay dry, Dave, for the rest of this day. It is just a little bit of mist in the air. Like it's almost like it's not even coming to the ground. It just evaporates just before it gets to the ground. It has not made the ground in front of us any more wet, and I don't think it's going to have too much of an effect on the track either. So we'll see what goes on as we get ready to go in the second half of the Canadian Karting Championships for 2025. Group 1 was earlier on today. If you would like to watch that, please turn into YouTube. Kart Faf Motorsports YouTube channel. We are streaming live there currently right now. The earlier part is up on YouTube as well. We are part of the same stream, and it continues on for the rest of today. 6 more classes to go, and this is going to be our opener of the second group.
Cole Medeiros will start on pole. Roman Doria, then Quinn Tires, and Leonardo Saravalli. In fourth spot, Christian Papp, Noah Landry, Nicholas LaRusso, and Declan Dianarine. That is your top 8 starters here for the Rock GP Junior class. Nico Werner, Ethan Tires, Marco Fazzari, and Christopher Jacinto, along with Massimo LaRusso That's your 13 drivers that will make up this entire field. As you see them lined up 2 by 2, and they'll head onto the front straightaway. The officials wanting to keep their speed down, keep them tightly bunched before they go to green.
Medeiros versus Doria as they come down. They start to accelerate just before the acceleration line. Green flags in the air, and we're underway. It's dead even going into turn 1. Whoa, Medeiros gets real sideways. Doria had to go through the grass, and they scatter out a little bit wide. One kart's off a little bit further back in the grass. Medeiros leads. It's Quinn Tires that's up and into second place now, followed up closely by Christian Papp, and then a decent gap back to now fourth place Roman Doria, having to slightly go through the grass. Didn't hurt him too much. Side by side, Declan D'Honorine going to the inside there on Nico Warner. They both signal forward. You can see Quinn Tires, and he gets faked out right there. Christian Papp said go. Quinn took the message, and Christian Papp faked him out. No, just kidding. I want that second place.
Yeah, they made a deal and then quickly broke that deal as Christian Papp moved into second spot. Cole Medeiros is your race leader in the 207. Fell short in trying to win his first Canadian karting championship of the day in the Rotax Junior Max earlier on this morning, but now comfortably out in front here in the Rock Junior class, and 1 lap in the books. But again, these races far from being a sprint race. 22 laps on this 1.5 km circuit, 12 turn Mosport Karting Center.
This is far from over. Christian Papp already on an early charge after Medeiros as they plunge down the hill once again. Roman Doria is coming back into this, though. Do not count him out yet. Side by side, a little bit further back. That's Nico Warner going down the inside of Noah Landry. That's for 7th place, and I believe he was able to successfully take that spot away. Yes, he has done so now. Declan D'Honorine rides behind both of them. Great to see him back with us again. Of course, brother Mayor D'Honorine, and you know this as well, Dave. You've called a few of his races. Mayor is up in the Radical Cup Canada cars, which just participated at the Honda Indy Toronto the last 2 years as well.
Yeah, does very well when he sits in one of those cars. Of course, he'll drive just about anything at this point. Most of the drivers who jump up from karts into cars will do exactly that. But yeah, his older brother Mayor is definitely one of the most talented drivers that we've seen come through the Radical Cup Canada series, and just looking for that full-time commitment from a sponsor in order to do that series full-time. But Declan is having a good rebound here. One of the cars involved in that early incident in turn number 1 and 2.
You can see Cole Medeiros actually got a little bit too far to the left going up into turn 1, and he hit the inside curb, shot him outside a little bit, but no harm, no foul. He's able to keep a decent lead. I don't think it hurt him too much. You can see a bit more moisture on the camera lens, but it's not affecting any of the drivers right now. They're not slipping and sliding, struggling for grip at all.
No, at this point, your tires are up to temperature, and that is the bonus, right? Because, yeah, you get a little bit of a mist out there. You get a few drops on your visor, and it may steal your attention for a little while. But as far as the track is concerned, tires are going to stick just fine until you get a little bit more standing water and you start to see the gray turn to a little bit darker charcoal color.
19 laps to go. We've knocked down 3 laps already. 22 laps is this race distance as the wind once again starts to pick up. It's been kind of doing that all day, but it's also blowing a bit of moisture around. Declan D'Honorine again going down the inside. Couldn't quite get that pass done.
He just turned his quickest lap and the quickest lap of the entire race group during the last time by. So the 277, he is on a charge.
There goes Roman Doria through to P3. He makes it happen on Quinn Tires, and that puts Quinn Tires at the mercy of our Rotax Junior winner earlier on, Leonardo Saravalli. He's going to the inside now in the chicane, and he makes that pass stick, put him up into P5. Wow, they really jumped up over the curbs right there.
Medeiros continues out in front, 0.6 of a second. His gap down to second place. Christian Papp in the 202. Roman Doria started on the outside of the front row, is now back up into third after dropping back a little bit. That's him in the orange helmet, running in third on track. Ahead of Tires. I'm just looking for Saravalli, who has dropped back a couple of positions, as a matter of fact. Tires, and now D'Honorine, as D'Honorine moves to the inside of Tires.
He's on a charge right now, coming through the field up into 4th place. As I say that, he gets a little bit sideways, but he holds the position, and now Quinn Tires has a bunch of karts right behind them there as well. Warner, LaRusso, as they go at it. Doria again closing that gap to the rear bumper of Christian Papp. He had a go at him last lap in turn 2, and he might have a go at him this time. LaRusso peeks out. He was hoping Warner would go with him there. Didn't quite have the run. Now you can see Quinn Tires is really reefing around the steering wheel, dealing with a bit of handling issues there, as Roman Doria this time makes the pass stick on Christian Papp. And now, if he can keep him behind him, and he has so far, can he challenge Cole Medeiros at the front?
Medeiros, though, comfortably out in front. Again, 1.1 seconds is the lead, and he hasn't had sort of the benefit of this battle behind. It really hadn't materialized until this last lap. So this has been all on speed for Cole Medeiros. He's been able to open up that gap at the front. He's very, very quick here in the Rock Junior class. And again, this is a class made up of drivers 12 to 15 years old. 125cc two-stroke engines. You can hear them screaming as they reach peak RPM into turn number 1 at the end of the front straightaway. Sarah Valley turns the quickest lap of anyone in that last lap by. 6 laps in, 16 to go.
And again, Doria didn't lose anything by passing Papp that time as well. It stayed about the same. Things starting to slightly spread out here. Let's see what Doria can turn this lap. He's got ample time to try and close in. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Nicholas LaRusso looking to the inside of Quinn Tires at turn 6. He makes that pass work, and he's up and into 6th place now.
Werner was right there too, but had the door closed across the front of that Joni cart, and he'll slot back into line behind Tires.
Or he'll come right back at him, or Tires, I think, actually comes right back at LaRusso.
Yeah, I think so.
And gets that spot back away, and they just back to square one now.
Look at Doria, though. Now that Doria has managed to get around Christian Papp, open up a gap on 3rd place, and it does eat into the lead of Cole Medeiros just a little bit. So keep an eye on that 218, that orange helmet in 2nd spot. It looks like Doria is mounting a challenge.
Look at Declan DeHonorine now. He has a shot at Christian Papp here. Papp wasn't letting him through. Last lap around, DeHonorine was the quickest on track, set the fastest lap of the race. We'll see if he can keep that up. He tried going into turn 5, and Papp knew better to leave the door open for him because he knew he was going to take it. If he has a run in the end of the straightaway here and going into the chicane, I don't think he's going to be close enough unless he sends a Hail Mary here, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do so.
Sarah Valley is in the final cart in that 3-cart train. DeHonorine, the meat and the sandwich. And Christian Papp is out in front. Here comes DeHonorine taking a peek on the inside of turn number 1. Can't make it work. Christian Papp holds on one more time.
The run just stalled out for him. He was so close to getting the rear tires of Christian Papp there. Couldn't quite do it, and he lost a bit of momentum. He's not going to have the chance to attack him down the hill here. And last lap around, Medeiros actually stepped it up a little bit. That gap is back to 1.2 seconds. Doria, they're running very similar lap times, although Medeiros actually put in the fastest lap of the race right now. And again, the longer the race goes, I think the more it suits him. It sure did earlier today, although Sarah Valley was able to beat him. It was a lot closer than we thought it was going to be. Right now, it's slightly more spread out, but it's still on here.
Oh, DeHonorine got a little crossways as he looked right and left to try and find a gap around Christian Papp. That gap never materialized as Papp then touches the dirt on the exit of turn 12. Ducks to the inside, Papp does in turn number 1 and holds off the charge. And here comes Sarah Valley starting to look around and peek to the inside of the 277 of Declan DeHonorine.
He might have a run at him here as they come down the hill. DeHonorine hit the curb. A little further back, there's Nico Warner to the inside of LaRusso. And Papp again having to defend DeHonorine to the bumper. Can't really do anything. And also, when we just noticed a little bit coming to the front straightaway there, Roman Doria dropped the wheel on the exit of the last corner, tried a little bit too hard. And that's all Medeiros really wants to see behind him. Yep. Now DeHonorine's on the bumper again. Looking, nope. Once again, Papp doing a great job of defending these guys off behind, and that's bringing Quinn Tires into the fray as well.
Yeah, Sarah Valley took out jump out to the outside to try and figure out a way through, and now Deanna Reed takes a look, and again that door slammed across the nose with the 277.
And again, if you're Deanna Reed, you got to be careful not to get frustrated here. I know you're trying to get through on another driver that you think you're quicker than, but you still have to relax. It's still a long way to go, and there's still time. Sarah Valley defends now. Now Deanna Reed, as I say that, with a great move on the brakes. He makes that stick. Sarah Valley has to tuck back in line. Quinn Tires now goes to the outside. No go there. It's really hard to make that outside work in turn 6.
Now they're going to all try and get together and work a momentum pass as Sarah Valley lost that momentum and almost got swallowed up by Quinn Tires. And that allows Christian Papp to hold on to his position a little while longer, but Deanna Reed now up inside the top 3 in a podium position currently for the 277.
Does he have anything maybe for Cole Medeiros? He's running out of time, unfortunately, though. Halfway down, halfway still to go, and Medeiros clocks the fastest lap of the race once again and pulls out to now a 1.8 second gap over Roman Doria.
It looks like it's stagnating a little bit, the gap, but still Cole Medeiros, another quickest lap of the race, 56.717 compared to a 57.0 for Roman Doria. So it is those tenths of a second that keeps chipping away at increasing that lead for Medeiros over Doria.
He's doing exactly what he needs to do right now, and it's good that Medeiros, unlike the Rotax Junior race where he always had the pressure on him from the start of the race to the end of the race, this time he's been able to get away and not have to deal with anybody right on the bumper. He can run his own race, he doesn't have to defend, and he can take care of his equipment the entire time. Right now, still looking good for him, as once again quicker than everybody else on track, at least that last lap around, and that's with from 2nd to 9th all turning their personal best lap of the race.
Yeah, but Medeiros is just that much better as you see him leaning his way. The steering wheel staying pretty straight. That car not moving around too much. It's quite happily tracking at the controls with Medeiros moving the pedals and the wheels and opening up that 1.9 second gap now on Roman Doria. Deanna Reed all by himself in 3rd spot with Christian Papp, Sarah Valley, Tires, and now Werner is in there too.
He's starting to break his way into this. Oh, he nailed the second curb there. You saw that thing come right up and off the ground. As we're into the single digits now, it was pretty similar this lap. Roman Doria was a little bit quicker. Declan Deanna Reed, fastest lap of the race for the 277. If he can keep that up, he's got a shot. As Sarah Valley once again has to do battle with Quinn Tires. It looked like his kart was going to be good on the longer runs here, but it almost looks like he's starting to struggle a little bit. Hasn't been able to shake Quinn Tires. Nico Warner's come into the battle, and it's all things. You can see him constantly looking over his shoulder, figuring out, where do I need to defend here? Does he have a run on me? Where does he think he's going to make a pass on him?
What I saw Quinn Tires, he reached his hand off the steering wheel, almost just stretched his hand a little bit.
Yes.
Give himself a break, a little bit of arm pump or hand cramping potentially for some of these drivers, and Tires maybe just regrouping and throws a pass to the inside of Sarah Valley.
Great stuff from Quinn Tires. That puts him into the top 5. And you mentioned that, Dave. There is a lot of times where you hold down sometimes with these, more or less, I would say with the 2-stroke karts, you hold that steering wheel so tight to try and make sure you can get the absolute maximum out of your kart. You're actually cramping down your hands so much. It's good to just let them breathe a little bit going down these straightaways and then putting them back on properly once you get down to the corners.
Christian Papp just turned the quickest of anybody that time in the 202, and yeah, we thought Declan Deanna Reed was starting to mow down the 218 of Roman Doria, but maybe the 202 has something left in the tank. Challenge those two.
Noticing a rotating door of drivers setting the fastest lap. Every lap, it's one of the other ones. One lap it was Sarah Valley, then it was Tires, then it was Medeiros, then it was Deanna Reed, then it was Doria. Now it's Christian Papp finding more life as the laps continue to tick off in the Rock GP Junior final.
And 22 laps, the scheduled race distance for the first of the afternoon group here at the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship from Mosport Karting Center. Presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsport. We thank you very much for joining us. I'm Dave Bradley along with Chad Webster. Jess Trafford will be joining us shortly, as well as Christian Pfaff. There he is, chasing Declan Dionarine. All the while, Cole Medeiros has opened up a 2.2 second lead over Roman Doria.
Absolutely charging away more and more. It's just getting slightly bigger. Now this time again, now it's Medeiros that set the fastest lap of the race that last lap around. As he picks it up, we'll see what the lap times are going to be this time by with 6 laps to go. Now it looks like Quinn Tires has picked it up. He's getting closer and closer to Christian Pfaff. You can see Pfaff looking over his shoulders. We look at the lap times, and another personal best for Quinn Tires, but still quickest man on the track overall right now is still Cole Medeiros, starting to run away with this one.
Yeah, 2.4 seconds. There you can see visually on track the gap between first and second. The best battle is that one, third, fourth, and fifth. So it'll be the fight for the final podium spot. Declan Dionarine has it. Christian Pfaff and Quinn Tires definitely in the mix in this one.
Well, you can see the rear tire lift heavily there for Christian Pfaff. That cost him quite a bit of time. That's going to put Quinn Tires right on the bumper. And let's see what happens once we get down to the chicane here. I'm sure Pfaff will be looking behind him. He might feel the bump right here. Yep, he's not leaving him any lane. Tires going to have to look to the outside. No go, at least through the first part of the chicane. But he's still riding right with these two. And he's got a podium right in sight. Behind him as well, Nico Warner has caught Leonardo Saravalli and going for it for 6th position. 5 laps to go. And once again, Medeiros steps it up, keeping it way more consistent than anybody else is right now, almost up to a 3-second gap over Roman Doria.
And Roman Doria almost opening up a 2-second gap on Declan Dionarine. So you have a gap in the front, a gap from second and third, but again, no gap from third, fourth, and fifth. That is a tight battle, but you're right, Saravalli and Werner now have a dice on their hands. As those two cars, unless they link up and try and close up, maybe work together for the last 5 laps.
Trying to. And then again, I don't think Christian Pfaff really wants to leave that door open at all. If Quinn Tires does get there, not leaving him any room at all. As once again, Dionarine actually stretches it out just a little bit this time. Tires is just hounding Pfaff. I thought he was going to try it going into turn 2. He's got a bumper up the inside of him. Not able to carry enough momentum. Ooh, I think he may have gotten into him right there going into turn 3. That or Pfaff just got loose. But either way, Quinn Tires takes away 4th position.
Yeah, I think it might have been that Pfaff just got loose, and here he comes back to the inside in turn number 5. Pins it down low, but Tires is going to drag race on the outside. Pfaff with the preferred line into turn number 6.
He keeps him behind him. This brings Saravalli and Warner right into the battle there. Tires tried to get the nose under him again, but he pinched it off too much, lost too much momentum. And now, which way do you go? Don't leave the door open behind you because you have more help coming. That was close, and they all somehow stay in their same order. Tires again tried it at the last corner, and again, to no avail. 3 laps to go. They're running out of time here, and the podium's slipping away because Declan Dionarine is getting further and further up the road. Quinn Tires to the inside of Christian Pfaff, and once again denied at turn 2.
See what happens in turn number 3. That's where Christian Pfaff got loose the last time. It sticks this time. He hangs on to 4th position. But again, this is a battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, as the top 3 are all on their own planets right now.
Tires makes the pass. We're in an opposite scenario that we were the last time around. This time he does finally get clear of Christian Pfaff and up and into 4th place now. And Pfaff now being hounded by Saravalli and Warner as we come flying through the sweeper. Look over the shoulder. Saravalli stays to the bumper. No room there. Oh, issues for Christopher Giacinto in the 242. That's on the exit of turn 5. And he is out on the spot.
Yeah, it looks like that kart did a little half spin. You can see the tire marks on the track. It's gonna have an issue with the kart grabbing the asphalt as it came back onto the track, but Giacinto pushing his machine off the track, and we stay green. There you can see it stricken on the side in the grass as Medeiros continues out in front. A lap and a half to go now for your race leader, Cole Medeiros.
Pap and Saravalli now have actually gotten past Quinn Tires. And Saravalli, you can see a bit of frustration there from him signaling, go. I don't want to be under attack from behind. We're fine. So Tires had just gotten up into fourth place less than a lap later, and he gets shuffled down into sixth. So it went +1, and then it went -2, unfortunately, for him. As we're coming down now, one more lap to go for our race leader, Cole Medeiros. Roman Doria in a safe second, same with Declan Dianarine in third. It's all on behind them for fourth place with this group of 4 karts all going at it.
Christian Papp has that 4th position. Saravalli, Quinn Tires, and Nico Werner.
Oh, Saravalli goes around.
Saravalli, that was on the nose of Quinn Tires, who made contact with the Saravalli machine. And he does a half spin, but we stay green. This is Werner now hounding Quinn Tires.
Looking for any way around.
Medeiros comes through and completes the final laps. That's 1, 2, and 3. You can see the gaps between those 2 or 3 cars. And Medeiros off of turn number 12 to the checkered flag, and he will win it. A 2025 Canadian Karting Championship for the driver of the 207.
Roman Doria comes through to take second, making an REM 1-2. Keep the applause going. Great comeback for Declan Dianarine as well in the 277. He finishes third. Christian Papp, Quinn Tires round out the top 5, as Nico Werner just couldn't quite beat Tires out for the 5th position.
What an absolutely dominating performance from Cole Medeiros, though, as he led since the drop of the green and turns the fastest lap of the race en route to victory, and won it by 2.3 seconds over Roman Doria. Declan Dianarine rounds out the top 3 as we take a look at some of the action from the Rock GP Junior class. And again, these drivers just 12 to 15 years old. Have a look at some of the moves they made during that race. Just absolutely fantastic racing. See a number 1 for Cole Medeiros as he gets thumbs up around the track and makes his way down into victory lane.
You know those chip bag sliders? Those bags? Use one of those. That'd work just a paper clip. Hop on all the place, bro.
And no one was climbing up the side of it. And I'm flicking it on and off. It was deflated, please, and it just fell off. It fucking snapped his arm.
All right, well, I'm standing with your 2025 Canadian Karting Champion for Rock GP Junior, Cole Medeiros. Cole, 3 weeks in a row, you win it down in Edmonton in the Road Tax Canada Finals there. You win last week at Kart Stars in Shannonville, and you get it done once again this weekend here at the Canadian Karting Championships. What's this like?
Feels really great. Be very consistent at the front, and just feels really good.
Well done. Who do you want to thank for your victory this weekend, Cole?
My team, REM, the engines from Kevin Glover, my parents, and everyone who's helped me.
Well, congrats. Enjoy it, my friend. You have won the Canadian Karting Championship in 2025 in Rock GP Junior. How about it for Cole Medeiros?
So Colt Medeiros will suit back up, jump in the cart, and do a victory lap with the special commemorative Canadian karting champion checkered flag.
Like these two aren't connected.
And then head
like these.
to scrutineering and technical inspection for the 207. The photo op now for the fans of Cole Medeiros as he comes around with that checkered flag, and what an image that would be. As we go from the Rock GP Junior to the Rock Minis. That's who's on the pre-grid right now, getting set to fire engines, and this will be an 18-lap final for group number 2. And again, the Rock Mini group, some of the youngest drivers we do have in the Canadian Karting Championship here this afternoon, ages 8 to 13 in this class. Again, powered by a 2-stroke engine, about 240 pounds, kart and driver. You can see all the drivers there settled in, the engine's running, and they're ready to do battle. A free air-cooled engine. You see that's different from the Rock Junior class. He just went out. You saw a radiator on the other side of the driver. This one, the fins on the top of the engine, indicating it is cooled by the air.
Let's go! You got this!
Driver's eager to get going.
Come touch my dingle for good luck.
So we've seen some of the best racing, actually, out of some of the youngest drivers over the course of the day today. The Briggs and Stratton Cadet class put on an absolutely dynamite show earlier as the drivers work to build some heat in their tires against smaller tires on these smaller karts for the smallest of the drivers.
Let's see how this one's going to go out. Asher Pavan, of course, won earlier in Mini and Mini Micro, Rotax Mini Micro. Let's see if he can pull up and become a double winner today, as only a few drivers get that chance. Cole Medeiros has another chance to do it later on as well. He'll be back in action in our penultimate class as we wait for them to get lined up 8 strong in Rock Mini. Great run yesterday by Christian Demonides and Aiden Kishin. And we've also seen the story of this class this weekend, Dave, as well, is when they get really slowed down for the start, sometimes the karts just bog right down on them and they cannot get off the line well at all.
Yeah, and we've seen that on a couple of occasions, as you mentioned. It does affect the entire lane. Like, it doesn't matter if your car is going, but the car in front of you, if it's not, then you're sort of sunk in your position. Asher Pavan, Aiden Kishin, Damonides, and Koutsoukas, along with Francisco Dos Santos and Wheeler, with Ricky Ramden rounding out the field as the RPMs start to pick up here on the front straightaway. The green flag waves, and we're underway here in the Rock Mini Group.
Asher Pavan takes the early lead with a bit of help from Christian Demonides. Whoa, they're slipping all over the place, going up 3 wide already for the lead. And it's going to be Aiden Kishin, I think, that takes the lead, or is it? Christian Demonides, they're slipping all over the place, as I think the rain just slightly started to come down a bit more and more. And now they're really going to have to watch themselves here. Now it's Max Koutsoukas that takes the lead, and you can see how much slower they're going, trying to figure out which way to run, as the weather does kind of dampen them a little bit right now.
And you mentioned at this track, in this facility, it could be raining in one section of the track and dry in another, as you do see some raindrops on our screen here on the live stream. So it is trying a little bit. It's just a heavy mist at this point, because you can see it in the trees, but it isn't necessarily wetting the track too much, just dampening it.
You can see a few of the karts struggling a bit through there to get through the chicane. Max Kutsukis struggling with the front of his kart. Damianidis slips out a bit wide. That last curve is glacially slippery. Asher Pavan goes from leading the race down into 7th place. Here comes Damianidis for the lead already. He takes it back going into turn 1. And now they're going to have to adjust their lines here. But Christian Damianidis now with the race lead and actually has a nice little gap here. Can try to figure out which line to run now. Slicks in a bit of a damp condition.
And you saw some of the drivers adjust their line coming out of turn number 12. They did move up to that rain line, and essentially what that means, if you're unfamiliar to karting, is get out of the rubber. That big black strip that has been laid down, that becomes so very slippery when it does get a little bit wet. So what you want to do is stay out of there when you're doing any of the turning or braking in these karts, and some of the drivers touch it a little bit, and it will remind you fairly quickly how slippery it can be.
I believe that was Francisco that ended up going sideways there. He lost a position or two. As now, at least from where we're seeing here, it's still missing a little bit, but it's subsided. It's not getting on the ground anymore. And whoa, Kutsukis gets real sideways. Damianidis did a great job of getting his kart turned down to the curb quicker than everybody else. And yeah, they just want to avoid the rubber. If it doesn't start raining again, they want to avoid the rubber for a few laps, and then if it does start to dry up just a little bit more, they'll be back to running a regular line here, and it's really going to also prove who's the bravest right now, who wants to get it down as low as they can and as quick as they can. Top 3, Ricky Ramden having a good run so far in 3rd place.
Remember, Ricky Ramden started at the back.
Yes.
So the driver, the 178, doing a wonderful job, sitting in a podium position right now as Francisco moves up into the top 4, getting around Aiden Kishin.
Great move there, as now I'm starting to see them get back to their semi-regular lines, at least through turn 5. Let's see where they are through 6. A little bit off of the bottom. You can see Pavan going back to the preferred line, and that did work out for him there. Yeah, he's running the preferred line, and it is quicker at this point in the race. And Damianidis is getting closed in on now from Kutsukis and Ramden as they all close right together. Kutsukis looking to the inside in the chicane. He goes through. Ricky Ramden also going to go through and into 2nd place.
Damianidis was on the outside, and again, yeah, through 12, they're all back to their regular racing line. So the mist not quite as heavy as it once was, and the drivers deciding it is fine to adjust their lines back to where it should be under dry conditions.
Top 4 right with each other. Asher Pavan's broken into 5th. Here comes Damianidis to the inside of Ricky Ramden, and he takes 2nd place back from him at the top of turn 3. Down the hill we come. 5 karts under a blanket, and they all fan out. Damianidis back for the lead. He's going to get through. Francisco also going to go through on Ramden. Pavan tried to do the same and can't get clear. He's got to tuck back in line. Ramden into the back of Francisco. Left it on the brakes a little bit too late.
A lot of steering input there from Francisco to hang on to that number 114, but does, and as a matter of fact, opens a bit of a gap as Ramden lost all that momentum in getting into the back of the 114, but back up at the front, it is Damianidis ahead of Kutsukis.
Pavan up another spot. He gets by Ramden. There's your entire top 8 right with each other in one shot. Here comes Francisco to the inside of Kutsukis. He'll take the 2nd place away. Still sliding a little bit, but back to regular dry line for the most part as far as what I'm seeing. Still a little bit slick out there. I think it'll taper away. Again, the mist is with us right now, but it's not really falling too hard on the track. Here's Francisco for the lead. Maybe. Nope, tucks back in line.
A little bit too far behind, but didn't want Kutsukis to think that there was going to be an opening to the inside as, oh boy, Pavan, a 2-for-1 in a set of corners at the top of the hill. Number 6 was the winner for the 154 as Pavan went from 4th to 2nd in one set of corners.
Great stuff from Asher Pavan. He's closing down now on Christian Damianidis. As we head back into the chicane, Ricky Ramden has gotten up and past Max Kutsukis for 4th place. And here comes Joshua Wheeler to the inside of Kutsukis as well, and he'll take 5th away as Pavan goes for the lead, heading down into turn 1, and the pole sitter takes back the lead, or should I say maybe takes back the lead. No, he doesn't. Christian Damianidis comes back at him, and he's got Francisco to deal with again.
Good hard-fought comeback for Demonitas after giving up that spot into turn number 1. Came back in turn 2 and took it right back. How about into this one? Turn 5 into the braking. Pavan takes a look, gets up alongside, and goes around back into the race lead for the 154.
Back up to the top now. Can he stay there? Switching the wheel a little bit, but not terrible. You can see a bit of moisture on the camera lens, but it isn't really accumulating on the track as well. I'm sure the drivers may tell us differently, but as far as we can see, it's not affecting them too much badly now. The times are a little bit off, about a second. And here we go. Demonitas with a push from Francisco back to the lead. And no, Francisco can't quite find a way through, but Demonitas back to the point. Let's see how long Pavan wants to wait to take this back. I didn't think he would wait very long. He goes right back to the lead with Francisco pushing him.
Demonitas is going to try to hold the inside, and around goes Demonitas in turn number 2. Caught a little bit of that inside curve, and it really upset that kart and sent it sideways, potentially all the way around in turn number 2. Ricky Ramden, yeah, it did. As
he has to push it out of there.
Has to push it out of the grass and back onto the asphalts and refire the engine as Ramden now up into 3rd.
And it's Pavan and Francisco up front. Let's see if Francisco can stay with him. Ramden with a great run so far. Again, started at the very back of the field. He's up in 3rd, and he's got a bit of a distance to Josh Wheeler behind him. Here comes Francisco with a run. And he's going to make the pass for the lead, I believe. Yep, he gets cleared and through into the chicane. New leader, the 114 of Liam Francisco.
11 laps to go. And as much action as we've seen in this one, it's hard to believe there's still 11 laps to go because they've been fighting like it's the last few laps almost every single time around the track as Asher Pavan continues to hound Liam Francisco, who just turned the fastest lap of the race, by the way, in taking over top spot.
I'm starting to notice that the rain's picking up a little bit once again, starting to get on the ground. And Francisco's opening up a bit of a lead now on Pavan. You can see he stretched it out through turn 5. Whoa, there's a big wiggle from him right there. And yeah, they are starting to struggle just a little bit again. It almost just looks like any sort of moisture on the rubber, and it just becomes glacially slippery. You can see Ramden start slipping up the track right there behind them in 3rd place.
Well, we talked about how much rubber buildup had been put down on this track. We did get a little rain through the area last night as Francisco went for a big slide, under braking into turn 10, and now around turn 12, you can see they are just being a little bit more ginger.
Pavan tried a different line coming out of the last corner. Not really sure if it worked for him. I think he bogged down the kart. 10 laps to go. Francisco starting to use a bit of his body to try and get a bit more side bite into the kart now, with rain still kind of threatening. Now it's starting to taper off again. It was only for a few corners that they struggled. Now it should somewhat be back to normal. Down the hill, Koutsoukas back up into 3rd place and asking for a push from behind. And I'm starting to notice, I think it's the front tires that are struggling in this hard condition. Here comes Aiden Cushion, looking, nope. Tucks back in line behind Josh Wheeler. Wheeler sends it to the inside. A little bit too hard, he got sideways. That's all Aiden Cushion needed to see as he almost made the pass going into the bowl.
Koutsoukas has managed to get away around Ricky Ramden for 3rd spot and the final podium position, but Asher Pavan is not getting away too far. Pavan is about 0.8 of a second back of your race leader, but now Koutsoukas, he's right there within striking distance.
Wheeler made the pass to the inside of Ramden, but he couldn't turn in the center of the corner because of the moisture coming down, and again, struggling to keep Ramden behind him, and he's not going to be able to do it, or is he? They cross each other over. Here comes Koutsoukas after Asher Pavan, heading up to turn 2. They've lost a second now to Liam Francisco. He's pulling more and more away at the front. And Cushion looking on Ricky Ramden. Nope, he tucks back in line. You can see it takes a little bit longer for Asher's kart to turn, and then it bites finally. But again, a bit of that moisture is making it a bit hard on him.
There comes Koutsoukas. Again, they're about half a car length up on the normal racing line in turn number 6. But elsewhere, they're sticking pretty close to it. As Katsoukas now tries to put a run together. We'll see what happens here at the end of the straightaway as Ricky Ramden once again plays a little defense. But at the front, the lead is gone for the 114 of Liam Francisco. So that went from about 1.2 seconds to 0.4 of a second. So the 114 with a misstep in 10, 11, and 12.
And now the entire top 7 is within 2 seconds of the race leader. It stretched out and then it tightened up once again with, again, the rain kind of subsiding here, and it's not as persistent as it was before. Here comes Ricky Ramden. He had a look to the inside of Josh Wheeler. He couldn't make that happen. As up the hill we go. This is where there's a bit of a different line running into turn 6. You can see Pavan keeping it pinned down more, and that seems to be working out better for him. Coming through 6, if he can just get it turned a bit more, he might be able to get to the inside of Francisco. I think he's going to have a run on him by the time we get to the chicane here.
Here comes Pavan. Tucked right up in behind the 114 of Francisco. It won't happen this time, but just really building it up now to the inside in turn number 12, all over the curbing, but can't make it stick is Asher Pavan, who will drop back now into the clutches of the 113 of Max Katsoukas.
You can see Katsoukas was looking. He just didn't have enough of a run to make anything happen on Pavan there. And this once again puts Francisco out with a decent lead. 7 laps to go. And we come down the hill again. Top 3 have sort of broken away from Wheeler. DeSantos now up into 5th place as Wheeler defends from him, going down into 5.
DeSantos actually just turned his quickest lap of the race, even in these changing conditions. So obviously has found some magic. Now it looks like they're back down to the regular racing line, despite the moisture that you see on some of the camera lenses. But it appears as though the driver is indicating to us, anyway, that the track is dry.
It almost feels like it's a little more wet up in turn 3 and 6 than it is down here on the front straightaway and closer to the last corner. Because you can see on the camera, it's a bit darker up there as well. But I believe the moisture is really starting to subside as we're starting to get some lighter cloud cover coming over us.
Looking for the lead is Asher Pavan, and to the inside off of turn number 2 as Francisco manages to hold on for another lap in through turn number 3. Pavan had a great drive out of that final corner and set that up through 1 and 2.
He's going to be looking here at turn 5. Yep, peeks out to the inside. Clear on Francisco, or is he? Francisco comes right back at him. They are dead even. Francisco's got a bit more pull up the hill, and he is. No, he isn't going to clear him. Asher Pavan puts it back on the inside and takes back the lead.
Pavan has been running that tighter lineup through turn number 6 pretty much all race long. There's 5.5 laps to go now for Asher Pavan, your new race leader.
He's doing everything he can right now. Now he's going to go on the defense. Francisco to the outside. He tried to go through there, kind of slipped in the second part of the chicane. Advantage to Pavan so far, but this is far from over. Francisco sticking right with him. Ramden back up into 4th place, a little bit behind. Francisco, I thought he was going to get through on him there. Cushion trying to get through on DeSantos. This is the battle for 4th and 5th. As you saw Wheeler really slip at the top of the hill there. Back to the leaders now.
And it is Francisco who's applying the pressure on Asher Pavan. All by himself in 3rd spot is Max Katsoukas in the 113. It's a battle for 4th on back with Ramden, DeSantos, Kishin, and Wheeler.
Oh.
And that's DeSantos who goes off and through the dirt, but manages to rejoin.
Little shake of the head there. He obviously wasn't impressed with how that went. And he's got to regroup himself back in 7th, and he might not get another shot at getting back up to that group of carts right there. Up front, Pavan's not leaving the door open at all. Oh my goodness, Francisco getting into him pretty aggressively there, coming down into the chicane, almost giving Pavan whiplash. You can see his head kind of lurch back right there from the bumps that Francisco's giving him. Which way? He's going to go to the outside this time. He's up beside Pavan. He's clear of Pavan going up and into turn 1. Pavan's coming right back at him, though. He's got a bumper to him. No, Francisco able to hold on for the time being. They swap the lead once again. And Pavan to the inside of turn 4. No, over the curb too much.
Don't see that as a passing opportunity many times, but Pavan decided to give it a shot and try to the inside, but it did not work out. Slots into second behind the 114 of Liam Francisco. So Francisco a little crossways in turn number 6, but continues to hold on. And now the 154 of Pavan, right up to the back bumper of your race leader.
He is right on him. What does Francisco do? Nope, he's going to do the same thing that Pavan did. Don't leave the door open. Pavan's going to make the outside work regardless and takes back the lead. We swap the lead once again. My lottery ticket, I do not know which way this race is going to go here. It seems like the top end works out right here for Francisco, and that's what I talked about. He's back to the inside of Pavan, and he takes back the lead, or does he? Pavan's still on the outside. He outbreaks him into turn 3, and he holds the outside around the center of turn 3 and takes back the lead. My goodness, they are just going right at it.
What a move by Asher Pavan on the outside of turn number 3, and that's after what a move by Liam Francisco to try and take over the lead. But a reminder that these are just kids ages 8 to 13 here in the Mini Rock group. And Asher Pavan and Liam Francisco delighting the crowd here at Mosport Karting Center, but also putting on a great show here at the Canadian Karting Championship.
Oh boy, Francisco trying the outside there. Not quite able to make it happen. Instead, he's going to wait for the last corner. There's almost contact. They slide, and somehow they stay dead even. 2 laps to go, and it's Francisco at the line that takes the lead right back from Pavan. They head up the hill. I wouldn't be looking too far behind him. Max Koutsoukis is going to be looking at this and going like, hey, I can get in this too. These guys are using up all their equipment. They're going at it right now. I have got to get in this.
It's just going to take a little bit of a slip up, and that'll make it a 3-kart race at the front. Pavan goes to the outside as Francisco does the defensive line on the inside of turn number 5. Here we go to turn 6. Pavan again washes out wide to try and dive it off the corner and come back, make that run work. He does close up on the back bumper. We know he's made the outside work into turn number 10. Can he do it this time one more time?
He's keeping it pinned down to the inside in the bowl as well, making sure Pavan doesn't get there. Don't look now. Here comes Kishin and Ricky Ramden as well, getting closer and closer to this. If they're not careful, we're going to have a 5-kart fight for the race win as they're coming onto the front straightaway. 1 lap to go in the Rock Mini Final. Who's going to win it? Your top 5 are right with each other in the same camera shot. Less than a second as Francisco has to defend going up the hill for the final time. Pavan's going to try the outside again at turn 3, and again he outbreaks him and takes the race lead away.
What a move to take over top spot for Asher Pavan. Francisco now back in the clutches of Max Koutsoukis for second spot. But you're right, it is a 5-kart battle now at the front of the field. Asher Pavan ahead on a swivel, looking left, looking right to see where that challenge is coming from.
Francisco a little bit better through turn 6. Now they come on the exit. Oh, Kushin hit the curb too hard, and that might put him out of contention here. Pavan's pulling away from Francisco, but this is where Francisco's been so good right here. He closes that gap in. He's going to definitely have to go to the outside. Which way do we go? He's into Pavan. Pavan takes it. Now it's down to the last corner. Don't leave that door open. I don't know. It's going to be a drag race to the line. Can Francisco get off the corner quick enough? No, he can't. Asher Pavan wins the Rock Mini Canadian Karting Championship for 2025 in a stellar last lap pass around the outside of turn 3.
Championship number 2 for the driver, the 154, Asher Pavan. This is the second Canadian Karting Championship of the day for the young driver as he celebrates here in the Rock Mini class. But what a race that was. With Liam Francisco, the difference at the line about 1/10 of a second. Max Koutsoukis in 3rd spot. Ricky Ramden, Aiden Kishin. That is your top 5. Joshua Wheeler, Melville DeSantos, and Christian Demonitas rounds out the finishing order. just an incredible race by the youngsters here in the Rock Mini class. And it just goes to show you don't necessarily have to have age on your side, have excitement in a karting class. As Damanitas was up in the mix for several laps leading this one, as the constant change in weather really threw a spanner in the works for these drivers. And then Liam Francisco in the 114 had his turn at the front of the field, but Asher Pavan took over in the late going. There is the pass on the outside of turn number 3. It's just an outbreaking maneuver for Asher Pavan. And driving home to victory lane.
Sorry, Cody. All right. You might want to hold that while you do the interview, Asher. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Thanks, Mark. Well, I'm standing here with your 2025 Canadian Karting Champion for Mini Rock as well, Asher Pavan, 2 in 1 day. That was an amazing race. Passed around the top of turn 3. How about that one? How do you feel?
So good. That was like one of my best races. Yeah, I just literally just didn't brake. I just went. Yeah, it was super good. I thought I didn't have it at the start. I was falling back in the rain. Kurt wasn't turning, but then as it dried up, the gear came in and the tires came in. It was great. I'd like to thank my dad, my mom, Brian, wherever he is, and Adam again.
Well, congrats, Asher. That's 2 in 1 day. Well done, my friend. Doubling up here at the Canadian Karting Championships.
Whatever, 10 years old. So really good. I've never seen so many. So I just had a career with Hank and Sue, and then there's a little bit of vintage motorcycles, so that on my drive, and then the karting thing. So really, I thought I'd have fun.
So Briggs and Stratton Jr. on the pre-grid, set to come out and complete their championship day. 20 laps for the junior drivers in the 4-stroke Briggs and Stratton. And then we will have a couple more rock classes, the VLR Senior and VLR Juniors, and then Briggs and Stratton Senior will finish things off. So this is actually the Briggs and Stratton Junior class that is on track right now. And again, a 4-stroke engine, so it doesn't make as much horsepower, very much a momentum kart. You want to keep that momentum up through the corners, and you'll see a lot of drafting, a lot of nose to tail bumping. And these drivers start at about 12 years old. So about 12 to 15 is the age group for these drivers. 300 pounds for the Briggs and Stratton Jr. And a lot of the drivers you've seen out on track in other classes will be back to do battle in this one here as well, because The four-stroke class is often the class where they start in, and drivers find it beneficial to keep going in that one because it does teach you how to be smooth. You need to be a smooth driver to be a successful four-stroke karter.
Well, I already had that. All right, talk to you soon. Jesse!
Copy that there.
Okay.
We have your attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. As things begin to wind down for the day, just a general reminder to all competitors in the paddock, if you haven't already done so, please return your transponder back to the main building. Again, that's a reminder in the paddock. If you haven't already done so, please return back to the main building. Thank you.
And so the engine's fired on the Briggs & Stratton Junior class here on the pre-grid. As you can see, the tuners all backing away from the carts. They're now in the hands of the drivers, who are seated comfortably. And again, this race distance will be 20 laps for the four strokes. Then we got a couple 22-lap races, and then we'll finish things off with a 20-lap feature a little bit later on. But again, the championship race is a little bit longer than what you've normally seen, especially over the course of this weekend. The heat race is quite a bit shorter for these drivers, and even the pre-final quite a bit shorter, about 10 laps for most classes. The starting order of this large group, the 219 of Cole Campen is your pole sitter. Caleb Pino in the 212 will roll off alongside. We get to see which side. Again, the pole sitter has the option of choosing inside or outside going into turn number 1. And only on one occasion in the DD2, the Rotax DD2 earlier today, did we see the pole sitter choose the outside of turn number 1. Jackson Corbett, Cody Shaw make up row number 2, Blake Frageau, and Ethan Chan in row number 3. Then Lorenzo Pigliarolo and Keegan Irwin, Matthias Sigas and Brandon Bowden in row number 5. As that is your top 10 starters in the Briggs & Stratton Junior class. Christopher Goulet, Marco Bazan, Maddox Gauthier, and Cameron Coranth, along with Giordano Marateo and Costa Vervitas in 15th and 16th. So that's the first 8 rows of competitors here, and it looks like Cole Campen is going to choose the inside lane for turn number 1 in the 219. So the field coming very slowly, creeping onto the front straightaway. You can see the stripe where they're allowed to pick up the RPM. There it is, as the green flag waves, and we are underway here in the Briggs & Stratton Juniors.
Up and into turn 1 is going to be Cole Campen that's taking the early lead. Caleb Pino trying to hold it around the inside, 3 wide at the top of the hill. Jackson Corbett gets up into 2nd place. Pino slots in 3rd. Frageau to the inside of Chan as they come barreling down the hill for the first time. Now it's Cody Shaw side by side. Oh, we got a big crash further behind. Someone's upside down.
And this will likely lead
red
to
flag
a
immediately.
red flag for sure. As you can see, the cart still sitting on its side. Coming out of turn number 4. And there it is there, the 2 competitors, 3 competitors, as a matter of fact, all involved. And the emergency personnel quick to get to them. But the red flag means all action on track has stopped, so the ambulance can head out and check on those involved. But again, coming out of corner number 4, which is not the fastest corner, but fast enough. You're carrying all that speed to try and continue down that hill into turn number 5 and presents a passing opportunity. So at this point, the ambulance team out to check on the drivers involved. You see a couple of them have been up and about, moving their carts around. And have another look at what happened. So the red flag is out. All the drivers stopped on track, and again, no laps completed. This happened on the very first lap, so it should be a full restart when we do go back to green. And the drivers are being slotted into their original starting order.
As I believe at the top of the hill there, Miggy Montano in the 221 was the driver that went upside down. That's his cart loaded onto the tow vehicle now.
I think the other 2 carts involved were able to be pushed off the grass and get going once again. They were just sort of tied up together. But obviously that one took a pretty significant tumble, and the driver involved, Miggy Montano, just getting checked out by the ambulance team.
So the marshals now over there, they got the clipboards out. They're going to try and restack everybody here into their proper positions. Again, full restart. We did not complete a lap under green flag conditions. So this is just going to go back to the most recent starting order, with all the drivers being put back in their preferred spots, aside from maybe Miggy Montano, who's out of the race now.
Yeah, it's just a matter of finding out where everybody is and putting them back to where they should be starting. And so that's what takes the time here. Once again, still to come is the Iraq VLR Senior and the Iraq VLR Juniors, and the Briggs & Stratton Senior as well. So a pair of 22-lap features and a 20-lap feature still to come once we get through the Briggs & Stratton Junior main event here at the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. And looks like Mother Nature gracing us with a little bit more sunshine, which is absolutely fantastic after a brief, not even going to call it a full shower.
There's Miggy Montano walking away under his own power. back to the ambulance. That's great to see.
Sometimes you just get winded when you roll over one of these carts and you just want to lay there for a second and catch your breath. And it looks like Mickey Montano did exactly that. But we'll get a ride back to the paddock area thanks to the ambulance team.
I think drivers have been told that before in the past, and I've been there for it as well. If you do end up flipping over, do not try to get up right away unless you feel like you're all right, but please just stay there and wait for the marshals to come get you and just ask you if you're okay. But so far, looks like Miggy, after being tended to, is back up on his feet and walking into the ambulance under his own power. That's great to see. As there goes the ambulance now heading back towards the pit lane.
What an event this has been so far, though, the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship here at Mosport Kart Center. And we should say, and we've been remiss so far that we haven't, we do have to give a shout out to Curtis Fox and all the work he did behind the scenes to prepare for this event, along with Linda and Ron Fellows in getting this facility together and ready to host an event the size of the Canadian Karting Championship. And Curtis Fox unfortunately broke his collarbone, had surgery last night, so he's watching at home recovering. And we wish him well and a speedy recovery, and no doubt he'll be back here working way too hard, as he often does.
As you mentioned about the Mother Nature, you can see behind us, it's kind of been going on a diagonal route if you're looking at the track from where the drivers do. If you're looking at it straight heading down towards turn one, diagonally to the left on a 45-degree angle is where the clouds are going. And right behind us, nothing but blue sky and maybe a bit of light cloud as well coming behind us. So it looks like that black patch and a bit of the drizzles have gone away. And we're lucky to get some good weather for the rest of the day, which is exactly what the forecast did kind of say. Once we got to a bit of the portion of the afternoon, it wasn't going to be that great. Thankfully, we didn't really get rained on at all. It was just a bit of moisture in the air. Only affected one class, only for a few laps. And now the sun is making its way back out and will be, hopefully, full dry for the rest of the day. As the Briggs Juniors are fired back up, and it looks like we're going to get ready to go.
Yeah, so now's the opportunity for them to build some heat back in their tires very, very quickly. But you see them already lined up 2 by 2 as they're going to get set to go very, very quickly. Once they get back to the flag stand, it will count as lap number 1 in the official record books, but they'll see the green flag once again for this full restart. So nobody changed positions on that first lap, but we're going to try it all again.
So again, Cole Campen and Caleb Pino going to bring us down to the green flag. Jackson Corpet right behind Campen. Teammates there as well. Cody Shaw sitting in fourth. Blake Vergeot rounds out our top 5 in the 208. He's got Ethan Chan right beside him. This is going to be very interesting. We saw a great battle between, I believe the top 10 were all right in it with each other yesterday with a 10-lap pre-final. Now we got just going to be under 20 laps for our final. Hopefully we're in for some real good racing as we come down. Campen giving hand signals. Green flags in the air. Here we go.
Oh, Campen got a good start on the inside. And it looks like the outside lane, the best they can do is Pino slides into 3rd spot. So the top 2 managed to get through, and it was Corbett and Campen. And they line up, and you can see them immediately look back, give each other hand signals, as we got another car off in turn number 4. This one, a lot easier just to drive through the grass.
Just off in the grass. Most of the rest of the field has single filed out and running right with each other. I think we had a bit of more of a kerfuffle. Lots of carts coming down late into turn 5. I think we had a pretty big scramble up in turn 3. Here we go. Chan trying to go to the inside of Jackson Corpet as Pino immediately went back by. Same with Cody Shaw. He's up in 3rd. Shuffle Corpet down into 4th place. Cole Campen still with the lead and a look over his shoulder. And here comes Pino with a run here. Signaling forward is Caleb Pino, but he's going to stick behind Cole Campen for now.
Wetterming signaling to the cart behind, it's time to go, and I will pull out if you will go with me. And that's sort of the basics of communication here in 4-stroke karting. But again, you can see it's 4 cars in the screen right there, but it is a stream of carts all nose to tail.
Up and into turn 3. This is where you got to be careful. Don't run into each other. Coming up and through turn 3. We're going to see them come flying down the hill here. Here we come out of 4 and down to 5. That's Marco Bazan making a move to the inside on Bowden. Chan to the inside of Jackson Corpet. He goes through. They kind of file out, and it looks like Matthias Segas is going to get shuffled out in the 288. He goes behind Pillarolo, and up the inside goes Bazan, trying to make that pass stick. Too much over the curbs, and he lost too much momentum.
Lucky he got a bump from behind, because that could have equaled. Oh, now a touch off the racetrack, and Bazan will lose even more as far as positions go. Battle for the lead, though.
Pino went, and Cody Shaw didn't go with him around the outside. Instead, he's going to take second place away. Chan slots right in behind both of them. So Campen did a good job of defending the lead right there, and I'm guessing Pino was hoping that Shaw was going to go with him around the outside of Campen, and he didn't.
So still Cool Campen at the front in the 219 with Cody Shaw and Caleb Pino and Ethan Chan, along with Jackson Corbett. That is your top 5, although anybody in that lead group could move up or down at any moment.
Pino's not taking that line down. He's going to the inside of Cody Shaw for second place. He's going to take that spot away. This might shuffle Ethan Chan here. Yeah, he's not in the best spot, being stuck on the outside. I think Jackson Corpett's also going to get through. He does. Blake Bergeau tucks back in line. Lets Ethan Chan in 5th place now. And they continue to ride out. Pino back into second place. He just wants to be riding right there. And maybe if Campen leaves the door open here, he might go for the lead as they get into the chicane. No movement, although it's Jackson Corpet that's going to try to go to the inside of Cody Shaw, and he gets through and into 3rd place. As through the grass goes Matthias Segas. He had Keegan Irwin to the inside, and now he's got Brandon Bowden to deal with. They're side by side coming up, and once again, Segas out of the draft, and I think he's just going to go backwards here.
Jackson Corbett with the fastest lap of the race so far, sitting in 3rd spot in the 294. And is helping along the driver just in front, Caleb Pino. And it looks like either they went through some dust or somebody is smoking. No, the 2nd place cart is smoking. Caleb Pino is trailing some smoke in behind that cart. And can we see it there? No, we can't.
Not anymore. It was just there for a split second. There it is again. I'm almost wondering, is that the clutch? Because he's getting off the throttle and then he gets back on the power and it just kind of smokes a bit and then it just goes away. So I'm wondering, is that his clutch just reacting something odd right there? He lets it off and then right here you see it start to smoke up a bit again. Is that the clutch or is that something from the exhaust? As far as I can tell, I think it's just the clutch, but we'll see. Corpet looking to the inside. Nope, tucks back in line.
Corbett's tired of following him at this point because he just keeps waving his hand in front of his face like, man, that stinks. I don't want to follow this. But potentially it could be oil on his visor too. We don't know what the issue is, where that smoke is coming from. We just know that Caleb Pino continues to show some smoke out of turn number 4 into turn 5.
That's starting to get a little bit worse now going down the hill. It's happening everywhere. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if that... Yeah, he's going to go for the lead, though. To the inside. Looks over his shoulder. Campen can't really do much. Corpet to the inside. They bumper lodge a bit. Campen over the curbs. And he's going to get back on right in front of Cody Shaw and continue on where he is right now. Pino to the lead. Now can he hang on to it? And that answer may be no. Jackson Corpet's going to go for the lead with Cole Campen also to the inside. One made it, one didn't.
Ooh, that almost got messy as they bounced off the curbs. Pino hanging on to 2nd as they make motions to stay single file once again to try and continue to open up that gap at the front. 15 laps to go.
Campen slots right in 3rd, pushing Pino as Corpet now leads the way. Cody Shaw doing a great job right now in the 280. Normally, he runs in the Briggs Junior Light category, and since that class isn't available this weekend, he's jumped up to Briggs Junior, having a great run right now in 4th position. Right up ahead of Ethan Chan. Just behind both them, Blake Vergeau and Christopher Goulet are making some good progress to this front group. And then it's a bit of more of a gap back to Lorenzo Pillarolo. Keegan Irwin and Giuliano Gallet, I think was one of the drivers that was involved in the earlier crash, is up and into the top 10 right now. So a great restart from the 289, getting himself up into a decent position here.
Interesting. Pinot is starting to sense something is amiss with his engine. I don't know if he's smelling it but you can see him looking from time to time at the smoke that is coming from that Briggs & Stratton engine. And that is the meatball flag.
Oh.
And the orange dot in the middle of a black flag indicates a mechanical issue, and the number sign given to your second place driver, the 212 of Caleb Pinot.
He is not happy about that at all, and he's still fighting right up in there. Campen trying to make his way through. Now Shaw's going to go through, and now Shaw looking to the inside of Pinot for second place. Nope.
Pinot is not giving up despite being shown the mechanical black flag in the 212. Hanging on to second spot and continuing to fight for the race lead.
And that's actually let Ethan Chan now get up and into fourth place. On track with Campen right on the bumper. He almost pushed him a little bit too wide there. And all of this is letting, I believe, Blake Frigeau and Christopher Goulet as well. And Pinot still pushing, going for the lead. Corbett saying, "What are you doing? You've been meatball flagged. Leave me alone, please."
We'll see it again as they cross the stripe if it is displayed.
Couldn't really tell.
Yeah,
it is there.
Displayed for your race leader, Caleb Pinot.
And that's got to be
heartbreaking.
heartbreaking
Corbin putting up to
driver.
it, saying that's for him.
Yep. That's got to be heartbreaking as a driver as well. You're in the lead of the Canadian Championship. You're in the thick of the fight, and it's just slipping away from you here. He can see he's looking over his shoulder at his smoking exhaust pipe, and unfortunately it's getting worse and worse. Here comes Goulet to the inside of two of them, actually. Oh, Cole Campen. Oh, my goodness, right into the grass and almost dives face first into the dirt there. He's lucky that didn't go end over end, but that is put him back a little bit further, and that is not what Campen wanted to see at all. And now it's kind of separated a bit in between both of those groups.
That car just submarined down once it got up in the back. It hit a bump and dove right down into the dirt as the top two now go around your race leader, Caleb Pinot, who will once again see the meatball flag and the number indicating it is for him. And the reaction of his head movements indicates he has seen it.
Says it all right there.
He's going to continue to fight on. No, he's going to let
he's going to let Ethan Chan go by. I think now he's finally, because that I don't think was the meatball flag. I think that once you get shown it twice and if you don't react, I think they give you the black flag.
Yes.
And unfortunately, yep, now he reluctantly puts his hand in the air and is unfortunately going to be out of it. As you can see, oh yeah, that's gotten way worse for the 212, unfortunately. I'm not sure what's gone on there. If it's an oil leak, it's persistent now. You can see it just streaming out of the exhaust pipe there. As Pillarolo now is on the back of Blake Frigeau. That puts Ethan Chan up into third place, and now Pinot gives them a good ways to go by here as Corbett leads the way with Cody Shaw pushing, and Ethan Chan sitting in third currently. And he made a lot of time up in that last couple corners there as Pinot gets out of the way of everybody there, lets them all go, and then I think he'll eventually turn into the pit lane.
Yeah, waited for the entire field to come through, at least the lead pack, and saw Pinot with the hand out and indicating going pit side. So that is heartbreaking for the one-time race leader, Caleb Pinot, in the Briggs Junior class as Jackson Corbett continues to lead, but for how much longer as Cody Shaw comes to the inside. Give Shaw top spot.
Cody Shaw to the point. Well done right there. Now he leads over Corbett, and this brings Frigeau to the inside now on Ethan Chan, and he's going to get cleared. Chan slots back in line just ahead of Pillarolo, and now has him push him up, put Frigeau up and into third. They did a great job with working together and getting back up into this. I'm starting to maybe smell as well what was coming out of the 212. That's oil, unfortunately. That's not clutch. So that's real heartbreaking for Caleb Pinot, and I'm sure he's not happy about it. But
and that's why the drivers in behind were so actively waving down and indicating there was an issue. They were likely getting that oil on their visors.
Yeah, it affects affects the vision and unfortunately could affect the tires as well. Here comes Corpet, looking to the inside of Shaw at turn 3. Is he there? Yes, he is. What a move that was. Oh boy, now Frachot's right up all in the bumper of Corpet, and he also somehow gets through there on Shaw. That's normally not a place to pass unless you're right up the inside at turn 3. But great stuff there for Jackson Corpet. He goes back to the point.
So once again, trying to urge the drivers to stay in line, and they do for about 2 corners, and then they start to mix it up again. But it's not been a quiet day at the front of the pack. Keegan Irwin towards the tail of that group, so it's a top 5 break off, and then Keegan Irwin is leading the next pack. Or in there in the next pack, I should say.
They are right there, this entire, I think, top 9, top 10. Right with each other. The only other kart that's kind of off in the top 10 there is Cole Campen after the off-track excursion. And I'll give a little shout a little bit behind them. Cameron Conrath, he was almost off the track in the first corner. He is up and into 11th place right now. Great drive for the 261, knocking on the door of the top 10. And I'm also wondering there for Campen, when he went off track there and stuffed the nose, did that do any damage to the kart? And has he lost a bit of pace because he doesn't have nearly as much pace as he did earlier? Blake Frachot for the race lead into turn 5. And, oh boy.
Will stick it.
And it's Cody Shaw that's stuck on the outside, and there go the positions. Ethan Chan now for the lead at turn 6. This is going to be real tight right here. There's not enough room for all these guys coming through. Shaw gets through. Corpet keeping it on the inside. I can't quite tell who's stuck on the outside there. Is that Christopher Goulet, I think. And now he's still stuck on the outside. Irwin's to the inside there, but he's going to get a bit of a push here going into the chicane. Still side by side with Irwin. Oh no, he ran into the back rim, and around goes Goulet in the middle of the chicane in front of the rest of the field.
9, now 8 laps to go as they cross the stripe, and they fan out once again into turn number 1. Being the leader of this Briggs Junior final is being the king of the swap shop, because that lead has been passed around amongst several different drivers. Right now it is Chan who has the top spot.
And he's not letting it go either. He's immediately going down to the inside and defending. Villarolo to the inside of Cody Shaw, although he rips it around the outside. No, couldn't quite hold it, or does he hold it? On Frachot, no, he can't quite do that. And this brings Corpet and Irwin right back into the fray here. Same with Marco Bazan. He's just off of this front 6 in the 203 right there. Remember, he was going backwards early on and then going outside the top 10. Now he finds himself in the lead group right here.
So the 232 of Ethan Chan continues out in front, and again driving that defensive lane to the inside at the end of the straightaway.
Villarola to the inside. Oh my goodness, that's a big crash. Up and over goes Cody Shaw and immediately gets back up. Jackson Corporate's involved as well. Oh, and more cars getting involved on the edge. And Cody Shaw's cart's stuck going in a circle. The throttle's stuck on the 280.
And more carts coming out of that
Look
corner.
out.
So it's right now just a yellow flag.
Now the red flag's
now
out.
The red flag is out as the officials trying to get a hold of that cart. The saving grace here is that the steering wheel is jammed crossways after it tipped over. And so now they get a hold of it and get the engine shut off as the red flag is shown. So for the second time under a red flag here in the Briggs & Stratton Junior, still 7 laps left to be completed, but you can see carnage of carts up on the exit of turn 12. Looks like all drivers involved are okay, as they've all cleared the racing surface, which is good news. But that was something you don't see every day.
Yeah, here's a replay of it right here. You can see Pillarolo, and he gets on top, and the cart, Shaw's cart is actually the one that goes over, and it keeps going. It's a miracle nobody else hit it right there. And while it went over, the throttle just got stuck, and it was just going in circles, and, well, there's not really much you can do to stop that, unfortunately. And I'm wondering as well, is the fairing stuck? No, the fairing's too high there. It's just the way that the throttle cable was. Oh, my goodness, that was another good hit right there at the end.
That was a cart that was empty. The driver had managed to get out and was climbing the fence, thankfully, as another driver came steaming in later on, avoided a cart that was moving under its own
Yeah, they
power.
really didn't have anywhere else to go except for either hit the moving cart that was there or just dodge that, and had nowhere to go with the other cart that was stuck in the wall there. So, as again, Pillarolo and Shaw were side by side going into the last corner. They made contact. Pillarolo goes up and over Shaw, and in doing so, it's like his cart latched onto another part of Shaw's cart, and it just brought Shaw's cart up and over, launched Shaw out of it. Shaw's cart lands perfectly, and the steering wheel was just stuck to the left, and the throttle was stuck on it. It just kept going that entire time. I've hardly ever seen that before in my life.
The good news is that everybody involved appears to be okay. It's just a matter of cleaning up all those carts up in turn number 12. That is the reason for the red flag here, as the officials are going to work to get the lineup reset and send everybody out for the final, what will be 7 laps. Quick cleanup, as most of those cars able to roll on their own, which is great news too. But some heavy hits up in turn number 12, and that is a tough one because you really don't anticipate anything being there when you come out of turn number 12. You go into the corner and it's a little bit blind, but you come out and all of a sudden it's carnage in front of you, and what do?
That was bizarre, I guess, is the best word that I can use to describe that. So. And it looks like Cody Shaw was completely fine. He popped up right away after being up and over, and then everything else that happened behind really just thrown a span. And it might take a bit of time here to work out where these drivers are going to be, because again, it also depends on where the red flag came out. Did it come out once they got past the line there that lap, or was it the previous lap before that crash happened? So we might be looking at quite a jumbled order here, and with a lot of contenders, unfortunately, out on the spot, are going to have to be starting right near the back.
So still to come, the Rock VLR Senior, Rock VLR Junior feature races, and the Briggs & Stratton Senior as well. So that's 22 laps for the VLR, the Rock VLR classes, and 20 laps for the Briggs & Stratton Senior class. But again, this has been a highly entertaining Briggs & Stratton Junior final here at the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship.
So engines are starting to get refired here in Briggs Jr. after getting everything sorted out. Single file restart after we've had most of the laps go by now. I believe we're going to restart this race with 7 laps to go when we get to the start-finish line here. So I believe it's going to be Ethan Chan with the lead as they have him lined up right now. Blake Frageau second. Looks like Lorenzo Pillarolo third. He was able to kind of just keep going right after that crash. Keegan Irwin in fourth, and Marco Bazan up in the top 5. Put Cole Campen up into 6th place.
So we'll see if we can get the final 7 laps done without another main issue, but again, the drivers being released, and it'll be a single file restart, unlike the first one when we had a complete restart with the red flag being called on lap number 1. So this one is a single file restart as the field slowly works its way, closing the gaps.
Intensity level starting to pick up as well.
See several drivers waving to each other. Not sure why there's a gap there from 5th on back, but I think it's going to close up here in just a second.
And now it starts to close up as they get around the final corner there. Campen closes that gap in. So it'll be Chan, Frageau, Pillarolo. As we got one kart going off there as well. It looked like they had a bent axle coming down the back straight there.
So looking at the restart with 7 to go now as they cross the stripe, and we're back underway here in the Briggs & Stratton Jr.
Down into turn 1, they all continue single file. Sun completely out now. Oh, Pillarolo goes out a little bit wide. There goes Irwin by, there goes Bazan by. Oh, one kart's gone backwards at the top of turn 6. I think it was only a 1-kart incident. They spun backwards and well out of the way as we continue down the hill. Look at Frageau looking. Whoa! Chan hard on the brakes right there. Here comes Keegan Irwin. As there's the driver out and getting back going. That's the 289. Giuliano Galle, I mentioned earlier how he had done a great job of getting himself back up into the fray here. Unfortunately, that's all gone away on this restart. I think Bazan's up into 3rd now. Yes, he is. He's gotten up ahead. Cole Campen up and into 4th place. That inside line move there from Keegan Irwin unfortunately didn't work, and now he gets help from new 6th place man, Cameron Conrath.
So Campen, who was out in front, as a matter of fact, started on pole for this event, did slide back through the running order, but now, once again, back up to the front 5 of this group. As Chan continues to lead over Frageau, Pillarolo.
Oh, there we go. Not sure if that timing's dead on. That's kind of all over the place. Half the grid's 1 lap behind, maybe. I'm just paying attention to what's on track right now with Chan leading. Frageau's in 2nd as they climb the hill. I believe that's Marco Bazan up in 3rd. Here comes Conrad to the inside of Irwin. That's for 5th spot. Campen slots in right behind them in 4th position. And now that gap really opened up. Chan able to pull away. He didn't really have to defend that coming out of 6th. But A good run here now for Frigeau. He's going to look to the outside. Bazan thought about going for it as well. He leaves him high and dry, though. My goodness, that was close.
Frigeau almost had a run right up alongside Ethan Chan going into the final set of corners, but we come out of turn 12 single file once again with now 4 laps to go here to crown a Canadian champion in the Briggs & Stratton Junior class.
Oh my goodness, 2 by 2. Frigeau around the outside and to the lead past Ethan Chan. And now they're going at it for second. Bazan's got a bumper to the inside, up and over the curbs, and tucks back in line. Frigeau immediately on the defense. Bazan bails on Chan and goes with Frigeau instead. They are scattering everywhere as they come down to turn 5 a little bit more. Bumper grind. Here comes Bazan. No, he's not clear, and this might shuffle him down a little bit. Ethan Chan, 2 wheels in the grass. Same with Cole Campen. They all bump into each other. Oh, Cameron Conrad spins, and he gets nailed in the side right there by Christopher Goulet, and Goulet's around again.
That's a big hit for the 210 of Christopher Goulet. It looks like he is okay, trying to shake off the cobwebs, but manages to get going. Goulet was in 8th spot at the time of that incident, and this is back at the front, with Jan now dropped back into 2nd with Frigeau, your race leader, and once again, Campen tucked right on in behind that fairing down below the steering wheel, trying to get as much aerodynamics out of that kart as he can to close the gap on the 2 race leaders.
Brandon Bowden actually up into 4th place. Wow, gotten himself through the chaos. Oh, Keegan Irwin goes through on Marco Bazan with a little bit of help from behind at turn 4. You don't normally see that pass being made there as they fan out almost 3 wide. Campen cuts it back to the inside there. Here's Bazan now trying to push Irwin along, as I don't think Campen was going to be able to make that outside move work. Frigeau continues to lead so far as we've seen, heading up to 6. And out wide goes Chan. Campen's to the inside of him, and again, he just can't quite stay there. Coming to 2 laps to go this time, and Blake Frigeau still leads it. Which way does Chan go? He peeks to the outside, but he stays right behind him. 8 karts in a train. Going for the Canadian Championship. Around the outside goes Mateus Segas, and at the last corner, Ethan Chan goes for the lead. And again, Blake Frigeau holds him off, or does he? Down to turn 1. This is going to be tight right here. No, Chan had a wheel there, and he's got help from Cole Campen up into turn 1.
Chan back to top spot, and he's got Cole Campen with him, and now it is Frigeau trying to hold on to 3rd spot. 2 to go that time past the stripe. And it is now 2 karts linked together at the front of the field.
Chan goes defensive on Campen. Frigeau goes defensive on Bazan, who's back into 4th place. They got into it almost a little bit. Now somehow they all single file out. And now it's kind of turning into a 2-horse race up at the front here. Wow, they really scatter and then get back single file as quickly as they can.
Like a stack of cards, and then they get all piled back up once again. We will see 1 to go the next time past the stripe. And once again, it is Ethan Chan out in front. Corbett took a look on the outside and got way loose as he cut back hard in. It's still nose to tail on the front straightaway.
2 karts are off, coming to the last lap as 1 to go. Which way does Cole Campen go here on Ethan Chan? And it's not over right behind them as well. Bazan's giving a great push to Blake Frigeau to get back in this. And Chan slows it down going into 3. That bunches up the field. Campen's into the bumper. Can't really figure out which way to go. Now, down the hill for the final time, into turn 5. 6 karts under a blanket for the Canadian Championship here. Frigeau leaves the door open. There goes Bazan by him. They almost touch. They do touch there. Frigeau keeps his foot in it and keeps it on the bottom with help with Keegan Irwin there. And Irwin also sends it to the inside of Bazan as Chan barely was able to hold off Campen, but they both lost momentum.
Out in front still Ethan Chan with Cole Campen in tow. Chan now with about a 2-car length lead over Cole Campen. Campen is moving that kart forward in the seat, just trying to urge it. As here comes Frigeau to the outside, looking for 2nd. He'll cut back 1 way to the next. Frigeau to 2nd on the outside, but Campen's going to hold him off. All the while, Ethan Chan is going to win it. Ethan Chan, your Canadian karting champion in Briggs & Stratton Jr.
What a race to the end. Can you believe they almost They almost turned each other coming across the line. Ethan Chan drives a defensive masterclass, holds off the charge from Vergeot and Campen, and does it in Briggs Jr. How about that?
That was just a crash that didn't finish as a crash. It was at every element of it. But wow, what a finish. And what a run for Ethan Chan. He spent most of this race at the front of the fields. And comes home the winner after holding off challenge after challenge after challenge. Ahead of Cole Campen, Keegan Irwin rounds out the podium finishers with Marco Bazan and Blake Frageot in your top 5. Blake Frageot was in 3rd coming to the line on the white lap, the last lap board. And he settles for 5th after trying to make a shot on the outside. You gotta try and make that move. And that's what Blake Frageot did. So you can see it was action-packed all over the place. Including a couple major incidents that drew a red flag. And that single file restart that really shuffled things up one more time. Ethan Chan having to get around Blake Frageot. And did. On his way to a 2025 Canadian Karting Championship here at the Mosport Karting Center. And a big thank you to Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsports for allowing us to bring you all of the images live streamed this year for the first time here in 2025. I'm Dave Bradley. Joined with me is Chad Webster.
Two mics, we got to talk into them at the same time. All right, I'm with your Briggs and Stratton Jr. 2025 Canadian Karting Champion, Ethan Chan. Ethan, what a race. Absolute craziness out there, and you still come out on top. As your cart begins to roll away from us a little bit, how does this one feel, my friend, to be a Canadian Karting Champion?
Words can't even describe how I'm feeling right now. This feels incredible.
Who do you want to thank for your race victory, man? You have to have a lot of family and friends out there that have cheered you on all this time.
I'd like to thank my parents, everybody that has supported me, ApexBrakes.com, Mosport Kartways, and Goodwood Kartways.
Congratulations, Ethan. You have won the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. Well done.
So a bit of a rough and tumble Briggs and Stratton Jr. main event here at the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. And now we get into the Rock VLR Senior 22 lap A main as Ethan Chan finishes up here at the front straightaway in the start-finish line. He'll grab his commemorative checkered flag and do his lap of honor as the Canadian Karting Champion in the Briggs and Stratton Junior class. And so the Rock VLR Senior class will be contested on track, as we mentioned. The specifics of that class, essentially senior, adults, 15 plus. And the engine's very similar to the Rock GP class. Just a little different. It's almost got a little bit off as far as pace goes for the Rock Senior to the, or the Rock GP Senior to the Rock VLR Senior. These ones are air-cooled as well. The GPs are liquid-cooled engines. And the drivers are strapped in. And ready to go for the Rock VLR Senior. Again, this one not long, one of the biggest classes, but still not short on excitement. Well, what a day it's been as far as weather goes. It started the day looking like rain, threatening, and cloudy, windy, and then the wind died off, but then we did get a little bit of moisture falling from the clouds, but not for long, and all of a sudden the clouds cleared. We've got sunshine and a little bit chillier temperatures here today. So yeah, we've had pretty much a taste of everything over the course of the day today.
Absolutely. And well, even now, yeah, the wind is still up, at least under here in the tent. Yeah, it does feel quite chilly. Although if you walk out there in the sun, it feels like a completely different part that you're in. So honestly, it just really goes to show you wherever you are on the track, you almost feel an entirely different temperature here. As Rock VLR Senior negotiates the track, we got another chance here. Ryan Maxwell looking for a second win today as well. He starts off fourth in this, but we got Jensen Burnett, excuse me, and Aiden Ingrata, 1 and 2 starting spots. And then it'll be William Bottillier, Ryan Maxwell, and Major Makovskis, the top 5. Joshua Sunvalis, Aiden Shimbashi, Dylan Rennie, Arnaud Saborin, and Savio Panaccia rounding out the top 10 as they aggressively warm up the tires before the acceleration line. As we've done the first 3 in Group 2, it's time for the last 3.
And so this one proving to be at least on paper, when you take a look at the drivers starting at the front of the field, this one's going to be a hotly contested one. As you mentioned, Ryan Maxwell already has the Canadian Championship to his credit. He won that in Rotax Max Senior a little bit earlier on in the day, so he's had lots of time to get the fluids in him, get some rest up as well as the field lines up 2 by 2. Jensen Burnett, Aiden Ingrata, your front row, and we are green here in the Rock VLR Senior class.
Up and over the curves, it's going to be Jensen Burnett taking the lead into turn 1, and Ingrata slots right in behind them. Boy, Bottillier got kind of knocked around a bit right there and down a few spots. Maxwell into third. Dylan Rennie with a great start. He's up and into 4th place. And he's got a teammate in tow right behind him as well. I think that's Savio Panaccia that's right up behind him in 5th. And immediately on the defense goes Josh Sunvalis down into turn 5 as they scramble a little bit further back. Luka Posick looking around the outside. Makovskis now stuck there. Shimbashi into the back of Bottillier. Looking. And a little bit more bumping going on there. Saborin into the back of, I couldn't quite tell, I think, was that Oliver Mrak? I think he got into the back of there. Or Kevin Yee, excuse me.
And so they're fighting like it is a sprint race. This is very much a longer established race. 22 laps for this feature for the Rock VLR Seniors. Jensen Burnett leading Aiden Ingrata. And again, Jensen Burnett, the pole sitter, opted to go to the outside of turn number 1 for his start, and it did work out. So there are several classes where it does seem to pay off when you choose the opposite side, as the pole sitter does have the right to dictate which side they'd like to start on. Jensen Burnett started on the outside and held it through turn number 2 as well.
So far so good, but he isn't able to break away. And these are arguably the 3 best drivers right here. You look at Burnett, Ingrata, and Maxwell right with each other. They've started to pull away from the rest of the field. Here's a great shot of the back of them coming out of turn 6. Here we go through the sweeper. And I'm trying to see who has the advantage in certain parts of the track. Looks like Maxwell's got a good run going down into the chicane there. Couldn't quite make anything happen. As we hit the front straight again, 20 laps to go. Maxwell putting his head down, trying to charge as hard as he can. Sumvalis, in the meantime, has gotten himself back up and into 4th place, just off of the front 3. And here comes Ingrata. He got a great few set of corners there. Right back to the rear bumper of Jensen Burnett for the race lead.
Yeah, Sumvalis managed to get around Rennie, and then he immediately put his head down to try and close the gap to your race leaders. It is significant, though. It's about 1.5 seconds from your leader back to 4th spot, and Joshua Sumvalis. But all that could change very quickly, as you saw. A couple of drivers losing touch with that second grouping. And it is led by Sumvalis, Rennie, Panaccia. And Boutillier is in 7th spot, has laid down the quickest lap of the race so far.
Boutilier's definitely got it sorted out now. He just didn't really get the best start. He got caught in a few battles, and he's kind of having to work his way from the back a little bit. So he's charging down the front straightaway, just can't really close anything there as Savio Panaccia goes through on Dylan Rennie and up into 5th place now. Now he's going to try to go after Josh Sumvalis. Here comes Boutillier. Oh, we got a spinner. I think that was Theo Silveria on the edge of the track there on the exit of turn 1.
It was. He was running in 12th spot, and he did a half spin, and then had to wait for the rest of the field to go by. So he'll drop to the tail of the running order, likely down into 17th or 18th position. But it is Maxwell who's starting to hound 2nd place, Aiden Ingrata. Ingrata just focused on trying to catch the leader, but he's got a storm brewing behind him, and that's Ryan Maxwell, as Maxwell now dives to the inside and takes over 2nd spot.
That storm is now in front of him, and now let's see if he can go after Jensen Burnett. I was just going to say, it looked like Ingrata struggled a little bit that lap coming through turn 6. That left rear definitely picked up off the ground, and now Maxwell says, all right, it's my turn. I'm going to go after him myself, although it's not that big of a gap. And let's see if he can run back down teammate Jensen Burnett. And, well, you can see he's charging down the hill. Same with Ingrata. He's going, come on, give me a bit more here. I'm in the top 3. I can win this. I just need to work this out a bit better.
Just so much focus from these drivers. You can see they're just steering forward, not necessarily looking around like we've seen some other classes. The drivers look left and right to see who's around them or what they're doing. These 2 drivers in 2nd and 3rd are just laser focused on trying to catch your race leader, Jensen Burnett. But Burnett is that much quicker. He's just about a tenth and a half quicker every single lap.
We'll see what turns this time by with Maxwell making the pass on Ingrata. And I think, yeah, once again, Burnett quickest lap of the race by a good 3/10. He's got them by a good amount right there. It's almost a second now. And that's with Ingrata basically shoving Ryan Maxwell up and down the hill. So Ingrata's got this thing, Burnett's got this thing figured out right now. And the charge is coming on behind him. Josh Sumvalis pulling away from Savio Panaccia. And up the inside goes Major Makovskis on Dylan Rennie. He makes that pass stick right there as Ingrata, in the meantime, has taken back 2nd place from Ryan Maxwell. And we swap spots once again, but unfortunately that's exactly what Burnett wants to see behind him.
Well, and Burnett he just turned the quickest lap of the race, a 58.553 for the driver of the 9:15. So he is continuing to lay down quick laps. He's not going to lay over and let these 2 catch them, not by any means. And as they start swapping positions back and forth, that's meant the lead at the front is now 1.1 seconds.
Hill. I'm starting to see Sumvalis now turns his personal best lap as Burnett again goes quickest out of anybody. They're still going at it a little bit further back there. You saw Makovskis fighting on the inside. I believe of Shimbashi there. Down the hill we come. Yellow flags are out. We got another cart off on the exit of...
And oil down.
That's not good.
Indication that there is something on the track, some sort of...
Maybe debris, oil, possibly?
Potentially. You saw the cart over by the fence on corner exit through there. So it's well off the track right now, but they're just going to take a quick run through and see if they can clean up whatever's on there. Hopefully it isn't oil. Again, these are pre-mixed engines, so if it's oil, it's fuel as well.
that's something they do not want to be running through at this high speed. If you hit oil, there is nothing you can do as a driver. You're just a passenger at that point, unfortunately. So, but so far, no sign of it. I didn't even see any signs of anything laying on the track there. Everything is perfectly fine. I'm pretty sure Jensen Burnett would know. He was the first kart on the scene, and I believe that flag's been lifted this time. Yeah, I don't see anything. They got the kart out of the way as well. So we're back complete green racing. Major Makovskis now up ahead of William Bottillier. I think they both also passed Savio Panaccia as well. And Major's up and into 5th place. Following up, he's about almost 2 seconds behind Josh Sumbalis, who has also been setting some of his own personal bests as well. Top 4 picking up the time again, but Burnett is just laying it down too hard right now. He's another 4 tenths quicker than Aiden Ingrata and Ryan Maxwell behind him.
Yeah, once again, a 58.431 for Jensen Burnett compared to a 58.540 for Aiden Ingrata. Ryan Maxwell in the 58.6s. So Ingrata, Maxwell, Sumbalis, Makovskis, and Boutillier have all put down their quickest laps of the race, and it's still not quick enough to close the gap on Jensen Burnett. A 1.667 second lead now.
You can see Makovskis putting his head down, trying to charge as quick as he can. He's got teammate William Bottillier. Wow, that was a lot of left rear wheel coming up off the ground right there for Major Makovskis. Goes to show you, and I was even going to say that with the sun coming back out and no clouds, that is going to increase the heat on the track, and that's going to increase the grip on the track as well. As we look at the intervals, 13 laps to go this time for Jensen Burnett, and we're going to see what the lap times are this time by. Burnett hits the line 58.409, 58.707 for Ingrata. Again, another 3 tenths quicker. Burnett's keeping his pace up. These guys just can't quite run with him.
Yeah, Burnett's been so good, so smooth, and that kart is working perfectly. The 915 out in front, started out in front and has led every lap so far, and just continues to stretch out a gap. So we're not even at the halfway mark, and the difference at the front is almost 2 seconds between your leader and second place.
Botillier's now gotten through on Makovskis, put him up into the top 5 positions now. There's teammate Josh Sumbalis just a little bit more up the road, as he's running very similar times to Ingrata and Maxwell. He just can't close the gap because it's so even between the 3 of them right now. I think Maxwell's gotten a bit closer to Ingrata. Just looking to see, again, just can't get close enough to make any sort of move. They both ran their personal best laps of the race that last lap around. So did William Bottillier. I think he's fastest on track right now with a 58.229. Not the quickest lap of the race, but the quickest man out there right now.
But they turned their quickest laps of the race, and it's still not as quick as Jensen Burnett did last lap. So a 2.1 second lead. Yeah, Jensen Burnett's in the 58.3s, and Aiden Ingrata at his quickest now is 58.4. So even a 1/10 of a second is the difference. But again, that gap continues to grow at the front of the field as Ingrata is doing everything he possibly can to catch the race leader in the number 915.
Around the sweeper, here he comes now as we see Jensen Burnett through the chicane as he hits the line. Halfway down, halfway to go. 11 laps to go as he crosses the line this time by. You can see Ingrata's trying everything he can. He's putting his head down. He's trying to tuck out of the air as much as possible. Again, another personal best lap for him, and it's not good enough to match Jensen Burnett right now. And as a driver, I know he doesn't know this information, but that's kind of a helpless feeling where I'm doing all I can, I'm going as fast as I can, and it's just not enough to catch the driver in front of me.
Maxwell also trying everything he can to try and catch Aiden Ingrata, move himself up a little bit further on the podium, as the top 3 really have opened up a gap now. On 4th place, Joshua Sumbalis. It is over a second, about a second and a half. There you can see the gap between Maxwell and Sumbalis as the rest of the field comes floating through. And everybody is sort of spread out nicely around this track right now. If you're wanting to catch your breath as a driver, now is the time to do it.
As William Bottillier again continuing to close in on Joshua Sumbalis. He's got that gap to under a second now, I believe. Burnett again, another 58-1. So pulling out to now a 2.6 second lead. There's the gap right there on your screen. There's Sumbalis. You can see Bottillier getting a little bit closer in the background. He's pulled away from Major Makovskis. The kind of best battle we have on track is 7th place right now with Aiden Shimbashi in front of Savio Panaccia and Dylan Rennie. Only 4/10 in between both of those drivers. So they've been somewhat coming at each other as this field streams by. There we go. Shimbashi now with Panaccia. Rennie's kind of dropped back a little bit from both of them. Panaccia has remained right with Shimbashi. You can see both of them flying through the chicane there. Back onto the front straight and both putting their heads down. You can almost see Dylan Rennie putting his hand down there. I'm wondering, is he trying to pinch his fuel line, maybe get a bit more fuel to the engine there, or just make a minor adjustment while he's driving? But unfortunately, he's gone in the wrong direction ever since the drop of the green flag, got it up into 4th, and now runs in 9th place, just ahead of 10th place Cole Hooton.
We are over the halfway mark, so 9 laps to go here in this final for the Rock VLR senior class. All adults competing in this one, 15 plus, and the engine's 125cc air-cooled 2-stroke engines. As you see the fins to the right of the driver, Aiden Ingrata currently holding down 2nd. Ryan Maxwell, who already has the Canadian Championship to his credit, is in 3rd. Jensen Burnett well out in front though, a 2.8 second gap at the front of the field for your race leader in the 9:15.
Maxwell looking to take home twice the amount of hardware today, or silverware, I guess I should say. Running in 3rd place right now. He's not quite out of the woods yet. Sumbalis did knock a bit off of him that last lap around, but I think Sumbalis has bigger problems. If you look right behind Maxwell, Botillier's gotten a lot closer to Josh Sumbalis, as once again he was next to Burnett, the quickest driver on track. So he's had a decent amount of pace to try and stay with Burnett. He just did not get a good start, and he's just been in a position where he couldn't really recover. And the pace is just slowly getting there. Here he comes to the inside on Sumbalis, and he's going to take away the 4th spot from his teammate. He's still got a shot to get to 3rd place, though. It's not that far ahead of him, and he asked for a push. Let's go. We still have a shot at taking 3rd place here.
7 laps to go. That time by as the field continues to chase Jensen Burnett. And you're right, William Boutillier just turned the quickest lap of anybody, a 58.0 in 4th spot. So yeah, that driver has found some magic in that kart that is now working a little bit better than it was earlier on.
He's really putting his head down in these last 7 laps, trying to get to 3rd place. He's got to make up almost a second and a half in these next 7 to 6 laps here if he wants to catch up to Ryan Maxwell, as Ingrata's also left Maxwell behind by a good second as well. So the pressure's off Ingrata's back. He's just running now his own race, see if he can somewhat close the gap to Burnett. And there it is right there. And I believe if we see the interval here, yeah, it's up by a good 3 seconds. Bottillier now breaks into the 57-second mark. He is flying out there right now, showing a lot of great pace in the last part of this final.
That's 0.2 of a second quicker than anyone else has gone during this race, including your race leader, that driver right there, Jensen Burnett, in the 9:15, who has been untouched at the front of the field. He's 3.4 seconds up on anybody else. Aiden Ingrata running in 2nd, Ryan Maxwell in 3rd, but for how much longer? As it was about 0.8 of a second between Maxwell and Boutillier when they came across the line that time by.
If Boutillier keeps this up, he is definitely going to close that gap in quicker and quicker. Going to come to 5 laps to go here. Burnett probably being told as well by his mechanics on the fence there. No pressure behind, just keep it as smooth as you can. Oh my goodness, Boutillier is closing fast. And he goes into the 57 seconds again, only 5,000 slower than his previous lap. And he has knocked what was a over 1 second gap 2 laps ago down to 0.2 to Ryan Maxwell. If he keeps this up, he might get to second place.
Yeah, he picked up half a second in that one lap alone. There's 5 to go now here in the Rock VLR senior class. And we're watching the 903 of William Boutillier in 4th spot as he starts to look for a way around Ryan Maxwell. Maxwell has been unchallenged for the most part in this 22-lap feature.
He's got a run right here. See, Maxwell leaves the door open. That's all Boutillier needs to see. He gets up and into the podium spots. A great comeback, and he's still got time as well with 4 laps to go to try and hunt down second place Aiden Ingrata. And again, even though making a pass, still 3/10 quicker than what Ingrata was able to turn. And again, another 10th quicker than our race leader, Jensen Burnett, right now. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have the time.
That cart set up for the end of the long run, and that is where we're at right now. And boy, is it ever coming to life for William Boutillier in the 903. With Ryan Maxwell still tagging on. Ryan Maxwell not going anywhere. He's found new life in the 934. As him and Boutillier chase Aiden Ingrata, that gap's not closing quite as quick as it was earlier, as Boutillier was able to close the gap on Maxwell quite briskly. It's not happening the same way with Aiden Ingrata.
White still going to need a bit of time to get there through the chicane and on the final, out of the final corner, down the front straight, 2 to go. Although he was really closing up right through there. It's the last part of the track where he's gaining a lot. He's able to really, that cart is working really good on the straightaway right now. And he carries all that momentum down the front straightaway, up and through the first couple of corners. Oh my goodness, yeah, he's almost right there. If he gets, he's gonna have a run right here, Dave. He's looking to the inside. And with 3 laps to go, Boutillier goes through on Aiden Ingrata. And now, Ingrata gives him a bit of a hand wave. Can we please go forward here? And
Let's go try and catch the leader, but that's going to be a tall yeah, that's a tall order right now. 4.2 seconds is the distance to the leader. Boutillier has managed to make his way up to 2nd spot as the fastest car on the racetrack right now. Aiden Ingrata holding down 3rd, and Ryan Maxwell still there in 4th spot.
Josh Shumbalis isn't even that too far back here either. He's been putting in some pretty good laps as well, a little bit quicker than Maxwell and Ingrata that last lap around, but only 2 laps to go. This is as far as Boutillier is going to get, and how hard does he push it? Does he even have to defend here? Ingrata, he hasn't exactly gotten away from Ingrata and Maxwell. He doesn't have to defend coming into 5 here, but Ingrata's not going to give this up either, and he's got to keep it pushing, because you look right behind him, and Ryan Maxwell could easily reef the podium away right from underneath him.
Yeah, things could change still here in the last lap and a half for the Rock VLR senior class as they come through to complete their final few laps. But once again, Jensen Burnett still way out in front, nearly 5 seconds adrift of anyone else. As the last lap board comes up and shown to these drivers, one final lap around this track and few opportunities to make a move, and another quick time for William Boutillier in 2nd spot.
Wow, 21 laps into the race, and they're still setting personal bests and the best lap of the race. Goes to show you, they definitely set the karts up for the long run. I'm almost wondering, well, Burnett's still been able to keep it real consistent. I almost want to say he was the quickest that he was in the middle portion of the race. Boutillier saved all of his stuff for the end, and in the long run, it actually has worked out for him, at least to get to 2nd, but he's run out of laps and run out of time to try and catch your eventual race winner here, as long as nothing goes wrong in the last couple corners.
Yeah, you can't see the leader. There he goes. That is Jensen Burnett. This is the battle for 2nd on back. William Boutillier in the pink helmet will come through, but your winner in the Rock VLR senior class is going to be Jensen Burnett as he does a little victory slide here on the front straightaway. William Boutillier and Aiden Ingrata will round out the podium finishers.
I guess Burnett heard us on that last lap. He put in his own personal best lap of the race. Great stuff to see right there. But we will go chat with your winner in one moment as he slows down and congratulates the drivers that were finished behind him. There's a teammate. Blow a little kiss to him. Why not? Great sportsmanship there from William Bottillier.
High five as well as Maxwell and Aiden Ingrata head back to the paddock area. As Aiden Ingrata comes home on the podium, Maxwell just a step off as Maxwell picked up a championship earlier in the day in the Rotax Max Senior, but this one is all about Jensen Burnett. He started on the front row and led the entire distance. Started on the outside lane, but made it work as Zayden Ingrata caught the curb and bounced a little bit, but then the 9:15 of Jensen Burnett again had a gap for a little bit and then just continued to grow that gap over the course of the event, eventually ending up 5 seconds clear of anybody else on the racetrack. That is the kind of race it went for the 9:15 of Jensen Burnett.
Picture of the flag first, man. What number is this? Number 6? Yeah, 6.
Robert! 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 Congratulations. Good luck.
I got 2 mics here, Jensen. Looks like we're good to go. I'm here with your Canadian karting champion for Rock VLR Senior, Jensen Burnett, number 6 in your career. Well done, dominant run. How does this one feel to do it in senior?
Thank you, man. First time in senior, obviously won it in junior and mini before. So I was coming back this year, hoping just to round it off last year karting. And yeah, just did just that with a pretty dominant race, just kept my head forward and tried to limit the mistakes I was making.
Who do you want to thank for the win, Jensen?
I'd love to thank the team, Kevin Monteith, my dad, my mechanic, Vince. Did a great job all this weekend, even with all the setbacks and the engines. Yeah, we just did a great job. Thank you, team.
Congrats, Jensen. You have a 6-pack now at the Canadian Karting Championships. Maybe soon to be chasing 7 once we come next year.
So Jensen Burnett gets a chance to do his victory lap here in the Rock VLR Senior after dominating the 22 laps en route to victory and being crowned the Canadian karting champion here at the Mosport Karting Center. Once again, a big hats off to the Ron Fellows karting team and Pfaff Motorsport for allowing us to provide you all the pictures today, streaming for the first time the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship. And a hats off to our camera crew and everybody diligently working in the trailer to get all of this executed over the course of the day today, changing weather conditions. But they are doing a wonderful job keeping track of all the action, getting those replays to you very, very quickly so we can see different angles of what happened too, which is always fantastic. So now it's the Rock VLR Junior class. And this one will be a touch smaller group. But again, it's a free air cooled two-stroke 125cc engine. Chain drive, one gear. And a premix, so you got oil and gas all in the same spot. You go into the engine. But they sound like little hornets once they get up in the RPM, and that's important. Keep them up in the RPM as Cole Medeiros will start on pole in the 807. Ahmed Mustafa and Robert Tronchi. Kara Dudgeon, Leo De Silva, Riker Magro, James Tufford, and Caleb Pino in the 812. That is going to be your field of 8 starters here in the Rock VLR Junior.
So getting ready to go in Rock VLR Junior, the penultimate class of the day, the penultimate final, I guess I should say. So Medeiros and Mustafa and REM all front row here. And then Robert Tronchi and Kara Dudgeon bring up row number 2. Little point to the heavens there from Cole Medeiros. Leo De Silva rounds at the top 5. Riker Magro, James Tufford, Caleb Pino is your starting order for Rock VLR Junior. 22
laps again for this one too, so that is a longer race. And again, you'll see the comers and goers, but you don't want to let the goers get away too far, and you end up with a 3.5-4 second gap that you just can't close down at the end of the race. So even if you've set your card up to come in later on, you got to get going now because you have to be in contention by the end.
Here they come, down for the green flag, presumably, and I think we're going to get it. That's a very nice slow start. Green flag's in the air, we're underway, and Medeiros does get a great start with Tronchi pushing. De Silva trying to get clear of Ahmed Mustafa. Up the hill we come for the first time, and he does, around the outside. De Silva up and into 3rd place. But once again, it's Cole Medeiros with the race lead. Ken Tronchi hang with him as everybody else single files out behind them.
Tufford was the only one that didn't fire. It sounded like that cart bogged down or loaded up just a little bit. Some frustration for the driver of the 817, but he managed to get up at least one spot here on lap number 1.
Whoa, Robert Tronchi very sideways there going through turn 6. And he didn't really lose that much momentum there either. So now Medeiros slightly stretching the gap out. What can De Silva do as we get down into the chicane for the first time? Not close enough for a move. In fact, Tronchi actually closes that gap in to Medeiros. And is that 2 moves in a row right there from James Tufford, I believe, a little bit further back. He's trying to get through on Riker Magro. He's gone once on Caleb Pino. As we come up, Pino looking for a bit of revenge, I guess I could say. Unfortunately, he had that issue go wrong with his motor while he was leading the Briggs Junior final earlier. That is so frustrating. He's got another chance here in the 2-stroke. Right now, he's got a bit of work ahead of him.
Robert Tronky was really good through turn number 12 and closed the gap on Cole Medeiros. Medeiros obviously the quickest on lap number 1 and the quickest of all, but now Tronky looks as though he's found his groove and he's closed the gap and stretched one in behind back to third place as well. So keep an eye on the 8:36 of Robert Tronky.
He's trying a little bit further back. Trying to see here, or to the inside. Sorry, that was a defense move right there from Ahmed Mustafa, trying to keep Kara Dudgeon back. As we hit the front straight again, Tronky is doing a real good job here, sticking with Monero. Same with De Silva. With a great start, he's put himself in a very promising spot to go for the win here. We got a long way to go. Still 20 laps away from the checkered flag. Last lap around, it was De Silva with the quickest lap, and I think the only driver in the 58 lap times, I believe. Yes.
So far, and there goes Kara Dudgeon taking a look on Mustafa. That is a battle for fourth spot in behind this top 3 that have now stretched a bit of a lead on the rest of the field, but Tronky is right there on your race leader.
He's gotten to the bumper. This is as close as he's been. As Mustafa and Dudgeon continue to go at it just behind them. Let's see if he can carry the momentum. This is one of the strong spots that Tronky's got, and nope, doesn't choose to make any moves, just continues to roll along here with Cole Medeiros. And De Silva's right with him as well. It's a nice 3-car train up here at the front.
These karts take a little bit different driving style. You see the drivers, Cole Medeiros especially, on those tighter corners, they'll flick them in, get them to slide. You want to keep the revs up on the engine so they don't bog down as Tronky goes back to third as Leo De Silva slips through in turn number 3.
Great move by De Silva, and all that as well is bringing Ahmed Mustafa and Kara Dudgeon into play as well here.
And Mustafa's trying to hold off Kara Dudgeon there. She's indicating, let's just keep going forward. Stop playing defense. We don't need this right now. We need to get up there and catch those 3 leaders.
Yeah, they closed the gap in here, and I think he realized that now. It's like, oh, we're a little bit closer than we were before. Let's see if we can make something work. De Silva's got to run this time on Medeiros. Nope, sticks right with him.
Couple of teammates nose to tail at the front of the field. Cole Medeiros and Leo De Silva with Robert Tronky. And then Ahmed Mustafa and Kara Dudgeon. That is your top 5, and they're all covered by about 1.3 seconds first to fifth.
Back into the 58s for Ahmed Mustafa that last lap around. He and Dudgeon were the 2 quickest out of the top 5. Go down the hill.
Quite a bump there on the exit of turn number 3. Catch the curbing, and it really just pitches these karts. I've seen it in a couple of different classes.
No!
For second, 2 karts into the wall. Tronky actually climbed the back of Leo De Silva. They managed to keep going.
They just ended up getting together, and you saw the front end of Tronky's kart fly up and into the air, and unfortunately he just landed right on the back of De Silva. There was nothing that De Silva could do, and there really wasn't anything that Tronky could do either. He had no steering when it popped up on him, and now that puts Mustafa and Dudgeon into the podium places. That's all but going to take both De Silva and Tronky out of contention to win the race. That puts James Tufford up into 4th place now, but in Medeiros' favor, it takes all the pressure off of his back, and he doesn't need to worry about both of them right behind and dogging him for the race lead. He wasn't exactly defending. He didn't really need to. There was a lot of trust in between those 3 drivers. Unfortunately, now it's completely fallen apart. Mustafa again defends on Dudgeon. She's going to try the outside, maybe not quite.
Well, all of a sudden, that went for a battle for 4th to a battle for 2nd between these 2 drivers as Dudgeon goes to the outside. Mustafa will fight that charge off once again. Medeiros now all by himself out in front. 1.5 seconds up on this battle now for 2nd spot.
Your attention in the paddock, please. Your attention in the paddock, please. As the day winds down, a couple of quick announcements. Number 1, first place prize is looking for their beeper. In fact, beeper number 1 is what they're looking for. So if you could please turn it into first place prize, they would be really appreciative of that. Number 2 is, as we're at the end of the racing day today, We have a number of transponders that still need to be submitted. Those transponders need to be submitted as soon as possible to the main building. If you could please return your transponder to the main building. And first place prize is still looking for a beeper.
Tufford is catching this battle for second spot. Again, Medeiros is still way out in front. 2.2 seconds as they continue to go back and forth. Here's second, third, and now fourth as Tufford is right in it. Tufford just turned his quickest lap of the race.
As you say that as well, Medeiros just put in the quickest lap of the race, 58.459. And Tufford now teammate to Kara Dudgeon. Let's see if he can help her get through on Ahmed Mustafa. He's been making sure. No, this time, the one time he leaves the door open. Kara Dudgeon takes full advantage and gets through and up into second place. And now immediately Mustafa's got to go on the defense because he's got James Tufford all over him. And this might help Dudgeon now start to pull away. Now she's free to try and run down a 2.7 second gap to Cole Medeiros. That's a long task, but it is 15 laps. It is a possibility, but that's a long ways away to try and make up here, and I don't think Mustafa and Tufford are done yet either.
Kara Dudgeon flicks that car sideways into turn number 10, gets a drive off 12 down the front straightaway with Mustafa in tow and Tufford right there as well. Mustafa seems to have really changed his driving as well since getting past and picking up the intensity as well. As the second, third, and fourth battle continues, Cole Medeiros once again way out in front, and there goes Mustafa right to the inside of Kara Dudgeon and takes that spot right back.
It's just going to continue to be a three-kart battle. Medeiros has got it made up front. All these three now just really care about who ends up on the podium, I guess, now. As don't even look further back, Riker Magler's not too far out of this. If they keep battling the way they are, this is going to put him in the fight for second and third place. As again, Mustafa takes the defensive line on Dudgeon and Tufford, not letting them go through. I believe it'll be 13 laps to go now for Cole Medeiros as he looks over his shoulder once again. He won earlier, not too long earlier either, in
Rock GP Junior.
Rock GP Junior, I was just about to say. So going for a double in the Rock classes as well. This time it's just Rock BLR Junior, but he's been very, very strong all day. Was strong earlier in Rotax. Wind kind of got away from him, even though he led the most laps in the opening race of the day. And it ended up going to teammate Leonardo Saravalli, but Medeiros has played a key part in being up front all day long here at the Canadian Karting Championships.
Did still finish on the podium in that Rotax race as well. So yeah, this has been a dream weekend for that driver who is out in front, the 807 Cole Medeiros. There you see him all by himself. He's pretty lonely out there. Whoa, contact between Dudgeon and Mustafa in that battle for second as Tufford moves to the outside.
You can see that back end really kick out coming, and he almost drove off the track there, exiting the last corner as Dudgeon gives him a nice push down the front straightaway. And looking, peeking to the inside. It's really hard to get that nose up and underneath the cart in front of you heading up to turn 3 unless you have a push, or unless the other cart kind of goes wide. As down to 5, Mustafa does defend, slowly creeps it to the inside, and there's not much Dudgeon can do here. And if she leaves the door open too much, Tufford will pounce. So it's kind of a half protect yourself game, half go for the position.
So there you can see, giving a little bit of a push to Ahmed Mustafa is Kara Dudgeon in this battle for second spot with Tufford just in behind. Tufford has done a great job at moving back up through the field after his car didn't want to go on the initial start, and he dropped right to the back. But the driver of the 817 has come back up through and is in that fight, but it looks like he stalled out a little bit once he caught up to this battle between Kara Dudgeon and Ahmed Mustafa.
Oh, a little bit back behind them. Again, Riker Magro about a second and a half back, and then only a second behind him is Robert Trunke Jr. trying to make up what he lost earlier on in the race. Again, him and De Silva had that contact. Here comes Dudgeon now, back for second place. and gets back through on Mustafa, and whoa, look out, he almost left that door open. I don't think Tufford was too happy about that either. Mustafa, if he left that door any more open, Tufford had a run on him right there. And now Dudgeon goes back to the lead in this group. Takes a look over her shoulder. They head down into the chicane. I don't think she really needs to defend this. Not close enough is Ahmed Mustafa this time to get that third position back.
This group really likes to pass in turn number 5. They seem to have done it several laps in a row. To the inside of turn number 5 in that braking zone. And now Mustafa loses that third spot as Tufford sneaks in underneath in the inside of turn number 2.
Didn't take James Tufford too long. He found a run right there and went with it. That puts Dudgeon a little bit further back ahead. Does Mustafa have a run? No, he's not close enough. As now the two teammates from JMF try to maybe work together here and possibly get away from Mustafa for the first time in this race. This is all going on 6 seconds behind Cole Medeiros. You can see him there coming on the perpendicular basically to second, third, and fourth. There he is going by the sweeper. He'll be coming to single-digit numbers here with 9 laps to go when he crosses the line. And now this group starts to spread out a little bit, although I think Tufford might have a bit more pace.
You might be right, but looking at the last lap times, Cara Dudgeon just turned in her quickest time of the race. And again, 58.7, James Tufford a 58.6. So Tufford is quicker as Cara Dudgeon is finding extra speed in that 8.05.
They just really can't break away from each other at all. It's just they get one little bit of a stretch as Dudgeon doesn't let Tufford have the inside there. And Mustafa's going to try. Nope, couldn't carry enough of a run. Dudgeon looks over her shoulder, not letting any lanes open down there. And this is just going to keep drawing other karts in here. I believe Trunky, yeah, he's gotten past Riker Magro. He's back up into 5th place. He's not out of this yet either. If they keep battling like this, I know he's only 2 seconds back. He can make something out of this after a near disaster for him earlier on in this final.
And he's turning laps almost as quick as your race leader, by the way, although Cole Medeiros just went a 58.2. And Robert Tronky is in the 58.5s, but has been consistently at 58.5s as the two JMF cards do battle for second and third. Cara Dudgeon currently holds second. James Tufford in third spot, but they are nose to tail.
Riker Magro really picked it up that last lap around as well. Set his personal best lap of the race. That's the best thing to do right there, is just latch on to Robert Trunky and stay with him and see if they can make some progress here. Dudgeon still not leaving the door open against Tufford, and that keeps Mustafa in there as well, as that gap to Medeiros just keeps growing more and more as they make their way through the sweeper. Mustafa's not close enough to make anything happen, unfortunately.
Tufford to the outside. Again, that is just trying to build some momentum and a run potentially off of turn number 12 and down the straightaway here. Still can't do it, so he'll tuck in line behind Cara Dudgeon, and now 8.3 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. Cole Medeiros is absolutely out on his own in this race and is incredibly clear of the rest of the field, and the rest of the field has all found each other.
Whoa, look out, that was close. Robert Trunky tried to go to the inside of Ahmed Mustafa there. Couldn't quite do anything with that move. He continues to roll along. He almost got into Mustafa. And Dudgeon continues to stay right in front of Tufford as Mustafa's got to run this time. Which way do we go into the chicane? Dudgeon just able to keep to the inside.
So Cara Dudgeon tucks her head down behind the steering wheel as Tufford gives chase again. Cole Medeiros turns in another quick time out in front as he does it without anybody else in his time zone. Dudgeon, Tufford, Mustafa, Tronky, and Riker Magro all in this knot of karts here for second on back. 5 laps to go next time by.
Up to turn 6 this time. I thought Tufford was going to dare try it around the outside there. Didn't quite do it. Just gets to the bumper of his teammate and keeps pushing on. Tronky and Magro are right in this, but is there anything they can do now with Dudgeon and Tufford taking away the preferred passing zones? You really kind of have to send it to the outside or just wait for a minor opening. But I'm not sure if you're going to get that. Wow, Tufford really hard over the curbs right there, although it didn't really cost him anything. He kept his foot in it and keeps it rolling. Yeah,
Kara Dudgeon really gets a good run off in turn number 12, and that's where she benefits. You can see her gap a little bit here on the front straightaway, and then sort of maintain that gap up through turn 3 and 4, down into turn number 5, and that is, you can see, it's about a cart length and a half back to Tufford, but it is far enough back that Tufford can't mount that challenge into turn number 5.
And now really none of them are close enough to each other. Now they're all taking the regular racing line. No runs here to try and make that pass around on the bottom as well. So coming down through the sweeper, and Dudgeon still asking for a push. Look at Medeiros here, 4 laps to go for him now, consistently in the 58s. Has just been lights out, quicker than the rest of the field. He had a bit of a challenge earlier on, and then once Tronky and De Silva got into each other, it just completely separated the entire field from Medeiros. He's up by 11 seconds now.
Yeah, if he was old enough, I would say he'd stop for a coffee at this point and then just cool off because he's that far ahead. You can see that's the gap on track as far as visually seeing what 11 seconds looks like. And you can see these drivers are so tight and fighting it out amongst themselves, but as a result, they keep losing tenths of a second and really half a second usually every lap as Mustafa goes to the outside of Tufford.
He really tried to go right there, just ran out of space, unfortunately, as they bring it through the bowl. And this is letting Dudgeon get away again. And I wouldn't be surprised if Mustafa tries to go by him again. Coming to the chicane. Not quite. He was close. Just wasn't quite there. Wow, Magro really heavy over that second curve. You saw that twitch of the wheel, and he lost a lot of ground. And he knows it as well. He put his head up after that. 3 laps to go as Dudgeon tries to hold back the charging pack behind her.
Dudgeon will be happy to look backwards and see that gap growing a little bit between her and James Tufford. Tufford has Ahmed Mustafa giving chase as he'll dive to the inside to take that defensive line. Again, Kara Dudgeon just running the regular racing line, so able to open up a gap of about 0.2 of a second every time as Mustafa gets into the back of Tufford that time.
Tufford had a bit of a shot there. Now here comes Tronky. He gets to the inside of Mustafa. No, didn't have enough momentum. He kind of got into him first. And he got up and out of the groove there and then had to turn it back down to the inside. And now they heavily defend. I thought Magro was going to maybe try his chances around the outside. I thought Tronky was going to go in the final corner there as well. 2 laps to go. Dudgeon starting to get away from this pack. This is all going on almost 12 seconds down the road from Cole Medeiros. He set sail earlier on. It's all on for second place here and maybe for third now with Dudgeon a second and a half up on teammate James Tufford.
12 seconds when you're turning laps in the 58-second range. That is how big the lead is for Cole Medeiros at the front of this field with under 2 laps to go. For him, it's about a lap and a bit. For the rest of the field, it's just over 2 laps.
Up and over the curbs again. And I think Dudgeon's going to be in a safe second now. I'm not sure if they're going to get to her. Battle's on for third. Tuffer's got to watch behind him. Mustafa's got to run as Medeiros takes the last lap board. 1 to go for him. Mustafa's trying to outmaneuver Tufford here. And, instead gets a shunt right there from Robert Tronky. Tronky, they get into each other. And Mustafa's off in the grass. Tronky loses all types of momentum there. And that lets Riker Magro go by both of them. As now we're on the last lap.
Tronky and De Silva are Mustafa getting together. And Tronky has had an eventful race after getting together with De Silva earlier on in this one. So Tronky maintains 5th spot, but there is your race leader. Once again through the back bowl for the final time, Cole Medeiros has been so smooth and so good here in the Rock VLR Junior. He's got everything figured out. He already has a championship to his credit here today, and here he makes it to another Canadian championship for Cole Medeiros, this time in Rock VLR Junior.
What a 3 weeks it's been for Cole Medeiros. Checkered flag out now as we get Cara Dudgeon. She'll come through in second, and third place will go to James Tufford, although he doesn't look very happy about it. Wrecker Magro finishes right behind both them, so all the teammates getting 2, 3, 4. Great results there. Chonky has to settle for fifth. Mustafa, De Silva, and Pino, the rest of the field as they come by. But once again, Cole Medeiros is the man in junior.
So the Rock VLR Junior heavily contested in behind Cole Medeiros as he led from the drop of the green in every single lap. But this one was no shortage of excitement as the positions 2 on back changed back and forth and back and forth. Eventually, Cara Dudgeon taking control of second place and holding off all challenges. And that's eventually where we saw her finish in the 8:05. James Tufford in the 8:17. Her teammate coming home in third. Has got a few more fireworks in corner number 12 with about 2 laps to go. But Medeiros all by himself eases it to the checkered flag, and now he rolls it down into victory lane.
Well, a penultimate winner of the day, once again, 2 in 3. Cole Medeiros, second time today, and another Canadian championship to your name. How does this one feel for you, my friend?
It feels really good. My first race in this championship in the VLR, and it felt really great to get it done in this category.
And one more time, a bit of a special thank you for the rest of your team.
Yeah, I think my mechanic, Frankie, and Damon, my team, the engine builder, Kevin Glover, and everyone who's helped me.
Congratulations, Cole. You've won 2 in 1 day at the Canadian Karting Championships.
So Medeiros getting his safety equipment back on here on the front straightaway after a quick chat with Chad Webster. And he'll fire that cart back up and He'll head back to the paddock area and celebrate with the rest of his team here at the 2025 Canadian Karting Championship, presented by Ron Fellows Karting and Pfaff Motorsport. What a beautiful day this has turned into now. Clouds have cleared, blue sky has joined us, and there's a perfect photo opportunity once again for Cole Medeiros, with the checkered flag that the drivers actually get to keep, which is super cool because it's the branded Canadian Karting Championship checkered flag. They made 12 of them because each champion gets to take that checkered flag home with them as a special memento. And this will be the final race of the weekend, and it's going to be a big one. Just based on the number of entries for this one, 44 karts potentially could make the start for this Briggs & Stratton senior event. So into the 4-stroke karts. You can hear the rumble of the engines as they fire up here in the hot grid.
This is where all the nerves start to come up. You start to feel those butterflies a little bit before you get down to, I guess, coming down to the green flag. It all goes away from you right then and there. So this is where all the feels come at you. You feel everything, and then it kind of all goes away right after that. But oh boy.
Then it's business.
Yeah, business as usual. And well, it's main event time. We've had 11 great races today. One more ready to go, and it's the biggest class all day. 44 Briggs seniors vying for a Canadian Karting Championship. This is going to be something right here. If it's anything to go off of the earlier Briggs senior race that we had in senior heavy, my goodness, that was arguably race of the day so far. Everyone was going crazy afterwards. Let's see what Briggs senior brings for us in the next couple of minutes.
Minimum age of 15 years old, right up through adult age. Really no limit to this one, but 340 pounds for a kart and driver here in the Briggs Senior Final. And look at the stream of karts leaving the paddock area. And yeah, there's 44 of them set to do battle here today. So out on their warm-up lap, and then they will double up as they come back across the stripe, and that's when we will see the green flag. 20 laps, the race distance for these 4-stroke karters, and trust me, lots can happen in 20 laps.
Lots can happen in 20 laps. Lots can happen with 44 karts out there. It really just depends on where you are running on the track. So looking at our front row, Gianluca Savaglio has been P1 since qualifying on Friday. He has not lost the session so far. As we get to Sunday, he's looking to keep it that way. Christopher McKeithen, who won the race on track earlier in Briggs Senior Heavy, got a drop-down bumper penalty and unfortunately had that win taken away from him. Sebastian Day, Jaden Harry, Owen McCarthy round out the top 5. Jonathan Treadwell going for 5 Canadian Karting Championships. Evan Colson looking for his first. Same thing with Anthony Vasha, Alec Drummond, David Barnes looking for his second. Does a dynasty continue, or do we get a brand new Canadian Karting Champion in 2025? Let's find out. Here we go. Green flags in the air. The main event is underway at the Canadian Karting Championships. Down into turn 1 for the first time. Gianluca Savaglio leads the way up through the first couple of corners. McKeithen and Day side by side for second as they head up the hill and into turn 3. And
looks like McKeithen will come out on top.
Oh,
we got problems.
boy.
Couple cars up in the air. A few of them actually bumping and banging off into the grass. But so far we stay green. Somehow everybody's pointed in the right direction.
That was David Barnes that went up into the air. I saw Michael Ing go off the track as they tried desperately to scramble themselves back into play here. Top 6 breakaway at the front, and then all the way down into 7th. You can see McKeithen. Someone else went way over the berm right there on the exit of turn 6. Very little room given there. Or excuse me, I believe that was Wakefield that was the next kart in line, as another kart's off there on the exit of turn 7. Savaglio leads. McKeithen's right on him. Jaden Harry, Sebastian Day, Jonathan Treadwell, Anthony Basha in the front train with Evan Colson just a little bit further back. And
that was one lap, by the way. There's still 19 to go, and
Whoa,
we've got
my
a change
goodness.
for the lead.
3 wide. Jaden Harry going to go to the point. Sebastian Day going to try and follow him through. McKeithen went to the inside of Savaglio, and it completely shuffled him right out. He goes from the lead to going down into 5th place now, and has more work to do. As McKeithen looks to the inside on Day for 2nd place. He's going to take that spot back away. Jaden Harry leads Day. Getting a push from Treadwell. Some semi-defending. He was trying to go to the inside of McKeithen there. There goes Colson to the inside and through on Anthony Basha.
Yeah, the swap of positions allowed Colson to catch that main group, and look at the front. The 382 of Jaden Harry opened up a bit of a gap, but that got swallowed up fairly quickly as the rest of the line had lined up single file and pushed each other all the way through.
Oh, a couple of cars getting together in the chicane. One car way off the pace back there. I couldn't quite tell who that was. I'm looking at what's the rest of the top 10. That's David Barnes up and into 8th. Owen McCarthy to 9th. Logan Paxo with a great comeback through to 10th. Logan Ploder, he started 25th. He's up to 11th. Mitchell Morrow, Sloan Sterling up a bunch of spots as well. Same with Stephen Navitro. Christopher Wakefield has faded to 15th as McKeithen goes for the lead on Jaden Harry, and he's going to take it.
Harry slots into 2nd, so he didn't get opened up to that train to go by, as Harry just took a hard right, got back into line, as everybody got nose to tail once again, starts pushing, and you need that pushing help to close those gaps once they open up.
They all slot themselves open over the curbs here. There's that 2nd train led by Barnes. He's got 2 teammates right behind him. In fact, 3 out of the 4 cars right behind him are teammates, with McCarthy, Paxa, and Morrow just behind Ploder. And they also have Sloan Sterling in there as well, and Stephen Navitro. So 7-car train up front, another 7 right behind them. This could go any ways if they catch up here, as Ploder fastest lap of the race so far with 17 laps to go.
That 2nd train is actually faster than the 1st train. David Barnes, the leader of that one in the 302, a 105.5 compared to a 105.7 for Christopher McKeithen, who leads this race. So as soon as they start mixing it up at the front, that 2nd train will join this one, and we'll have a jumbo pack at the front of the field.
Gianluca Savaglio makes up another spot, this time on Jonathan Treadwell. Whoa, he got up on 2 wheels right there. Yay. Over-gripping maybe a bit much for Gianluca Savaglio there. No harm, no foul. He's up and into 4th place. Now he's got a bit of help from Treadwell, but that did cost him a bit of time. Harry and Day are right on the back of McKeithen as we carry it into the chicane once again. And you mentioned that 2nd pack. They've got a bit of ways to get there. It was 2.6 seconds that David Barnes was off the lead that last lap around. They've kind of broken into a 5-car train, but that doesn't mean they're slowing down at all. Savaglio, even with that 2-wheel, fastest lap only for the time being. Barnes again, fastest lap of the race, but they're closing a lot smaller now, I guess I should say, as the gap's down to 2.4 seconds. They're going to need a bit more, but again, lots of time left.
Yeah, they're only 1.2 seconds back from that last car in the 1st train, so they're coming, but again, it isn't quite as drastic as it once was. Still, all that said, there's still 16 laps to go in this one, so there is a lot of racing to happen, and now the passing starts in that 1st group as Basha gets around Evan Coulson.
Yeah, Coulson tried to move there on Treadwell, and it didn't work, and instead he ends up going the other direction. There's a bit of battling going on a little bit further back as Coulson comes right back after Basha here. They got to get to Treadwell and start pushing. Savaglio's been able to get to the front group. Meanwhile, for the lead, Jaden Harry is taking it back over from Christopher McKeithen as we work away. 15 laps to go, and that 2nd pack is all but there. The problem is it's starting to, that train of 7 is starting to break up as well. Paxa doing a great job pushing Barnes. 104.8 from Logan Paxa, doing everything he needs to do right now to try and push teammate David Barnes up and into the thick of the battle for the win.
He's 0.3 of a second quicker than your race leader was that last lap. That was Logan Paxa setting the fastest lap of the race so far. So yeah, starting to stretch out a little bit, but don't count on that staying like that too long, as Savaglio has lost touch in 4th spot, or has he? No, closes the gap right away.
Coulson now back through on Boscia. Now he's trying to get to the bumper and Treadwell, push him up there. And here come the two prime teammates, Barnes and Paxa, making up more and more time as through the sweeper. And now McKeithen's actually starting to push Jaden Harry away from Sebastian Day and Gianluca Savaglio just by a little bit. Once they get back into the chicane, that gap closes in. Savaglio to the inside of Day, and he takes that spot and up and into third place and charging now, trying to get up to the front too. But is that all that Harry and McKeithen needed to see to get away?
Barnes has gone Boscia, by the way. The 302 is right on the back bumper. The 321, and we got problems deeper in the field.
Is that Charlotte Faye Pearson and Raul Gabriel Canado both stuck on each other? They're back rolling now. No harm, no foul. That's in the chicane. Leaders are not even close to there yet. Jonathan Treadwell goes through on Sebastian Day and up and into fourth place. Now he gets behind Savaglio here. Let's see if they can work together and catch back up. There goes Barnes through on Boscia at the top of turn number 6. Put him up into 7th.
Jaden Harry continues to lead over Christopher McKeithen. Gianluca Savaglio still holding down third spot in the 399. The top two, there they are, nose to tail, and glued nose to tail as they try to push open that gap even further. It was 0.6 of a second that last time by. Now Savaglio is looking for help from Jonathan Treadwell. So he had 0.7 of a second, so the second group is coming.
Treadwell gave him a nod as well as soon as Savaglio looked behind him. So there's going to be a push coming towards him. Can they catch up, though, to this front train? And they have a bit of help from Day and Coulson as well. Treadwell was still quicker. Oh, we got issues in the final corner. One of them, I believe, is that Nathan Powell in the 300 cart, and the 355 also involved there. That's Braden Bodley, I should say, into the wall on the exit of the final corner.
Looks like Bodley might be out of this one. That car was smoking pretty heavily up against the retaining wall on the exit of turn number 12, but we stay green with 13 to go. And again, the top two with a bit of a cushion on the rest of the field. Harry and McKeithen. Savaglio now has Jonathan Treadwell, Sebastian Day and Evan Coulson giving a push. So they're going to catch them right there. They do. Coming off at 12, it's now one line at the front of the field.
I guarantee you that's going to be the fastest lap right there. Not of the race, but on track currently, 105.0 for Savaglio. 0.4 quicker. So we got another cart off the track there. That was the number 341, Dylan Coleman, out on the spot. I couldn't quite tell where that was. But yeah, this has brought that top 6 right together. Then it's a bit of a gap further back. Now Boscia's starting to fade. Barnes has got a push now from Logan Ploder as McKeithen goes for the lead on Jaden Harry, and he's going to take it back with 12 laps to go. Paxa, Barnes, and Ploder are making a lot of progress right here.
Day still tucked up underneath Jonathan Treadwell in 5th, pushing 4th place as Gianluca Savaglio holds down 3rd. So a swap of the top spot as McKeithen, your new race leader, over Jaden Harry.
They were thinking about going back to the inside there as well, but choosing to sit and ride for the time being. Still got a long way to go. We're not even halfway yet. 11 laps to go. McKeithen, hand signals right there, wants a push, but no one's getting away from anyone here as we cross the line. Now Evan Coulson, he's just hanging a little bit back in the draft, but like I said, he doesn't have to break as early as the rest of these guys right in front of him. He's able to throw it in harder, and that was able to set him his personal best lap of the race. But at the same time, it's hard to pass when you're back there. Treadwell was hand signaling a little bit further back. Maybe does he want to go on Savaglio? No, Savaglio's going to go on Jaden Harry. Side by side, Harry holds on. Treadwell trying to hold the outside there, and this might not work out in his favor. He's going to throw it in as hard as he can. He's going to let Harry have the spot and tuck back in line. Treadwell doesn't lose a thing, but instead now it's Savaglio up into 2nd place.
It almost looked like Sebastian Day let Treadwell back in that line to avoid breaking up that lead group even more, which is a smart move. Yes, you don't gain that position, but at least you live to fight and close the gap on the race leader, who would open up a bit of a breather at the front. But now look, it's going to get swallowed up here on the front straightaway.
U-Kart's looking to move now. Morrow and McCarthy have gone through on Anthony Boscia, and they go, Mitchell goes into the 104s. that last lap around, so he is flying right now. This might turn into an 11-kart battle here in a few minutes because Barnes, Ploder, and Paxa are a good half a second faster on that last lap than this front group. Then again, they are starting to battle here. Harry's looking for the spot back on Sabaglio as he was thinking, and I think McKeithen felt him on his bumper, and he slightly moved to the inside. Coulson now looks on Sebastian Day. He's not going to get anywhere with that move. He smartly tucks back in line, but he may not be able to do that too many times because Barnes, Ploder, and Paxa have caught the lead train from way back. Logan Ploder started the pre-final yesterday outside of the top 40. He's now up into the top 10 with a possible chance to win this thing, as I'd say the top 11 are all sitting pretty good right now.
10 laps to go. That last lap around this will be 9 to go. So we are over the halfway mark as we continue single file at the front of the field. No one going to make a move into turn number 1 at this point.
Up the hill we go, less than halfway, as McKeithen still has control of this race. It's all about where it goes behind him. Does Sabaglio want to go? Is he going to get help? Morrow and McCarthy again. McCarthy sets the fastest lap of the race, 104.806. Ploder to the inside now, having a look on David Barnes, and through into 7th place now.
So now that group that caught this lead string is going to start making some passes, going to start mixing things up a little bit. And so your leader continues to be Christopher McKeithen, followed by Gianluca Savaglio, Jaden Harry, Jonathan Treadwell, and Sebastian Day. That is your top 5.
8 laps to go this time. And Harry's looking, nope, tucks back in line here. He gives Savaglio a good push down the front straightaway. I don't think we're going to really see a lot of Hail Mary moves, at least for now. I could totally be wrong. I don't know what they're thinking right now. But it looks like they're kind of content with pushing as things go. Wow, they are so tightly packed together. Ploder tried to go through on the inside of turn 3, and that's going to cost him. That's going to bring Barnes through. Paxa and Morrow to the inside as Sabaglio goes for the lead with help from Jaden Harry. Harry's up beside Sabaglio for the lead, but he's going to get shuffled back here unless he can hold it around the outside, and he is. Treadwell just giving him enough room, and he lets him back in line. Harry back into 3rd, but Gianluca Savaglio takes the race lead back for the first time since about the first 2 laps, I believe.
It is all a big game of chess in Briggs Karting and the Briggs Senior.
Oh,
you can
boy.
see a battle for the lead once again as McKeithen goes through, and he'll take over top spot one more time.
And this is bringing everybody else back into the fray. Where is Evan Coulson gone? I think he got the short end of that stick there. He's not even in the top 10 anymore. There he is, 11th. Yeah, the last lap was a 109 for him, and he's lost the lead draft. So everything was going so smoothly for Evan Coulson. That's unfortunately not the case now, as it's down to 10 drivers for the race victory. Some of them we didn't even think were going to have a chance at this. McKeithen defends it. It's a long snake now going down to the inside. This is where you're going to see a lot of Hail Mary moves as Jonathan Treadwell tried to work the outside line there, and somehow they all come out in the same order.
Just trying to calm each other down using hand signals to each other. Just stay in line. This is what we need to do with 7 to go. Just maintain this pace and we'll figure it out. But some of these drivers want to figure it out a little bit sooner than others. As we come through now in a passing opportunity right there. We're side by side a little bit deeper in the pack.
That's going to cost Logan Paxa. He tried the outside there. Ploder gets by him. McCarthy goes up alongside and is also going to get by him as well. So the outside move there did not work, unfortunately, for Logan Paxa. It was a good try, though, when you're sitting. And Sabaglio with a... Oh, I thought he had a move there. McKeithen closed the door. Sabaglio had a bumper to him, and I think he realized that was not going to work, and he tucked back in line. And they fire down the hill once again, all 10 of them in one pack. Mitchell Moore doing everything he can. He's kind of off there at the back. And Barnes to the inside of Day. Paxa goes with him, side by side. And Ploder's going to fill that hole, only for the time being. No, Barnes made the outside work on Day. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he carried that much momentum there. Is he clear? Nope, Day's still on the inside. Paxa again gets shuffled out on the top.
Side by side, 3 and 4 rows deep as the leaders now open up a gap. So the top 4 have stretched away. McKeithen, Savaglia, Harry, and Treadwell have a bit of a gap.
And Barnes gets shuffled back. What a move by Jaden Harry around the outside in the chicane, and he takes second place away from Gianluca Savaglio. He puts himself runner-up with 5 laps to go now, and this is where the intensity level really starts.
Around 5 minutes left for this Briggs Senior Final to crown a Canadian champion. And this is a long way from being decided. McKeithen continues to lead over Harry, Savaglia, and Treadwell, but thought we were going to see a change of positions there. We did not.
Surprisingly, they all kept it right to the inside. They are not giving hardly any inches here. Ploder out a little bit wide. There's McCarthy to his inside, and this might shuffle Ploder out here, and I think it will. McCarthy's got his teammates right behind him. There goes Morrow. Here comes Paxa. Here comes Barnes. And not much Logan Ploder could do right there. He just kind of got put in a bad position. Here comes Harry to the outside, and he's got a boost from Jonathan Treadwell. He's going to go 2 for 2 in the chicane, or is he? McKeithen's off and in the grass. Look out. Back on the track, and he somehow keeps the lead. And now it's double file for the entire top 10. Jaden Harry gets the push from Jonathan Treadwell down the front straightaway. 4 laps to go. And into turn 1, something's got to give here. And McKeithen's still up the inside of Harry. No, he's not. Harry gets clear to lead. Someone got pushed off a little bit further back.
Treadwell lost a couple of spots. He got pushed wide and at least into the marbles, if not off the track. And there he is. You can see him in about 6th or 7th position now.
McKeithen back to the inside. No, has to tuck back in line there. I thought he was going to go on Jaden Harry. This has brought so many other karts into the fray here. I can't even count how many are left in this lead pack by the time we hit the line last time. So when we hit it this time, Harry's starting to get away a little bit now. Or is McKeithen backing up for a run? Line. You can see Harry looking. I think he's going to go to the outside right here. Yes, he is. Which way does Day go? He's going to leave him high and dry unless Harry can keep that momentum around the outside. No, he's not going to be able to. And Sebastian Day gets into second place and puts him runner-up. Here we go. Bell lap. last lap at the Canadian Karting Championships for 2025. Who wins in Briggs Senior? It could go any way of about 20, I would say, as McCarthy and Treadwell are side by side at 1. McKeithen leads up the hill and into 3 for the final time.
McKeithen, Day, Harry, Paxa, all covered by a blanket as they come through turn number 3. This will be the opportunity. Out of 4, down into turn number 5.
McKeithen's not leaving any room on the bottom. And they fan out. Harrier to the outside. No, oh, he and Treadwell get together and Paxa goes off and into the wall. He was completely not his fault. He was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And now it's McCarthy's up in 3rd. It's really on to McKeithen and Day as they're going crazy a little bit behind them. And, well, McCarthy's still going to have a run here. Last chance. What does Sebastian Day do? Does he got a run on McKeithen? Can he make this one stick? Here we go. Final couple of corners. Day looks to the outside. Nope.
Tries to cut it back on the inside. Into the final corner. It is McKeithen. Off of turn number 12. Down the front straightaway and to the checkered flag. Christopher McKeithen, the Canadian Karting champion for Briggs Senior.
Just on the line, 700ths over Sebastian Day. Owen McCarthy gets himself up to 3rd. Jayden Harry 4th. Christopher Wakefield comes back to 5th place. Logan Plorter from 21st to 6th. John Lucas Sabaglio, Mitchell Morrow, Alec Drummond, and Brennan Taylor round out the top 10 in a topsy-turvy worthy finale to the Canadian Karting Championships in 2025. As in a minute or so, Jess Trafford will be able to talk to our elated race winner and Canadian champion.
And what a final. We knew it was going to be exciting when you had 44 karts take the green, and that's exactly what we got here in the Briggs Senior final. So you can see the anticipation as the drivers were buckled in or sitting in their karts earlier before this one. 20 laps ahead of them, and those 20 laps did not disappoint. There was action all over the place, including at the front where the lead changed hands about a dozen times. And eventually, Christopher McKeithen coming home as your race winner here in the Briggs Senior class.
As a race winner comes off, remember a couple of laps before, he was in the grass defending the race lead. Right here, this was the contact with Barnes and Sabaglio on the last lap, as there is your race winner, Christopher McKeithen. He'll get the checkered flag and a nice picture, and we'll hear from Jess Trafford in a few seconds as McKeithen takes off the helmet.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Congratulations, Christopher McKeithen. How does it feel to win in a 44 car class at the main event today?
It's awesome. One of maybe 2 or 3 Americans. We had some unfinished business last year in Hamilton, so it's honestly great to put the Coyote brand on top, and it's just an awesome feeling.
Amazing. Did you have a strategy going out there today?
Honestly, no. I knew after the heavy race that it was going to be just crazy, and in races like that, you can never just make a plan. I had my teammate starting a little bit farther back after a difficult pre-final and then a penalty, which was unfortunate, but yeah, no plan, just to go out there and win is all.
Amazing. And is there anybody you would like to thank today?
Yeah, John Seglum, Precision Performance Karting, Jim Lipari, Victor Peters, with VP Engine Works, the best power, got me the win out there today. Amazing chassis as well, Coyote. Odenthal Racing Products, new carbon camera mount, along with their faultless motor mounts. Brandon Jarzakrak for all his guidance. And yeah, it's a great weekend.
Amazing. Congratulations, Christopher, and great race.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, excellent.
So that does it for the final Victory Lane interview here on the front straightaway. A big congratulations to all of the Canadian karting champions crowned here today. Leonardo Saravalli in Rotax Junior Max, Tristan Francisco in Briggs Cadet, Ryan Maxwell, Rotax Senior Max, Asher Pavan in Rotax Micro Mini Max, Lucas Pernod in the Rotax DD2, Cole Medeiros in the Rock GP Junior, Asher Pavan in the Rock Mini Group. Ethan Chan took home the championship in Briggs Junior, then Jensen Burnett in Rock VLR Senior, and Christopher McKeithen in Briggs Senior. Cole Medeiros actually picking up in the Rock VLR Junior as well, his second. And of course in the Briggs Senior Heavy from earlier today,
I believe Anthony Cazeta ends up winning in Briggs Senior Heavy. After all was said and done in that one, that was a wild race, just like our finisher there, a worthy finale. Briggs Senior, 44 karts finishing it off as Christopher McKeithen. Well, I'm sure we'll enjoy this checkered flag lap for a lifetime. Hey, Dave?
Oh, absolutely. An opportunity for a photo op, but once again, a wonderful weekend here at the Mosport Karting Center as we crown the 2025 Canadian Karting Champions. Again, I've been Dave Bradley along with Chad Webster. It's been a pleasure bringing you all the action, and boy, there's been lots of it. Jess Trafford also joining us here today, but all of the Ron Fellows karting crew and the FAF Motorsports crew for allowing us to bring you the live stream over the course of the weekend. We had a lot of fun doing it, and what an event, and thank you very much for being a part of it. We'll see you next year.
Drive safe, everyone, and hopefully everybody gets home safely. Thank you for everyone that tuned in, and we'll see you in 2026.
Crowd